Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The shadowed path. The wind howled through the desolate landscape, carrying with it the scent of rain and the promise of something darker. The sky overhead was a turbulent swirl of gray clouds, a thick blanket that threatened to choke out the sun. The air itself seemed heavy, laden with the weight of untold secrets, as if the very earth beneath one's feet held its breath in anticipation of the unknown. For weeks now, Kalen had traveled along this lonely path, his boots grinding against the earth with a rhythm that had become as familiar as the steady beating of his own heart. Yet, despite the endless miles he had walked, despite the nights spent under a blanket of stars and the days spent battling the relentless wind, Kalen had never felt more alone. The world around him, a vast expanse of wilderness that stretched as far as the eye could see, seemed to mock him, offering no answers, no solace, and yet, Kalen had no choice but to press on. He had come too far, journeyed too long, to turn back now. His purpose, his mission, was something that burned deep within his soul, a fire that refused to be extinguished no matter how cold the world became. He was searching for something, a truth buried beneath layers of time and shadow. A truth that, if uncovered, could change the course of the world, the shadowed path. That was what the ancient texts had called it, the treacherous road that led to the heart of the forgotten realms. A place lost to history, hidden from the eyes of all but the most determined. It was said that the realm was shrouded in darkness, a place where time and space twisted, where the very fabric of reality seemed to bend and warp under the weight of ancient power. But Kalen had to know. He had to find the truth, no matter the cost. For the fate of his people, and perhaps the entire world, rested on the knowledge hidden in the heart of the forgotten realms. Kalen's journey had not been without its challenges. Along the way, he had encountered fierce storms, treacherous terrain, and hostile creatures that had tested both his strength and his resolve. Yet, it was not the external dangers that weighed most heavily on him. It was the feeling that he was being watched, that unseen eyes were following his every move. He had tried to dismiss it at first, chalking it up to paranoia, but the feeling never went away. If anything, it had only grown stronger as he ventured deeper into the wilderness. He had long since lost track of how many days it had been since he had last seen another soul. The world around him seemed to be falling away, leaving him isolated, a lone traveler on a path that no one else dared to follow. The trees that lined the path were twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching out like skeletal hands, as if to keep him from progressing further. The ground beneath his feet had turned soft and treacherous. The earth giving way to moss and vines that threatened to trip him with every step. It was then that he saw it. A figure stood in the distance, cloaked in shadows, barely visible against the darkening sky. At first, Kalen thought it was an illusion, the product of his weary mind playing tricks on him. But as he drew closer, the figure became more distinct. It was tall, draped in a cloak that shimmered with an ethereal light, the edges of the fabric trailing behind them like tendrils of smoke. The face of the figure was obscured, hidden beneath a hood, but Kalen could feel their gaze upon him, cold, calculating, and ancient. He stopped in his tracks, unsure of what to do. This was not a chance encounter. The figure had been waiting for him, as if expecting his arrival. "Who are you?" Kalen called out, his voice steady but laced with suspicion. He had learned long ago not to trust anything in this desolate place. The shadowed path had a way of playing tricks on the mind, leading travelers astray with false promises and twisted visions. The figure did not respond immediately. Instead, they seemed to observe him from beneath the hood, their presence oppressive, as though the very air around them had grown heavier with each passing moment. Then, finally, they spoke. "You seek the truth," the figure said, their voice a low, melodic whisper that seemed to echo in the depths of Kalen's mind. "But the truth is not something easily found. It is a path riddled with dangers, riddled with darkness. You will face trials that will test your very soul." Kalen felt a chill run down his spine at the words. There was something unsettling about the figure, something ancient, something wise beyond measure, yet equally dangerous. He knew, deep down, that this encounter was not a coincidence. This was no ordinary traveler, no wandering soul lost on the path. This figure was part of the very fabric of the shadowed path itself. "I will face whatever it takes," Kalen said, his voice firm. He had come this far, and he would not be deterred by fear or doubt. "Tell me what I must do." The figure tilted their head slightly, as if contemplating Kalen's resolve. Then, they raised a hand, and a shimmering portal appeared in the air before them, a swirling vortex of light and shadow, its edges shifting like the fabric of a dream. "The truth lies beyond this gate," the figure said, their voice now tinged with an ominous finality. "But know this, Kalen, to pass through this gate is to surrender to the unknown. Once you step through, there is no turning back. The path you choose will shape your destiny, for good or ill." Kalen took a deep breath, his mind racing. He had come this far, braving the dangers of the path, facing the unknown at every turn. But this was different. This was a crossroads, a moment that would define everything that followed. To step through that gate was to embrace the unknown, to accept the consequences of his actions, whatever they might be, but it was a choice he had made long ago. The truth, the answers he sought, lay beyond that gate. He could feel it in his bones. Without another word, Kalen stepped forward, moving toward the portal. The figure did not stop him, merely watching with an unreadable expression as he crossed the threshold. The world around him shifted, the air growing thick with magic and mystery. The ground beneath his feet seemed to tremble, as if the very earth was alive and aware of his presence. And then, as quickly as it had begun, the world around him stilled. Kalen found himself standing in a place unlike any he had ever seen. The sky above was a swirling mass of colors, reds, purples, and blacks, each one melding into the other in a chaotic dance. The ground beneath him was a jagged, uneven landscape of broken stone and twisted roots. The air was thick with an unnatural fog that clung to everything, hiding the true nature of the world beyond. This was the heart of the Forgotten Realms. The place where the truth lay buried, hidden from the world for centuries. the air around Kalen was suffocating, thick with an energy he couldn't quite understand. Every breath felt as though it came from deep within the earth itself, laden with something ancient and foreboding. The fog that surrounded him was no ordinary mist. It clung to him, whispering faint voices he couldn't make out, as if the very ground beneath his feet was alive with stories untold, stories begging to be heard. As his eyes adjusted to the shifting, strange light that bathed the landscape, Kalen noticed that the ground before him was not solid earth, but a network of cracked stone that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The stones were covered in runes, arcane symbols that shimmered faintly in the low light. They were unlike any language Kalen had ever seen, their meanings hidden, their shapes unfamiliar. Yet, he felt their weight pressing upon him. As if they were watching, judging, he took a hesitant step forward, his boots scraping across the jagged stone, and immediately, the world around him seemed to respond. The stones beneath him rumbled, vibrating with an energy that sent a shiver up his spine. The fog parted briefly, revealing something beyond, the shape of a towering structure in the distance. It was hard to make out at first, but as Kalen squinted, he realized it was a fortress, though nothing like any fortress he had ever known. The walls of the structure were black, but not from any material he could identify. They seemed to be made of shadows themselves, twisting and shifting like smoke. It was as if the fortress was woven from the very fabric of night. A place that did not belong in the world of the living. Towering spires reached high into the strange sky, vanishing into the swirling mists above. The figure, the cloaked shadow, had warned him. The Forgotten Realms were not a place for the unprepared. They were a place of forgotten truths and terrible forces, and Kalen could already feel the weight of that warning pressing against him. He had passed through the portal, but the price of that decision was yet to be seen. He took another step forward, and this time, a voice, low, reverberating, and not his own, filled the air around him. "Kalen," the voice whispered, each syllable like a distant echo that seemed to come from within the earth itself. "You seek answers. But are you prepared for what they will reveal?" Kalen's heart skipped a beat, and he looked around, trying to locate the source of the voice. The fog seemed to thicken, the shadows deepening as though the very world itself was listening, waiting for his response. "I am," Kalen said, his voice steady despite the rising unease. "I have come for the truth. I will face whatever comes." The voice laughed, a sound like the crackling of distant thunder, deep and full of ancient sorrow. "Many have come before you, Kalen. Many have sought the same truth. But the price of knowledge is steep, and the path is fraught with dangers you cannot imagine. The shadows that cloak this land are not mere darkness. They are born from the very soul of time, from the forgotten past and the broken future. And those who walk this path must answer for what they find." Kalen's grip tightened on the hilt of his sword, his knuckles turning white. He had expected something like this, warnings, cryptic voices, challenges, but there was something in the air, something unsettling, that made him doubt the safety of his mission. Still, his resolve remained firm. He had come this far, and he would not turn back now. His people needed him. The world needed him. "I am ready," Kalen repeated, though the weight of his own words seemed heavier than before. The voice did not answer immediately. Instead, the ground beneath him rumbled once more. This time louder and more violent. The stones beneath his feet cracked, splitting open like the jaws of a great beast. Kalen stumbled back, his heart racing, but before he could move further, the ground settled. The rumbling ceased, and the fog parted once again. In the distance, the fortress, if it could even be called that, seemed closer now, its shadow stretching out before him like the fingers of some ancient god reaching to claim his very soul. The landscape around him had shifted, the stone path he had been following now completely obscured by the twisted roots of enormous trees that had grown in the span of moments. The trees themselves were grotesque, their bark dark and writhing, their limbs reaching upward like broken arms. Something about them felt wrong, unnatural. Kalen stood frozen for a moment, taking it all in. The path forward was not clear. He had to choose, either continue toward the fortress and confront whatever awaited him there, or turn back and attempt to leave this place. The voice had warned him, and the land itself seemed to react to his every move, but there was no choice, not for him. The truth lay ahead, and Kalen would follow the path wherever it led, no matter the cost. With a final glance at the warped trees, Kalen set his sights on the fortress. His footsteps echoed as he walked forward, each step heavier than the last, as though the land itself was growing more reluctant to let him pass. The wind picked up again, howling through the twisted branches above, carrying with it faint whispers, voices that seemed to call his name. His pace quickened, the air growing colder as he neared the dark spires of the fortress. And as he stepped closer, he realized that the fortress was not just a building, it was a living entity. The walls seemed to breathe, the shadows shifting like the pulse of a great, unseen heart. There was something ancient about it, something primal, as though it had been waiting for him, calling to him from the depths of the forgotten past. Kalen reached the massive doors, towering and black, their surface etched with even more runes, glowing faintly in the dark. A sense of dread washed over him, and for the first time since he had started his journey, Kalen felt a flicker of doubt. Could he really face what lay behind these doors? Was the truth worth whatever horrors waited inside? But there was no turning back. His hand reached out, trembling slightly, and placed itself against the cold stone of the door. At his touch, the runes flared to life, the light blinding for a moment, and then the doors began to creak open, as though they were responding to his presence. The air grew even colder, the whispers intensifying until they seemed to fill his very mind. As the doors opened fully, Kalen stepped through, the shadows closing behind him like a shroud. And as the doors shut with a final, deafening slam, Kalen was swallowed by the darkness within. The darkness inside the fortress was absolute. It swallowed the faint light from Kalen's torch, leaving him blind, his senses overwhelmed by the oppressive silence that pressed in from all sides. The air was thick, as though the very atmosphere had grown dense with time and neglect. Each step Kalen took echoed in the cavernous halls, but the sound seemed distorted, as though it came from far away. His heart raced in his chest, and the whispers, faint at first, now grew louder. They weren't just voices anymore, they were thoughts, fragments of memories, fleeting images of things he had never seen. The air seemed to pulse with them, growing heavier with every moment. Kalen tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, trying to steady himself, but the unsettling weight of the darkness pushed against him. The deeper he moved into the fortress, the more he felt the presence of something unseen, something watching him from the shadows. It wasn't just a feeling anymore, it was an awareness, an undeniable truth that sent a chill through his spine. Whatever lay in this place was ancient and powerful, its influence reaching out to him, pulling at him with an invisible hand. The hallway stretched on endlessly, its stone walls smooth but jagged in places, as if the stone had been shaped by something not of this world. The further Kalen walked, the more the temperature dropped. His breath formed small clouds in the cold air, and soon he found his hands trembling not from fear, but from the biting chill that had settled into his bones. At last, after what felt like an eternity of walking, he reached a large, open chamber. The room was vast, its size almost incomprehensible, stretching beyond the limits of his sight. The floor was made of the same dark stone, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and writhe when he wasn't looking directly at them. In the center of the room, a large, raised platform stood, a dark altar surrounded by tall, jagged pillars of obsidian that reached toward the unseen ceiling. Their surfaces gleaming like the eyes of predators, Kalen's heart skipped a beat as he stepped into the room. The air grew heavier, charged with an unseen energy. It was as if the very fabric of reality itself was warping, bending under the pressure of something powerful and ancient. He knew, deep in his gut, that this was no ordinary room. This was the heart of the fortress, the place where the truths he sought would be revealed, or where they would consume him entirely. As he moved toward the altar, the whispers grew louder, more distinct, until they became words. His name echoed through the chamber, spoken by countless voices, their tones desperate, fearful, pleading, Kalen. They whispered, their voices reverberating through his skull. You have come far, but you are not ready. You cannot understand what lies here. Kalen stopped in his tracks, his breath shallow, his mind spinning with the implications of the words. He had expected danger, he had prepared himself for fear, but this was something deeper, more insidious. These weren't just voices from the air, they felt like the very memories of those who had come before him, their souls trapped in this place, lost to time. I must know, Kalen muttered, his voice barely more than a whisper as he steeled himself. I must see the truth. As if answering his words, the shadows in the room began to shift. The pillars of obsidian quivered, their jagged edges crackling with energy. A deep hum filled the air, vibrating through the stone and into Kalen's very bones. He could feel the power, ancient and overwhelming, stirring in the depths of the room. And then, with a sound like the grinding of stone on stone, a figure appeared on the platform, standing tall and still, shrouded in a cloak of shadow. Kalen's breath caught in his throat. The figure was not human. It was something older, something far beyond the realm of mortal comprehension. The cloak it wore seemed to move with a life of its own, its edges rippling like smoke in the air. Beneath the cloak, only the faintest outline of a face could be seen, pale, almost translucent, with eyes that glowed a dim, eerie green. The figure's presence was suffocating, an overwhelming force that seemed to stretch out and touch every corner of the room. Kalen, the figure said, its voice a low, resonant murmur that seemed to fill the entire chamber. You seek the truth, but the truth is a dangerous thing. It is not for you, nor for any who walk this path. It is not meant to be known. Kalen's heart pounded in his chest, his hand gripping his sword tighter, though he knew it would do little to protect him. The figure's words struck at him with the force of a cold wind, but he did not falter. He had come too far to be deterred by warnings. I have come for the truth. Kalen said, his voice steady despite the fear gnawing at his insides. I will face whatever it is you show me. The figure did not move, but its presence seemed to grow, expanding until the very air itself seemed thick with the weight of it. Kalen could feel his mind struggling to comprehend the enormity of what stood before him. There was power here, power unlike anything he had ever felt before. It was ancient, born of something far older than time itself. Then you will see, the figure said, its voice like the rustling of leaves in a storm. You will see the truth. But know this, Kalen, the truth will not set you free. It will bind you. It will change you. And once you have seen it, you will never be the same. The shadows around the figure swirled, twisting in on themselves, forming shapes, visions, memories, fragments of time. Kalen blinked, and in an instant, the room was no longer the room. It was a forest, an endless expanse of trees, each one taller and older than the last. The air was thick with fog, and the ground beneath his feet was soft and wet, as if the very earth was alive. In the distance, he saw a figure, a woman, standing beneath the shadow of a great tree. Her face was pale, her eyes hollow and dark, like the remnants of a soul lost to time. Her body was covered in tattered rags, and as she turned toward him, Kalen could feel the pull of her gaze. As if she were drawing him in. Do you recognize me? The woman asked, her voice a whisper on the wind. Do you remember? Kalen's breath caught in his throat as the figure's eyes bored into him. The air around him shimmered, and suddenly, memories, his memories, flashed before him, playing out like a film. He saw his childhood, his family, the faces of those he had loved and lost. But there, among them, was the woman, standing in the background, always watching, always waiting. You know her, the figure intoned, its voice now a mere whisper in his mind. She is the key. She is the reason you have come. And she is the reason you cannot turn back. The vision faded, leaving Kalen standing in the midst of the chamber. His breath shallow and his heart racing. The woman, he had known her. She had been there, in his past, in the shadows of his memory. But how? Why? The figure's voice returned, this time more forceful. You will learn the truth, Kalen. But the truth will demand a price. And you will be forced to decide whether to accept it, or to turn away from the path that now calls to you. Kalen's grip on his sword tightened. He had come for the truth, and he would not turn back. Not now. Show me, he said, his voice trembling but resolute. Show me everything. The room around Kalen seemed to shudder, as if the very air was holding its breath. The shadows deepened, swirling like tendrils around his body. And the whispers, now maddeningly loud, reached a crescendo. It felt as though the walls themselves were pressing in, closing him off from any possibility of escape. The strange figure before him seemed to pulse with energy, its dark cloak billowing outwards, as if the darkness itself was drawn to it, fed by it. Kalen could feel the weight of its gaze, and despite the fear gnawing at him, he stood his ground. The air grew colder still, and he shivered, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The presence of the figure was overwhelming, suffocating, and he could barely think, his mind racing as the shadows pulled at him like an invisible tide. You seek to know the truth, the figure said. Its voice echoing through Kalen's very soul. But the truth is not a simple thing, Kaylin. It is a burden. It is a curse. And once it is known, it cannot be unlearned. You must choose now, before you step further down the path. Do you wish to continue? Kaylin's heart pounded in his chest, but he did not hesitate. His grip on his sword tightened, and he took a steadying breath. He had come this far, and there was no turning back. He had to know. I will continue, he said, his voice steady despite the turmoil inside him. I will bear whatever burden the truth brings. Show me. The figure's eyes, those dim, glowing green orbs, fixed on him for a long, unnerving moment. Then, with a motion that was both graceful and terrifying, the figure raised one hand, palm facing upwards. The shadows around them began to writhe, thickening and expanding, until they coiled together to form something solid. The darkness gathered into a swirling vortex of shadows and mist, and within it, Kaylin could make out shapes, shifting, restless, like fleeting memories caught in the edges of his vision. Suddenly, the vortex erupted with a blinding flash of light, and Kaylin stumbled back, raising his arm to shield his eyes. The world around him shifted violently, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself standing in a completely different place. The air here was thick, heavy with the scent of earth and decay. The ground beneath his feet was soft, wet with mud and the remnants of old rain. The sky above him was dark and oppressive, the clouds swirling in unnatural patterns, as if they, too, were alive. In the distance, Kaylin could see a city, an ancient, crumbling structure, its towers broken and its walls scarred by time. It was unlike any city he had ever seen, its architecture twisted, as though it had been constructed by beings who did not understand the principles of creation, and standing in the center of the city, amidst the ruins, was a figure. A woman, cloaked in dark robes, her face obscured by a hood. She stood with her back to him, staring out over the destruction, her posture regal yet somehow mournful. Kaylin's breath caught in his throat. He recognized her. It was the woman from his visions, the one whose eyes had haunted him in the chamber of the fortress. Her presence was as palpable as the weight of the air around him. She turned slowly, as though she had known he was coming, and her eyes, those same hollow, dark eyes, met his gaze. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Kaylin felt his heart skip a beat, a sense of dread washing over him. He had come for the truth, but seeing her here, in this place, in this memory, felt like something more than he had bargained for. This wasn't just a vision, this was a memory of a time long past. And it was as if the past itself was reaching out to claim him. You have come. The woman said, her voice soft but laced with an ancient sorrow. I knew you would. Kaylin's throat was dry. He could barely speak, his mind racing as he tried to understand what he was seeing. How could she know him? Why was she here, in this place, in this memory of a city that had fallen to ruin? I don't understand, Kaylin finally managed to say. Who are you? Why do you haunt my dreams? The woman's lips curved into a sad smile, though there was no joy in it. She stepped toward him, her movements slow and deliberate, as though the weight of the years had taken their toll on her. I am what you seek, she replied, her voice carrying the weight of ages. I am the key to your journey, Kaylin. And I am the reason you have come to this place. Her words struck Kalen like a blow to the chest, and he staggered back, his mind reeling. She was the key. The key to what? His heart raced, and he wanted to speak, to ask more questions, but her presence silenced him. He felt as though he had been plunged into a dark well, the walls of his thoughts closing in around him, pressing against him with a force that made it difficult to breathe. The woman stepped forward, her hands outstretched as though to comfort him, but there was no warmth in her touch. "Do you remember, Kalen? Do you remember what happened here? This city, this world, it was lost to time, lost to the shadows. And you, too, will be lost if you do not understand the truth." The world around Kalen began to shift again, the city disappearing in a haze of shadows and smoke. The ground trembled beneath his feet, and he could hear the distant roar of something monstrous, something beyond the realm of mortal comprehension. The woman's figure began to blur, her shape dissolving into the shadows that had begun to consume the world around them. "Remember," she whispered, her voice fading as she disappeared. "The truth is not what you think it is. It is not a path to salvation. It is a path to something far darker. But you will walk it, Kalen. You will walk it until the end," and with that, the world collapsed into darkness. And Kalen was left standing alone in the void, surrounded by the echoes of her words. Kalen's heart raced in the silence that followed. The visions were gone, but their weight remained, pressing down on him like the crushing weight of the earth itself. What had he seen? What had she meant? The truth was not what he thought it was. What did that mean? And why did he feel as though he had just caught a glimpse of something far more terrible than he could possibly understand? The darkness around him seemed to close in again, and for a moment, Kalen wondered if he would ever find his way out, but deep down, he knew the answer. The path ahead was unclear, but he would walk it. The shadows, the woman, the city, all of it was part of the same mystery, the same truth he had come to find. And he would uncover it, no matter the cost. Kalen stood still in the vast, crushing darkness, his mind swirling with confusion and dread. The whispers had ceased, but the weight of their presence lingered, like a shroud draped over his thoughts. He could still hear the echo of the woman's voice, faint and distant, as though it came from the very depths of his mind. "The truth is not what you think it is." The words rang in his head like a solemn warning, and they haunted him more than the shadows around him. His heart pounded in his chest, and his body felt cold, frozen in place by the weight of the revelations that had just been thrust upon him. The city, the woman, those fleeting glimpses of a forgotten world, had left him unsettled, but something else gnawed at him. He was being pulled deeper into this mystery, like a moth drawn to a flame, and yet, he could not turn back. The path he had chosen was irrevocable. The sound of his own breathing seemed impossibly loud in the silence that had fallen over the chamber. His mind raced as he tried to process what he had just experienced. The woman had spoken of a city, of a world lost to time, and of a truth that was far darker than he had imagined. But what was the truth? What was the cost of uncovering it? He closed his eyes, trying to steady himself, to regain his bearings. The echoes of the vision still lingered, but now he could sense something else, a presence, a power. It was as if the fortress itself was alive, breathing, watching him. The very walls seemed to pulse with an ancient, otherworldly energy, and Kalen could feel the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, a shift in the air. The faintest sound, his eyes snapped open, his senses sharpened by the unnerving stillness around him. He was not alone. From the darkness, a figure emerged, tall, cloaked in the same oppressive shadows that had haunted him since he first entered the fortress. The figure moved slowly, gliding across the stone floor like a phantom, its form barely visible in the murky dimness of the chamber. The shadows seemed to gather around it, swirling in its wake, as though the very darkness bowed to its presence. Kalen's grip tightened on the hilt of his sword. He instinctively stepped backward, but the figure did not stop its approach. It continued to move toward him, silent and implacable, until it finally came into full view. And as it did, Kalen's breath caught in his throat. The figure was no longer a shadow. It had taken on a more solid form, but it was unlike anything he had ever seen before. Its skin was a pale, sickly shade of gray, its eyes glowing with an eerie, unnatural light. Its face was twisted in an expression of silent anguish, and its body was gaunt, like a skeleton draped in tattered robes. The air around it crackled with dark energy, and Kalen could feel the oppressive weight of its presence, as though the very essence of despair was wrapped around it. For a long moment, the two stood locked in a tense silence, the figure watching him with eyes that seemed to see straight through him, to pierce into the very depths of his soul. Kalen could feel his heart race, but he forced himself to stay calm. He had faced danger before, but this was something entirely different. Finally, the figure spoke, its voice low and rasping, like the sound of dry leaves scraping against stone. "You are not meant to be here," it said. "You have wandered too far into the shadows. The truth you seek will devour you." Kalen. It is not for the living to know. Kalen's stomach tightened, and a chill ran down his spine. "I must know," he replied, his voice steady despite the fear that threatened to rise within him. "I cannot turn back. I came here for answers. And I will find them." The figure let out a dry, hollow laugh, the sound echoing through the chamber like a death knell. "Answers," it croaked. "You seek answers, but you do not understand what you are asking for. The truth you seek is not a gift. It is a curse. And once it is uncovered, there is no escape from it. No redemption. No salvation." Kalen felt a shiver of dread snake its way through his body, but he refused to back down. "I don't care," he said, his voice unwavering. "I have come too far. I will not be afraid." The figure tilted its head, its hollow eyes glinting with a strange mixture of pity and disdain. "You are a fool, then," it said. "But that is the nature of all who come seeking the truth. You believe you can control it, but the truth is far beyond your understanding. It will consume you, Kalen. And when it does, you will be nothing more than a shadow of what you once were." The word stung, but Kalen stood firm. He would not let fear control him. He had already lost so much. His past, his family, his very sense of self had been ripped away from him over the course of his journey. The only thing left was this path, the path that led into the heart of the shadows, where the truth waited to be uncovered. "I have already lost everything," Kalen said, his voice quiet but resolute. "What's left to lose?" For a moment, the figure stood silent, as though considering his words. The air around them seemed to shift, the temperature dropping even further. The darkness pressed in, suffocating, but Kalen could feel something else stirring within him, something he couldn't quite name, but it was there, growing stronger with each passing second. Finally, the figure spoke again, its voice softer now, almost mournful. "Very well," it said. "You will walk this path, Kalen. You will see the truth, and it will change you. But know this, once you know, you will never be the same. You will never be free of it." With that, the figure slowly faded back into the shadows, its form dissolving into the darkness from which it had come. Kalen stood alone again, the oppressive silence returning, but the weight of the figure's words hung in the air like a cloud. The shadows were no longer just around him, they were within him, and their presence would never leave. Kalen closed his eyes, taking a slow, steadying breath. He had come here to find the truth. He had already made his choice. There was no going back now. With a sense of grim determination, Kalen turned and continued deeper into the fortress, his mind set on the path that lay ahead. The shadows would guide him. But they would also test him, and he would need every ounce of his strength to survive what was to come. But for now, all he could do was walk, one step at a time, into the unknown. The silence of the fortress was deafening as Kalen continued down the darkened corridor. The air was thick with dust, the stone walls damp with the slow creep of time, and yet, for all its age and decay, the place felt alive. There was an energy here, something ancient and powerful, that pulsed through the very foundation of the fortress. It was as though the building itself was waiting, watching, as if it could sense his every step. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, the cold steel comforting against his skin. The path ahead was unclear, shrouded in darkness, but Kalen had learned to trust his instincts. He had come here for answers, answers he had to find, no matter the cost. The words of the shadowed figure echoed in his mind, its warning clear: the truth was not for the living. But he could not turn back. He would not. As he moved deeper into the heart of the fortress, he began to notice something strange. The walls seemed to shift subtly, like the very architecture of the place was changing around him. At first, it was barely perceptible, a slight distortion of the air, a flicker of movement at the edge of his vision. But the further he went, the more it became apparent that the fortress itself was not a static structure. It was alive, a breathing entity that shifted and adapted to the presence of those who wandered its halls. The floor beneath his feet seemed to ripple like water. And Kalen stumbled, barely catching himself. He looked down, his brow furrowing in confusion, but when he tried to look back up, he found that the corridor ahead of him had changed. The walls had twisted, the path now diverging into two separate passages, each as dark and foreboding as the other. For a moment, Kalen hesitated. He could feel the weight of the decision pressing on him, the sense that whichever way he chose would lead him further into the unknown. His instincts screamed at him to be cautious, but the pull of the shadows was too strong. He knew he had to keep moving forward, no matter how treacherous the path ahead might be. He took a deep breath, his mind racing as he weighed his options. The left passage seemed darker, the air thicker with the scent of damp earth and decay. The right passage, however, was colder, the temperature dropping sharply as if the very atmosphere itself rejected it. Neither felt welcoming, but both called to him. With a quiet resolve, Kalen chose the right passage, stepping forward cautiously. As he did, the shadows seemed to retreat, but they were replaced by a new presence, one that he could not explain. It felt wrong, as though something was watching him from the unseen corners of the world. He could feel the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, and his heartbeat quickened. The passage was narrow, the walls close on either side. And the further he went, the more oppressive the air became. The temperature continued to drop, and he could see his breath fogging in front of him, sharp against the icy chill. Kalen gripped the hilt of his sword tighter, his senses on high alert. Every step felt heavy, as though the passage itself was trying to slow him down, to prevent him from going further. At the end of the corridor, a faint light flickered, casting long shadows across the stone walls. It was weak, barely enough to illuminate the path ahead, but it was a light nonetheless. Kalen quickened his pace, drawn to it, but as he neared the light, it flickered and died, leaving him in complete darkness once again. A whisper of movement. A shift in the air. Kalen froze. There was something in the darkness with him. A soft rustling sound came from just beyond his reach, a shadow in the shape of something moving, but not quite solid. It was as though the darkness itself had taken form, a living entity with intentions Kalen could not fathom. He could hear its breath, deep, ragged, and unnatural. It echoed in the quiet of the passage, growing louder with every passing moment. He raised his sword, his hand trembling slightly, but his resolve did not waver. "Who's there?" he called, his voice steady despite the fear gnawing at his gut. "Show yourself." The rustling stopped, for a long, tense moment. There was nothing but the sound of Kalen's own breathing. Then, slowly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, thin silhouette, its features obscured by the darkness. The figure was draped in a cloak that seemed to absorb the light around it, and as it moved, it left no trace, no sound, as though it was nothing more than a wisp of smoke, a shadow given shape. "Who are you?" Kalen demanded, his sword still held before him, but the figure did not respond. Instead, it stepped forward, its movements slow and deliberate, as though it were circling him, studying him. Kalen's grip tightened on his sword, his knuckles turning white. He could feel the presence of the figure growing stronger, its form becoming more solid, more real with each passing second. And yet, despite its proximity, he could not make out any defining features, no eyes, no face, nothing but a shadow that moved with purpose. Finally, the figure spoke, its voice a low, rasping whisper that seemed to come from all around him. "You walk the path of shadows," it said. "And shadows will walk with you." Kalen's heart skipped a beat. The words. They were familiar, but he couldn't place them. It was as though he had heard them before, long ago, in a dream or a memory buried deep within his mind. "Who are you?" Kalen repeated, more forcefully this time, his sword raised higher. The figure remained silent. But its presence seemed to intensify, pressing in on him from all sides. The air grew colder still, and Kalen could see his breath fogging in front of him once again. He could feel the weight of the darkness, the oppressive power of the figure that loomed before him. "You are not meant to be here," the figure repeated, its voice growing more forceful, more insistent. "This place is not for the living. Leave now, or be consumed by the shadows." Kalen's resolve hardened. "I will not leave," he said, his voice firm. I have come too far. The truth awaits me. The figure tilted its head, its form shifting as if considering his words. The truth you seek is not the truth you desire. It said softly, its voice barely audible above the whisper of the shadows. But if you are determined, then walk the path. Walk it until the end. But know this, when you reach the end, there will be no return. With that, the figure melted back into the darkness, its form dissolving into the very shadows that had birthed it. Kalen stood frozen for a moment, his mind reeling from the encounter. The figure's words echoed in his mind, a warning, a promise, something he could not yet understand, but one thing was certain, the path ahead was more dangerous than he had ever imagined. And there was no turning back. Kalen's mind was racing as he stood alone in the darkness, the figure's ominous warning lingering in his thoughts. The silence around him was almost suffocating, broken only by the faint echo of his own heartbeat thudding in his ears. He had come too far to turn back, but the weight of what lay ahead threatened to crush him. The shadows were closing in, not just around him, but within him, gnawing at the edges of his mind. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. The coldness in the air had thickened, its chill creeping into his bones, but he pushed it aside. He had faced worse, hadn't he? He had lost his family, his friends, his very past to the darkness that had taken root in his life. This was just another challenge. Another trial to overcome. Kalen's hand gripped the sword hilt tighter as he moved forward. The path ahead still unclear, the walls closing in around him like a vice. The shadows seemed to shift and swirl, as if they were alive, watching him, testing him. Every step felt heavier than the last, as though the very ground beneath his feet was pulling him deeper into the abyss. The passage continued to twist and turn, each corner leading to more uncertainty. The further he went, the more disorienting it became. The walls seemed to move with him, as if the fortress itself was a living, breathing entity, reshaping itself around him. He had no idea where he was going, but the sense of urgency was growing. Time was slipping away, and he could feel the weight of it pressing against him. He turned a corner, his footfalls echoing in the narrow corridor, and found himself in a small, dimly lit chamber. The air was thick with the smell of stale stone and damp earth, and the only source of light came from a flickering torch set into the wall. Shadows danced on the walls, twisting and contorting as though they had a life of their own. At the center of the room stood a large stone pedestal, and atop it was an object that glimmered faintly in the torchlight. It was a crystal, a deep shade of violet, its surface smooth and reflective. Kalen could feel its pull, a strange and almost hypnotic force drawing him toward it. There was something about the crystal that felt wrong. It was too perfect, too otherworldly to belong in this forsaken place. He approached cautiously, his every instinct screaming at him to stay away, but his curiosity, and perhaps his desperation, drove him forward. The crystal seemed to hum with energy, its glow pulsing softly in the dim light. As he reached out to touch it, a sudden wave of dizziness hit him, and he staggered back, barely catching himself against the stone wall. His breath came in short, panicked gasps as his vision blurred. For a moment, everything seemed to spin, the world around him shifting and warping as if reality itself were bending under the pressure. He could hear whispers again, distant and disjointed. Growing louder and more insistent, the voices. They were calling to him. Kalen clenched his fists, forcing himself to steady his mind, to regain control. He had to resist. He couldn't let the shadows pull him in any further. But the crystal, it had an undeniable power, something that drew at the very core of his being. It was calling to him, offering something, truth, perhaps, or a path forward. With a shaking hand, he reached out again, this time more cautiously, and as his fingers brushed against the crystal, the world around him shattered, the room melted away, and in its place, a vision began to form, a vision that felt all too real, yet at the same time, impossibly distant. Kalen found himself standing in a vast, open space, surrounded by towering figures cloaked in darkness. They were all facing him, their eyes glowing with an eerie, unholy light. The ground beneath him was made of jagged stone, and the sky above was a swirling vortex of black and purple clouds, pulsing with energy. A voice echoed through the vast expanse, low and resonant, filling the air with its power. "You seek the truth," it said, and Kalen felt the words vibrate in his bones. "But the truth you seek is not for your kind. You are not ready." Kalen's heart pounded in his chest, the overwhelming presence of the voice nearly suffocating him. "What do you mean?" he demanded, his voice shaking with a mixture of fear and defiance. "I have to know. I must understand." The figures surrounding him did not speak, but their presence grew more oppressive, pressing in on him from all sides. The ground trembled beneath his feet, and the sky above seemed to crack and shift, as if reality itself were unraveling. "You are nothing but a shadow," the voice said, its tone cold and final. "A fleeting moment in the grand design. You do not belong here. This place is not for you." Kalen's legs weakened, his body trembling as the weight of the voice's words settled over him. He felt small, insignificant, lost in a world far beyond his understanding. He wanted to fight it, to argue, but the power of the vision held him in place. Immobilized by its overwhelming force, "Please," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "Tell me what I need to know. I can handle it. I can take the truth." For a moment, there was silence. Then, slowly, the figures began to move. They raised their hands, and as they did, the world around Kalen seemed to shift once more. The sky darkened, and the air grew colder, as if an ancient force was stirring, waking from a long slumber. "You are not ready," the voice repeated, its tone softer now, almost sorrowful. "But you will be." In time, with a sudden jolt, Kalen was ripped from the vision, his senses snapping back to reality. He gasped, his head spinning, and he stumbled backward, barely able to catch himself. The crystal, now dull and lifeless, lay in his hand. The room was still, silent once more, but the weight of the vision lingered, a shadow that would not leave him. He took a few unsteady steps back from the pedestal, his heart pounding in his chest as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. What had he seen? The figures, the voice, what did it all mean? Kalen knew one thing for certain: he was no longer the same. Something had changed in him. The vision, the power he had felt, it was more than just a dream or a hallucination. It was a warning. A message that the truth he sought was more than he could comprehend, and yet, despite the fear, despite the uncertainty, Kalen knew that he had to continue. There was no turning back now. The path was set before him, and he would follow it to the end, no matter where it led. With a final glance at the crystal, Kalen turned and walked out of the chamber, his resolve firmer than before. The shadows still pressed in around him, but he would face them. He had no choice, the truth awaited him. And he would find it, no matter the cost. Kalen moved through the darkened halls of the fortress, his steps deliberate and steady despite the disorienting experience that had just unfolded. The weight of the vision still pressed on him, its strange images and cryptic words clinging to his thoughts like an insistent whisper. He couldn't shake the feeling that something, someone, was watching him, guiding him, or perhaps, testing him. The walls around him seemed to close in tighter, the darkness growing thicker the further he went. There was no light ahead, no indication of where the path might lead. It was as if the very structure of the fortress had shifted again, closing him in within its labyrinthine depths. The air was stifling now, thick with the scent of damp stone and the unmistakable feeling of ancient secrets buried beneath the surface. He could feel them, could sense them, pressing in from all sides. Every shadow seemed to move, every creak of the building felt like a threat. He tightened his grip on his sword as he moved deeper, the coldness in the air growing even more intense. Each step seemed to resonate in the silence, the echoes of his footsteps ringing like the toll of a distant bell. But he could not stop. He had no choice, he had to find the answers. The visions had told him that he was not ready, but they had also hinted at something more, something that awaited him in the heart of the fortress. The question that now burned in his mind was whether he could truly face whatever was waiting for him. Could he handle the truth that would be revealed? Or would it consume him, as the voice had warned? Kalen paused, his senses alert as he reached another intersection in the maze of corridors. To his right, the passage seemed to narrow into a tight, claustrophobic space. To his left, the corridor stretched into an endless darkness. He had no way of knowing which path was the right one, no way of knowing which would lead him closer to the answers he sought. Both paths felt equally wrong, but he had no choice but to choose. He turned left, stepping forward into the shadowy unknown. As he moved down the passage, the air grew colder still, and the darkness seemed to press in from all sides. It was as though the passage itself was alive, bending around him, shifting with each step he took. The very walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting as if they were pulsing with some hidden life force. Every corner he turned only seemed to lead deeper into the unknown, the walls closing in tighter with every step, and then, as if in response to his fears, a light appeared. It was faint at first, a tiny flicker of pale light, just ahead of him. It was small, but it was unmistakable, casting long shadows that seemed to writhe and twist like living things. Kalen's heart leapt in his chest at the sight. It was a sign, a beacon, calling him forward. Without hesitation, he pressed on, his eyes locked on the glow ahead. As he drew closer, the source of the light became clear. At the end of the corridor, there was a door, an ancient wooden door, weathered and worn, its edges carved with intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with the same energy as the shadows. The door was slightly ajar, the light spilling out from within, beckoning him closer. Kalen stopped in front of the door, his hand hovering over the worn surface. The sense of foreboding was almost unbearable now, the weight of what lay beyond pressing down on him. He knew that crossing this threshold would change everything. He could feel it in his bones. He pushed the door open, Beyond the threshold was a large, circular chamber, its stone walls lined with ancient tapestries that seemed to whisper secrets long forgotten. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, and atop it, a small, unassuming object, no larger than the crystal he had seen earlier, but far more unsettling. It was a dark orb, the color of midnight, with strange, swirling symbols etched into its surface. As Kalen stepped into the room, the orb began to glow, faintly at first, then brighter, until it bathed the room in a soft, eerie light. The room was silent, save for the hum of the orb's energy. It was as though the entire chamber was alive, resonating with the power of the object at its center. Kalen felt the pull again, stronger this time, a force that called to him from deep within the orb. He stepped closer, his every instinct telling him to turn away, to leave this place before it was too late. But something in him, something deeper, darker, urged him forward. He had come this far. There was no turning back now. As his fingers brushed the surface of the orb, a sudden shock of energy coursed through him, sending him sprawling backward onto the cold stone floor. His heart raced in his chest as he gasped for breath, his vision blurring, his mind reeling from the intensity of the surge. The room around him began to spin, the walls twisting and distorting as if they were being pulled into another dimension. Kalen could hear voices again, but this time they were not distant. They were closer, louder, echoing in his head. They were speaking to him, but their words were unclear, a jumble of incoherent phrases that seemed to overlap and crash against one another. Kalen, the truth, not for you, consumed, the whispers grew louder, more insistent, drowning out his thoughts. He could feel his mind beginning to unravel, his thoughts spiraling into chaos as the energy of the orb coursed through him, overwhelming him, consuming him. No, he screamed, forcing himself to push away from the orb. I can handle it. I have to know, but the orb did not relent. It pulsed with a relentless energy, and Kalen could feel his body being pulled toward it, his very essence being drawn into its depths. He struggled, his muscles straining against the unseen force, but it was no use. The orb was too powerful. In that moment, as the room began to fade from view and the shadows closed in around him, Kalen realized the truth of the voice's warning. The shadows were not something outside of him. They were a part of him, woven into the very fabric of his being. He had walked the path of darkness willingly, and now it was pulling him into its depths, deeper than he had ever imagined. The last thing he saw before everything went black was the figure of a man standing in the doorway, watching him with eyes full of sorrow. The figure spoke, his voice faint but clear. You should have stayed away, Kalen. The path you walk is one from which no one returns. And then, Kalen was gone. Kalen awoke in darkness. At first, he thought he was still in the chamber, his senses overwhelmed by the swirling shadows of the orb. But as his mind began to clear, he realized that this darkness was different. It wasn't the thick, oppressive void of the fortress, it was a soft, enveloping blackness, as if the world itself had disappeared. He reached out, his hands grasping at the empty air around him. There was nothing. No walls, no ground beneath his feet, just the weight of nothingness pressing against him, pulling him deeper. He tried to speak, but his voice failed him, lost in the emptiness. His heart began to race, panic clawing at the edges of his consciousness. Was he lost in some other realm? Had the orb cast him into an inescapable void, But then, a faint sound reached him, soft and distant, like a whisper on the wind. Kalen, his name echoed in the darkness, a familiar voice, but distorted, as if it were traveling from a great distance. He strained to listen, to understand, but the voice was gone as quickly as it had come, leaving only the unsettling silence. He couldn't tell how long he had been floating in that vast emptiness, lost to time and space. It felt like hours, or perhaps days, though no time seemed to pass in this place. His thoughts grew sluggish, his mind fogged with uncertainty. He was alone. Alone in the darkness. Then, another sound, this one sharper, more distinct. A crack, like the splitting of stone. Kalen froze, his heart leaping in his chest as the sound reverberated through the void. The silence that followed was even more oppressive, but it was broken by another crack, this time closer. And then, a low, rumbling sound, like the shifting of ancient stone, filled the air. Kalen's eyes snapped open, his breath coming in ragged gasps, though he was unsure if it was the fear that had caused it or something else. The darkness began to recede, slowly, as though it were being pulled back, revealing the faint outline of a structure, an archway, grand and imposing, rising before him. The rumbling continued, its source becoming clearer. The ground beneath Kalen's feet shifted slightly, then began to tremble. The archway loomed ahead, the only thing in this void that seemed solid. That seemed real. As he moved toward it, his steps felt heavy, like he was walking through water, his feet dragging against some unseen force. When he crossed beneath the arch, the rumbling intensified. The very air felt thick with energy, charged, as if something ancient and powerful was stirring in the depths. He couldn't explain it, but there was a sense of recognition, a feeling that he had been here before, or perhaps that he was meant to be here. Suddenly, the world around him shifted again. The darkness evaporated, replaced by a scene that was both familiar and alien. Kalen found himself standing in the heart of a vast, desolate landscape. The sky above was a swirl of dark clouds. An unnatural, oppressive hue that seemed to stretch on forever. The land around him was barren, no plants, no trees, no life. Only jagged rocks and cracked earth stretched out to the horizon. In the distance, Kalen could make out the silhouette of a great city, its towering spires reaching toward the sky like the bones of some long-dead creature. It was a city unlike any he had ever seen, massive, decayed, and forgotten by time. But there was something familiar about it, a feeling that tugged at the edges of his memory, like a half-forgotten dream. "Welcome, Kalen," the voice came from behind him. He turned sharply, his hand instinctively reaching for his sword, though he knew it was useless here. In this strange and shifting world. The figure standing before him was tall, draped in a cloak of shadow, its features hidden in the folds of darkness. But there was no mistaking the presence. He had felt it before, the same feeling that had lingered in the depths of the fortress. "You." Kalen began, his voice hoarse. "I know you," the figure nodded, though its face remained obscured. "Yes. You have felt my presence before. The shadows that guide you, the whispers that speak to you in the dark, they are mine." Kalen's heart began to race again, the weight of realization settling on him. The voice in the chamber, the warnings, the strange pull of the crystal and the orb, it was all connected. This figure, this presence, had been watching him, guiding him towards something. But what? Why? Kalen demanded, his voice trembling with a mixture of anger and fear. Why am I here? What do you want from me? The figure tilted its head slightly, a gesture that seemed almost human, though there was nothing human about it. I want nothing from you, Kalen. You are already mine. The words hit him like a physical blow, and for a moment, Kalen could hardly breathe. The shadows around him seemed to pulse with an energy that he could feel deep in his chest, as though they were alive, wrapping themselves around his soul. No, he whispered, shaking his head. I don't belong to anyone. You already do, the figure said softly. You have always belonged to me. The ground beneath Kalen's feet shifted again, and suddenly the city in the distance seemed much closer, its towering spires now looming above him, their twisted shapes stretching toward the sky. The air grew colder, the darkness closing in from all sides, and Kalen found himself unable to move, trapped in this oppressive force. He tried to speak, to ask what this all meant, but his voice failed him. The figure reached out, its hand brushing against his cheek with the gentleness of a lover's touch, though Kalen felt the chill of death in the gesture. You are lost, Kalen, the figure said, its voice like a sigh of wind through barren branches. You have always been lost, and you always will be. The path you walk is not your own. You have walked it for far too long to turn back now. Kalen struggled against the weight of the words, but they clung to him like chains, dragging him deeper into the darkness that surrounded him. The figure's hand fell away, and the shadows seemed to retreat, but Kalen couldn't shake the feeling that they were still there, watching him, waiting for him to surrender. The city loomed before him, its gates now open, inviting him in. He didn't want to go. He didn't want to walk into that dark, decaying place, to accept the truth that the figure had just revealed to him. But he could feel it, the pull. The call of the shadows that had always been with him. He had been chosen. No matter how hard he tried to resist, there was no escaping it. With a final, bitter breath, Kalen stepped forward, the darkness swallowing him whole as he crossed the threshold into the city. The path was set. There was no turning back. Kalen's steps echoed in the silence as he crossed into the heart of the forsaken city. The air was thick, heavy with the weight of age and neglect. The once grand streets, now cracked and overgrown with twisted vines, seemed to stretch endlessly before him, their ends vanishing into the dark horizon. The buildings around him were imposing and ancient, their towering forms reduced to skeletal remnants, half buried under layers of dust and decay. Yet, despite the ruin, there was an eerie sense of life here, something dark, lingering, watching from the shadows. Kalen felt a shiver crawl down his spine as the wind whispered through the empty streets. The ruins seemed to breathe, the sound of shifting stone and groaning wood emanating from the buildings around him. It was as though the city itself were alive, watching, waiting. And yet, there was no sign of any living thing. No animals. No people. Only silence and decay, broken by the occasional creak of ancient structures shifting under their own weight. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was being drawn deeper into this place. A place where time itself had long since stopped. He had to keep moving. His body, as though against his will, began to carry him forward, the weight of inevitability pressing him onward. As Kalen walked, he tried to focus on the figure, the dark presence, that had spoken to him earlier. The words echoed in his mind, "You belong to me." What did it mean? Why had the shadows chosen him? Was there no way out of this dark fate that seemed to be closing in on him? Every step he took felt like a step further into the heart of that darkness, and the further he walked, the more he felt the oppressive presence of something, or someone, lurking just beyond his reach, pulling him forward. Suddenly, the wind shifted, and Kalen's attention was drawn to a building ahead, a towering structure, its architecture twisted and alien, as if it had been constructed not by human hands, but by something far older, far more sinister. The windows were dark, their glass shattered long ago, but they still glinted in the faint light as if something were watching from within. It was here that the whispers started again, "Kalen." The voice was faint, barely a breath, but unmistakable. It came from all around him, from the very walls of the building, as though the city itself were speaking to him. He couldn't understand the words, but the tone, the pleading, desperate tone, was clear. It was a call. A summons. And once again, he felt himself compelled to respond. Kalen found himself standing before the building, his body trembling with an energy he couldn't explain. He reached out, his hand brushing against the rough surface of the door. The wood was cold, damp, and yet, as his fingers traced the edges of the doorframe, he felt something stir within him, a strange connection that seemed to come from deep within the city itself. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to his core, that he had to go inside. The door creaked open at his touch, revealing a vast, dimly lit interior. The air was thick with dust and the scent of something ancient, decay, but also something else. Something more. The room beyond was vast, stretching further than the building's exterior had promised. It was a hall of sorts, its ceiling so high that it was impossible to make out where it ended in the dim light. The walls were lined with towering stone columns, each one carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change before his eyes, twisting into new shapes and meanings with every glance. The floor was made of smooth, polished stone, but it was cracked and uneven, as if the entire structure had settled into the earth over centuries. At the far end of the hall stood a pedestal, its surface bathed in an eerie, unnatural glow. On it rested an object, something small, yet powerful. A crystal, dark and swirling with shadow, its surface flickering with strange, shifting patterns. Kalen's breath caught in his throat as he recognized it. It was the same as the one he had seen in his dreams. The one he had felt pull at his soul, calling him forward. The whispers intensified, now a chorus of voices that seemed to echo from every corner of the room. They weren't speaking in any language Kalen could understand, but the tone, the urgency, it was as if they were trying to warn him. But warn him about what? The shadows seemed to writhe, alive with movement as Kalen moved closer to the pedestal. The light from the crystal grew stronger, its energy wrapping itself around him like tendrils, pulling him toward it. His hand reached out, almost of its own accord, drawn to the crystal like a magnet. Just as his fingers brushed the surface of the crystal, the room exploded with a blinding light. For a moment, Kalen was consumed by it, the very fabric of reality itself seeming to unravel around him. The whispers became deafening, a cacophony of voices shouting in his ears, but their meaning was lost in the chaos, and then, as suddenly as it had come, the light faded, leaving Kalen standing in the heart of the room, his body trembling with the power that now coursed through him. The crystal lay in his hand, pulsing with an energy that seemed to resonate with every cell in his body. His vision blurred, his thoughts clouded, and the room around him seemed to distort and twist. The whispers were gone, but a new voice filled his mind, a voice so familiar, so haunting, that it stopped his heart cold. "You should have stayed away, Kalen." The voice was his own, but twisted, corrupted. It was as though the darkness had taken hold of him, and now he was hearing his own thoughts, his own fears, but warped into something darker. He could feel it, feel the pull of the shadows inside him, fighting to take control. The room began to collapse, the walls crumbling, the columns shaking as though the very foundation of the building were being torn apart. Kalen stumbled back. The crystal in his hand now hot to the touch, its surface flickering with a strange energy. He could hear the voice again, whispering in his ear, louder now, as though it were inside his head. "You are mine now, Kalen. You have always been mine." He clenched his fists around the crystal, his knuckles white, his heart racing. The shadows swirled around him, thick and oppressive, the very air alive with their presence. He could feel them, crawling beneath his skin, tugging at his mind, pulling him deeper into the abyss. But Kalen refused to succumb. With a scream, he hurled the crystal to the ground. It shattered upon impact, sending a shock wave of energy through the room. The walls cracked, and the ground beneath him trembled as if the very city were protesting his defiance. Kalen fell to his knees, gasping for breath, the weight of the shadows pressing in on him. The energy from the shattered crystal began to recede, the light dimming, and the whispers finally fell silent. But the darkness remained. Kalen was not free. Kalen's heart pounded in his chest, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The room, once filled with the crushing weight of shadows and dark whispers, now felt hollow, empty. Yet, in that emptiness, something far more insidious lingered. The air was thick with the remnants of the energy that had been released when the crystal shattered, and Kalen could feel its effects reverberating through his very being. It wasn't just the room that had changed, something deep within him had shifted. The floor beneath him trembled, and for a moment, Kalen feared that the entire city might collapse around him. But it wasn't the crumbling of stone that filled the air. It was the sound of something far older. A low, resonating hum that seemed to come from the very earth itself. The shadows, no longer confined to the edges of the room, began to swirl again, coiling around him like serpents, their whispers returning with a vengeance. "You think you are free," a voice hissed from the darkness, the words dripping with disdain. "You are nothing without us." Kalen gritted his teeth and rose to his feet, forcing his body to move despite the heavy pull of the shadows around him. The voice was familiar, the same dark presence he had felt in the chamber before, the same one that had guided him, or perhaps cursed him, down this path. He refused to acknowledge it, refused to give in to the growing sense of helplessness that tried to consume him. The room was shifting again, the walls bending and warping like something alive, something sentient. Kalen's mind reeled from the sensation of dislocation as reality itself seemed to twist. The pedestal was gone now, replaced by a deep chasm in the center of the room. The shadows gathered around it, swirling like a storm ready to consume everything in its path. "Why do you resist?" The voice continued, growing louder, more insistent. "You belong to the shadows, Kalen. You always have." His legs felt like lead, but Kalen forced himself to move. There was no choice but to press forward, to escape this place before it consumed him completely. He had to find a way out. He had to remember who he was. What he had come here to do. The dark presence, the shadowed city, the crystal, all of it had been a test, a trial. It had been pulling him deeper into its grip, but he was stronger than that. He couldn't give in. With a final, determined breath, Kalen turned away from the chasm, ignoring the voice that still called to him from the darkness. His eyes scanned the room, searching for something, anything, that could guide him out of this nightmare. And then, as if by some unseen force, a door appeared before him, carved into the stone of the far wall. It was old, weathered, its edges worn by time, but it was a door nonetheless. And Kalen knew that it was his only way out. He stumbled toward it, each step feeling heavier than the last. The whispers grew louder, filling his ears, his thoughts, drowning out everything else. "You cannot escape," they taunted. "The path you walk is one of shadow and despair. There is no escape from us." But Kalen didn't listen. He couldn't afford to. With one final effort, he reached for the door and pulled it open. The world beyond the door was not what he had expected. The room behind him faded into darkness, swallowed by the void, and as he stepped through the threshold, Kalen found himself in a place far different from the decaying city. The air was cooler here, fresher, though it still carried a faint trace of the shadow that had pursued him. The ground beneath his feet was soft, covered in thick moss, and the distant sound of water trickled from somewhere beyond his vision. Tall trees surrounded him, their branches heavy with thick foliage, casting long shadows on the ground. He was in a forest. The door behind him slammed shut with a resounding thud, and for a moment, Kalen simply stood there, staring at the now solid wall where the portal had once been. The shadows no longer pressed against him, but he could still feel their presence, lingering just beyond the edges of his perception. The voice from the city, the voice that had taunted him, was gone, but not forgotten. Kalen took a step forward, his senses alert. He had no idea where he was or how he had ended up here, but he knew one thing: he couldn't stay in the forest forever. He couldn't outrun the shadows, not for long. They would find him again, and when they did, they would be stronger than before. A soft rustling sound interrupted his thoughts, and Kalen instinctively reached for the hilt of his sword, though he quickly realized it was no use. He was unarmed now, alone in this strange, unfamiliar place. The rustling grew louder, and soon, the source of the sound came into view. A figure emerged from the shadows of the trees, tall and graceful, moving with the fluidity of a predator. Her eyes glowed faintly in the dim light, bright amber orbs that seemed to pierce the darkness around her. She wore a cloak made of leaves and vines, the fabric blending seamlessly with the natural world around her. Her hair was long and wild, cascading down her back in waves of dark green. But it was her presence that struck Kalen the most. There was power in her, an ancient, untamed energy that radiated from her like a living thing. The woman stopped a few feet from him, her gaze studying him with an intensity that made Kalen uneasy. "You are not from here," she said, her voice low and melodic, like the wind through the trees. Kalen swallowed, his mind racing. "Where am I?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "What is this place?" "This is the forest of forgotten paths," she replied, taking a step closer, her eyes never leaving his. "It is a place where those who are lost find their way. Or are lost forever." Kalen's heart skipped a beat. "The forgotten paths," he repeated, his mind struggling to make sense of her words. He had heard of the forest of forgotten paths in whispers, legends that spoke of a place where lost souls wandered, where time itself had no meaning. But he had never imagined he would find himself here. "You are lost," the woman said, her eyes softening for a moment, a flicker of pity in her gaze. "But you are not beyond saving." "Not yet." Kalen took a step back, his mind racing. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice trembling. "How do I get out of here? How do I stop the shadows?" The woman tilted her head slightly, her gaze sharp. "The shadows are not something you can run from, Kalen. They are part of you now. Part of your path. To escape them, you must confront them. You must face what they represent, what they are trying to show you about yourself." Kalen shook his head, frustration building within him. "I don't understand. I've done everything they've asked. I've followed every twist and turn, every dark path they've set before me. And now I'm here, lost in some forsaken forest. How am I supposed to face them? What do they want from me?" The woman's gaze softened, and she stepped closer, placing a hand on his shoulder. "They want your soul, Kalen. They want you to surrender to them, to become one with the darkness. But you have a choice. You can either let them consume you, or you can fight. But to fight, you must understand what they are. You must face the truth of who you are and what you've become." Kalen stood frozen, her words sinking deep into his soul. He didn't want to hear this. He didn't want to believe it. But he knew, deep down, that she was right. The shadows had always been with him, whispering in his ear, guiding him toward this moment. And now, they were closer than ever. The woman stepped back, her amber eyes flickering with a strange intensity. "You are not the first to come here, Kalen. And you won't be the last. But what you do here, in this place, will determine your fate." And with that, she turned, vanishing into the shadows of the trees. Kalen stood alone in the forest of forgotten paths, his heart heavy with the weight of her words. The shadows were not gone. They had only grown stronger, and now, more than ever, he had to decide, would he succumb to them, or would he fight? The air in the forest of forgotten paths seemed to grow heavier with each passing moment. The trees, their towering trunks twisting like ancient guardians, loomed around Kalen, their gnarled branches reaching out in silent, beckoning gestures. The forest felt alive, the very ground beneath his feet pulsing with an ancient energy that seeped into his bones. He was no longer just a traveler, he had become part of this place. The woods could feel his presence, and he could feel theirs in return. Kalen's mind was a storm of thoughts. The woman's words echoed in his head, her voice lingering like a shadow. The shadows are not something you can run from. They are part of you now. Her eyes, glowing faintly with a predatory light, had spoken the truth he had feared. He was caught in a cycle, ensnared by forces beyond his understanding. The forest itself seemed to hum with a quiet, malevolent resonance, as if it were waiting for him to make a choice. Face what they are, he whispered to himself, repeating the woman's advice. The shadows. The darkness, it wasn't something that could be avoided. He had to confront it. But how? What could he possibly face within the shadows that could allow him to break free? He remembered the crystal, the one that had shattered in the decaying city. The dark energy that had pulsed through him when he touched it still lingered, buried deep within him, gnawing at his thoughts. He could feel its pull, like an invisible thread wrapped around his very soul. The more he resisted, the tighter it became. Was it the shadows themselves that controlled the crystal? Or had it merely been a conduit for something far worse? With each passing moment, Kalen could sense that he was running out of time. The shadows were growing stronger, filling the corners of his mind with doubt, fear, and despair. Every breath he took seemed to grow heavier, weighed down by the constant pressure of the dark force that pursued him. The woman had said that the shadows wanted his soul. But he had no intention of giving it up without a fight. The path ahead of him seemed to twist and turn, but it was a path he had to take. He had no other choice. He had to find the source of the darkness and destroy it, or it would consume him completely. As he pressed forward, the forest seemed to close in around him. The trees grew taller, their branches becoming thick with leaves that blocked out the faint light that filtered through the canopy above. The air grew colder, and the shadows seemed to creep closer, stretching out like fingers that threatened to wrap around him. Kalen's mind raced. He had to keep moving, had to find something, anything, that could help him. His eyes darted around, searching for any sign of a way forward. And then, in the distance, he saw it, a flicker of light. It was faint, barely visible through the dense thicket of trees. But it was enough. Kalen's instincts kicked in, and he began to move faster, his legs carrying him toward the light without hesitation. The further he walked, the stronger the pull of the shadows seemed to become, the more oppressive the atmosphere around him felt. He couldn't stop. He couldn't look back. The light ahead was his only hope. As he drew closer, the air began to hum with an unfamiliar energy, a strange and potent force that seemed to vibrate through the very ground beneath him. The shadows writhed around him, stretching and twisting, but Kalen pressed on, his heart pounding in his chest, and then, as if the forest itself had decided to show him mercy, the trees parted, revealing a small clearing bathed in an ethereal light. In the center of the clearing stood a stone altar, its surface smooth and weathered by time, but untouched by decay. A soft, glowing light radiated from the altar, casting a warm and inviting glow that seemed to cut through the shadows that surrounded him. Kalen approached the altar cautiously, his eyes scanning the area for any signs of danger. There was a strange stillness in the air, a calm that seemed out of place in this forest of constant movement. It was as if the shadows themselves respected the space around the altar, unwilling to cross the boundary it created. As he stepped closer, Kalen felt the pull of something deep within the altar. It wasn't just the light, nor the energy that seemed to hum in the air, it was the sense of purpose. He had come here for a reason. He didn't know exactly what it was, but he could feel it. Something awaited him here, something that could help him break free from the dark grip of the shadows. He reached out tentatively, his fingers brushing against the surface of the stone. The moment his skin made contact, a rush of energy surged through him, so intense that it almost knocked him off his feet. The light from the altar flared brighter, and Kalen gasped, his body trembling as the energy coursed through him. It was like the light was alive, filling him with a warmth he had not known in what seemed like an eternity, and then, through the haze of light, a figure appeared. At first, Kalen thought it was a trick of the light, an illusion created by the strange energy that surrounded him. But as the figure grew clearer, he realized that it was real. Standing before him was a woman, tall, graceful, with long, silver hair that shimmered like moonlight. Her eyes, like the woman from before, glowed faintly, but these were not amber. These were the color of the sky before dawn, pale and soft, yet filled with an immense power. Kalen, she spoke his name, her voice calm and soothing, yet carrying a weight of authority. "You have come far, but this is not the end of your journey." Kalen took a step back, his heart racing. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice shaky with uncertainty. "What is this place?" "I am a guardian," the woman replied, her gaze steady. "A protector of the path that leads beyond the shadows. This is the altar of light. It is a place where those who are lost may find their way, or lose themselves completely." Kalen's mind raced. "The shadows, they've been following me. They want me to surrender, to become part of them." He clenched his fists. "I won't let them. But I don't know how to stop them," the woman nodded solemnly. "You are not the first to come to this place with such a burden. The shadows are not just external forces. They are a part of you, a reflection of the darkness within. To conquer them, you must face your own fears, your doubts. Only then will you find the strength to free yourself from their grasp." Kalen swallowed hard. The woman's words felt like a blow to his chest. The shadows weren't just something he could run from. They were a part of him. And he had to face them, not just as enemies, but as a reflection of his own inner struggles. "How do I face them?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "How do I overcome something that is a part of me?" The woman's gaze softened, and she placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch warm despite the cold air around them. "You must embrace what you fear, Kalen. You must face the truth of who you are. Only then can you break free of the darkness that has bound you." Kalen's heart raced in his chest, the weight of her words sinking in. The shadows had always been with him, but now he understood. They were a part of him. A reflection of his own inner turmoil, his unresolved guilt, his fear of losing himself. He could feel the darkness stirring inside him once again, clawing at his mind, whispering of surrender. But he would not give in. Not now. Kalen turned to face the altar once more, its light growing brighter, stronger, filling the entire clearing with a golden glow. It was as if the light itself was reaching out to him, offering him a way forward, a path that was fraught with danger, but one that he had to walk. He took a deep breath, his resolve hardening. He would face the darkness. He would face himself, and he would not let the shadows win. The altar of light pulsed with an otherworldly energy, its glow so bright that it cast long, intricate shadows across the clearing. Kalen stood before it, his heart racing, his mind clouded with doubt and uncertainty. The woman's words echoed in his ears. "You must embrace what you fear, Kalen. You must face the truth of who you are." The weight of her gaze, steady and knowing, pressed down on him. She wasn't just talking about shadows, not just about darkness. She was talking about something deeper, something he had hidden away for far too long. He had spent so many years running, pushing away his fears, ignoring the parts of himself he despised. But the woman had been right, the shadows were a part of him. They weren't just external forces, but a reflection of his own inner turmoil, of the guilt and anger that had festered within him since the beginning of his journey. He had blamed the shadows for his suffering. But the truth was more complicated. The darkness that followed him was not just something he could fight. It was something he had to confront, something he had to accept. Kalen took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his own fear pressing against him. He felt small in the face of it, the overwhelming tide of emotion threatening to pull him under. But he knew that if he didn't face it now, he would never be free. The shadows would continue to chase him, tightening their grip with each passing moment, until they consumed him completely. He stepped forward, closer to the altar, and as he did, the air around him seemed to shimmer with an almost tangible force. The power emanating from the stone altar was both soothing and unsettling. Like the quiet pulse of a heart too old to be understood. The closer Kalen got, the more the shadows around him seemed to retreat, as if they were aware of the light's power. But they didn't vanish completely. They lingered at the edges of his vision, their tendrils creeping closer, eager to pull him back into the darkness. The woman's voice broke through his thoughts. "Kalen," she said, her tone firm but gentle, "you cannot overcome what you fear by running from it. It is not about defeating the darkness. It is about understanding it. Embrace it, and you will find the strength to control it." He nodded slowly, though his heart twisted in his chest. He had never known how to embrace the darkness. He had always fought it, always pushed it away, even when it was a part of him. But now, standing before the altar, he realized that in order to survive, he had to let go of that fight. He had to accept the shadows as part of who he was, not something to be eradicated, but something to be understood. Kalen closed his eyes, letting the cool air wash over him. His mind wandered back to his past, to the moments of weakness and fear that had led him to this path. He thought of the people he had hurt, the choices he had made that had left scars on his soul. He thought of his family, of the love he had lost, and the burden of guilt that had haunted him for so long. And with each memory, the shadows within him grew stronger, whispering of his failures, of the things he could never undo, but he was done running. Kalen clenched his fists, a spark of resolve igniting within him. He was not the sum of his failures. He was not the shadow that clung to him. He was more than that. He had to believe that. Slowly, he took another step toward the altar, his eyes still closed. As he reached out, his fingers brushed against the cold stone, and a surge of energy shot through him. The light from the altar flared, enveloping him in a brilliant radiance. But instead of feeling fear, instead of being overwhelmed, Kalen felt a strange calm wash over him. It was as though the light was calling to the very core of his being, drawing out the darkness that had taken root inside him. The shadows that had lingered in the corners of his mind recoiled at the touch of the light, but they did not disappear. They simply retreated, as if waiting for him to make the next move. For the first time, Kalen understood. The darkness wasn't something to be destroyed. It was a part of him, something he could not escape, no matter how hard he tried. But it was not all-consuming. He had the power to control it, to choose how much of it he allowed to shape him. "Do not fear the darkness," the woman's voice whispered, soft and distant. "It is not the enemy. It is the unacknowledged part of yourself that you must learn to master." Kalen opened his eyes, his gaze focused on the altar in front of him. The light had dimmed slightly, but it still shone brightly, casting long shadows on the ground. And in the distance, beyond the light, Kalen could feel the presence of the shadows watching him, waiting for his next move. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. "I will not let you control me," he said quietly, his voice stronger than he had ever heard it before. "I will embrace you, but you will not be my master." A low rumble echoed through the clearing, and the shadows, as if acknowledging his words, began to shift and twist. They seemed to pulse with a new energy, a deeper, more ominous force that tugged at Kalen's mind. But instead of overwhelming him, instead of drowning him in fear, he felt an unexpected calm. The shadows no longer felt like enemies. They were part of him, yes, but they were not in control. He turned away from the altar, his resolve solidifying with each step he took. The woman's words had planted a seed within him, and now, as he stepped back into the forest, he felt a sense of purpose rising in his chest. He had faced the darkness within himself, and though it would never completely vanish, he knew that he could walk the path ahead with strength and clarity. The shadows would never truly leave him, but they would no longer define him. The clearing behind him seemed to dissolve into the trees. The light from the altar fading as he moved deeper into the forest. Kalen could still feel the presence of the shadows, but they no longer whispered with the same malevolent tone. Now, their voices were quieter, almost respectful, as if they understood that they were no longer the masters of his fate. Ahead of him, the path stretched out, dark and uncertain, but Kalen no longer feared it. The forest was still alive, its ancient energy pulsing around him, but he walked forward with purpose. The shadows were no longer something to be feared. They were simply a part of the journey, a reminder that even in the darkest places, there was light to be found. Kalen stepped forward, his footsteps light but sure. The weight of the past finally lifting from his shoulders. The path was long, and the shadows still clung to the edges of his mind, but they were no longer a threat. He had learned to walk beside them, not against them. And in that moment, Kalen knew that he was ready for whatever lay ahead. The forest around Kalen seemed to shift with each step he took. The once familiar trees, gnarled and twisted, now appeared foreign, their branches reaching out like skeletal hands, their leaves whispering with a language he couldn't quite understand. The deeper he ventured, the more the air grew dense, heavy with an almost tangible presence. It wasn't just the shadows that lingered here, but something more, something ancient. Something that watched him with an intelligence that unnerved him. The path ahead was dark, its edges lost in the shadowy veil that covered the ground. Yet, Kalen didn't feel fear in the same way he had when he first arrived. The light he had drawn from the altar of light still pulsed faintly within him, a quiet beacon in the midst of the darkness. It was as if the shadows themselves, though persistent, no longer held dominion over him. He had seen them for what they truly were, fragments of his own inner conflict, and in doing so, he had gained a measure of control. But this new understanding did not mean his journey would be free from challenges. The deeper you went into the forest, the more you uncovered not just about the world, but about yourself. And Kalen was far from ready for all that lay ahead. He walked with purpose, each footfall steady and deliberate. His senses were heightened, every rustling leaf and distant snap of twigs sharpening his awareness. The forest was not silent, but it was alive with secrets, and Kalen knew that each secret was a step closer to understanding why he had come. And yet, despite the sense of purpose that guided his every move, a voice nagged at the back of his mind, a voice like the woman's, but darker, more insistent. You cannot change your path, Kalen. You are already bound by fate. The words rattled in his mind, a chilling echo of the uncertainty that had followed him since the beginning. He could feel the weight of them pressing against his resolve, like an invisible chain that threatened to anchor him to the darkness. But he would not succumb. Not now. Not after everything he had faced. The shadows may have been a part of him, but they would not define him. The deeper he traveled, the more the light seemed to fade. The canopy above thickened, blocking out the moon, and the once gentle hum of the forest now felt like a distant murmur, lost beneath the weight of silence. Kalen paused, the hairs on the back of his neck prickling as he scanned the horizon. Something was changing. Something was waiting. In the distance, just beyond the last of the twisted trees, a flicker of movement caught his eye. His heart skipped a beat. It was fast, too fast to be human. It was a shadow, but it was not like the ones he had seen before. This shadow was alive, its form shifting and undulating like smoke caught in a whirlwind. It darted between the trees, moving with a speed that sent a jolt of fear through Kalen's chest. Without thinking, he took off after it, his boots slapping against the damp earth as he ran. The shadow was ahead, always just out of reach, but it didn't seem to be running from him. Instead, it led him deeper into the forest, further into the unknown. The farther Kalen ran, the more the air seemed to change. The shadows thickened, wrapping themselves around him like a suffocating cloak. And the forest grew quieter, the trees closing in like walls. Every step he took seemed to echo louder than the last, reverberating in the silence that surrounded him. Suddenly, the shadow stopped. It turned, facing Kalen with an eerie stillness. For a moment, the two of them simply stood there, locked in a strange, unspoken connection. Kalen could feel the weight of its gaze on him, cold and calculating, as if it were trying to decipher his very soul. Then, before he could react, the shadow lunged. Kalen barely had time to raise his arms in defense before the shadow struck. It collided with him, a force of cold darkness that seemed to seep into his skin like poison. For a moment, he couldn't breathe. His chest tightened, and his mind felt clouded, as if the very essence of him was being drained away. But then, something shifted. Deep within him, Kalen could feel the remnants of the light he had touched at the altar stirring. It wasn't much, but it was enough. A faint flicker of warmth began to push against the overwhelming cold of the shadow. The light didn't fight the darkness, it simply existed, quietly, unwaveringly, as though it was an inherent part of him. Kalen forced himself to stand tall, pushing against the shadow's suffocating grip. He reached within himself, calling upon that flickering light, willing it to grow. And slowly, it did. The warmth spread through him, expanding outward until it was a blinding flare, cutting through the darkness like a blade. The shadow recoiled, its form twisting violently as if in pain. Kalen felt it, its fear, its desperation, as it attempted to flee, but he wasn't about to let it escape. The light within him surged again, this time more powerful, more certain. He focused on it, letting it fill every inch of his being, until he felt his connection to the shadow shift. This was not about battling it. It was about understanding it. About acknowledging that it had no power unless he allowed it to. With a final surge, Kalen released the energy, his entire body thrumming with power. The shadow screamed, a sound that seemed to vibrate the very air around them, and then it faded into nothingness, leaving behind only the stillness of the forest. Kalen stood there for a moment, breathing heavily, his heart racing. The forest around him was silent once more, the oppressive weight of the shadows lifting. He felt drained, but also lighter, stronger. It was as though something had been taken from him and, at the same time, something new had been given in return. He had faced the darkness, and for the first time, it had not consumed him. He looked around, his senses on high alert. The forest had changed again. The trees no longer seemed as oppressive, their twisted branches no longer reaching toward him like claws. The air was still thick with mystery. But Kalen now knew that the path ahead was not one of endless darkness. It was one of discovery, of understanding. The woman's voice returned to him, clear and steady. You have faced one of your fears, Kalen. But there are more to come. The path you walk is one of choices, and with each step, you will uncover more of yourself. The shadows are not the enemy. You are. Kalen swallowed hard, the weight of her words sinking in. She was right. He had faced one shadow, but there were more to come. Each one would reveal something new, something that he had to confront within himself. But now, he knew that he could do it. He had already done it once. He had faced the darkness, and he had come out the other side stronger. With renewed determination, Kalen continued his journey, the path ahead still unclear, but his resolve firm. He had embraced the shadows within him, and in doing so, he had found the strength to move forward. Kalen's breath echoed in the stillness of the forest as he continued his trek. The shadows had retreated, but their presence lingered in the back of his mind. He was no longer afraid of them, yet something about the encounter left him unsettled, as if the battle had been only a taste of what lay ahead. The shadow he had confronted had been a manifestation of fear, but it had felt too real, too alive. It was as if the forest itself had tested him, probing the depths of his soul to see if he was truly ready for the path he had chosen. The air was dense with an ancient energy, one that pulsed beneath the ground, reverberating through the roots of the trees and into Kalen's bones. Every step felt as though he was walking deeper into something not entirely of this world. He could feel it now, the weight of the forest's gaze upon him. It wasn't just the trees or the shadows, but something far older, far wiser. The forest had lived for centuries, and it had seen things that no mortal could comprehend. Kalen's mind raced, but he pushed the thoughts away. Now was not the time for doubt. He had made it this far, and there was no turning back. The words of the woman echoed in his mind, their meaning growing clearer with each passing moment. The shadows are not the enemy. You are. He had learned that lesson the hard way. The darkness within him had always been his greatest adversary, but now he understood that he could no longer run from it. To embrace the light, to walk the path of truth, he had to confront his own shadow, piece by piece, until there was nothing left to fear. As Kalen moved forward, the path ahead seemed to change with every step. The trees closed in tighter, their trunks thickening, their roots twisting like serpents beneath the earth. He could hear the distant rush of water now, the sound of a river somewhere in the depths of the forest. The scent of moss and wet earth filled the air, mingling with the sharp tang of pine. He was getting closer to something that felt as inevitable as the pull of the tide. The river. Or perhaps, the river was just another metaphor, another obstacle for him to overcome. He reached a clearing where the trees parted just enough to reveal the glint of moonlight on the surface of water. The river, wide and fast-moving, flowed through the heart of the forest like a serpent, its current relentless and unforgiving. Kalen stood at the edge of the riverbank, watching the water churn as it moved toward the distant horizon. For a moment, he hesitated. The river was beautiful, but it was also treacherous. It had no regard for the travelers who came upon its shores, and it would drag anyone into its depths who wasn't prepared. Kalen had crossed many rivers in his journey, but none like this. There was something about it that felt alive. The way it whispered to him, calling him to step closer, urging him to test its depths, but Kalen knew better than to let his curiosity get the best of him. The river was not something to be trusted. It was a force of nature, untamed and unpredictable. Still, something inside him whispered that this river, like the shadows, was not just an external obstacle. It was a reflection of his inner turmoil, the conflict between the parts of himself he could control and those he could not. He stepped closer to the water's edge, watching the dark ripples reflect the light of the moon. The current was strong here, relentless in its motion. And Kalen wondered for a moment if he could ever be as constant, as unyielding, in his journey. He thought of the battles he had fought within himself, those moments when doubt had crept in, when the shadows had whispered their lies, telling him he wasn't strong enough, telling him he was destined to fail. But Kalen was different now. He had faced the darkness and lived to tell the tale. He had confronted the shadow within, and though it still lingered, it no longer had the power to consume him. And he knew that the river, too, could be crossed, if he only had the courage to step forward. A voice broke his thoughts, as if rising from the depths of the water itself. Kalen, it whispered. Soft and inviting. Come. Cross the river. The journey is not complete until you do. The voice was familiar, though Kalen couldn't place it. It wasn't the woman's voice, not exactly, though it carried the same weight of knowledge and prophecy. It was deeper, more commanding, and it sent a shiver down Kalen's spine. For a moment, he wondered if the river itself was speaking to him, or if it was just another trick of his mind, but the voice persisted, growing stronger, pulling him in. You are not the man you were when you first entered this forest, Kalen. You have faced the darkness, but you have not yet embraced the full truth. The river is the final test, the last step before you can move forward. The water continued to swirl and churn, its surface glistening like black glass under the moonlight. Kalen knew that crossing it would not be easy. The current would pull at him, threatening to drag him under, but if he could face the river as he had faced the shadows, if he could embrace it instead of fighting it, he would emerge on the other side changed, stronger than ever. He stood still for a moment longer, the voice still echoing in his mind. Finally, with a deep breath, Kalen made his decision. He would cross the river. He would face whatever it had in store for him, just as he had faced every other challenge in his journey. With purpose, he stepped into the water. It was cold. The icy grip of the river biting into his flesh, but Kalen didn't flinch. He moved forward, the current tugging at him, but his resolve was stronger. The water rose higher, reaching his waist, then his chest. The deeper he went, the more the river seemed to pull at him, trying to drag him down into its depths. Kalen pushed forward, every step a battle against the force of the river, every inch a test of his strength. The water was relentless, but he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. He had come this far, and he wasn't about to let the river claim him now. Just as the water reached his neck, Kalen felt the current begin to shift. The force of it, the pull that had been dragging him down, eased. He took a final, steadying step and felt his feet hit solid ground once more. He had crossed the river. As he stood on the far bank, the moonlight illuminating the water behind him, Kalen felt a sense of relief wash over him. The river had tested him, but he had overcome it. The shadows, the water, the forest itself, they had all been part of the same journey, the same struggle. But with each step, each challenge, Kalen had learned more about himself. He had learned that no obstacle was insurmountable, as long as he didn't face it alone. Ahead, the path continued, winding through the forest. Kalen knew that the journey was far from over, but for the first time, he felt a quiet certainty. He was ready for whatever lay ahead. The river had been his final test, and now, nothing could stand in his way. The forest felt different now. The air, thick with the scent of moss and damp earth, seemed to carry a new weight, a tension that was both calming and unnerving at the same time. Kalen stood at the edge of the river, the dark water flowing swiftly beside him, its surface now calm as if it had never fought against him in the first place. But he knew better. It had tested him, challenged him in ways that would have broken someone less determined. Yet, here he was, standing tall and resolute, his heart still beating steady beneath the weight of what he had just endured. Ahead of him, the path stretched on into the darkness of the forest, where the trees grew even more twisted, their branches reaching down like fingers, desperate to trap him. The silence of the night pressed in from all sides, the only sound the soft rustling of the wind through the leaves. For a moment, Kalen stood still, gathering himself, letting the stillness settle into his bones. He could feel the forest watching him, its ancient eyes waiting for him to make his next move. He was ready. Without another thought, Kalen began to walk. His footsteps were quiet but firm, each one carrying him further into the unknown. The path twisted and turned, narrowing at times until it seemed almost impossible to continue. Yet, with each step, the sense of unease that had once plagued him began to fade, replaced by something more powerful, something that felt like purpose. It was as if the forest was no longer an obstacle to be overcome, but a part of him, a reflection of his own inner journey. He pushed forward, determined to discover what lay ahead, to confront the next trial that awaited him. The woman's voice had spoken of this moment, the moment when the forest would test him not just with physical challenges, but with choices. He had crossed the river, faced the shadow, and now he would have to choose which path to take. The path to the left, dark and foreboding, or the one to the right, where the moonlight broke through the canopy in shimmering rays. Kalen didn't hesitate. He had learned that hesitation only prolonged the uncertainty. Trusting his instincts, he chose the path to the right, where the moonlight bathed the earth in a soft, silvery glow. As he walked, the shadows seemed to retreat, pulled back by the strength of the light. But Kalen knew better than to trust the illusion of safety. The forest had a way of shifting, of changing its form depending on the choices you made. And though the path before him was bathed in light, Kalen knew it was no guarantee of safety. In this place, nothing was ever quite what it seemed. The path led him deeper into the heart of the forest, the trees becoming thicker, their trunks almost impossibly large. The air felt heavier here, filled with an ancient energy that seemed to pulse beneath his feet. Kalen could feel it now, the power that lay hidden in the earth, the same power that had drawn him to this place. It was alive, vibrating with energy, and it spoke to him, though not with words. It was a feeling, a presence, something old and vast, watching him with a silent understanding. He stopped for a moment, feeling the weight of the forest around him. The silence was overwhelming, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of an unseen creature. But despite the stillness, Kalen felt a strange sense of urgency building within him. He had come this far, but he could feel that time was running out. Whatever it was that the forest held, whatever it was that he was meant to discover, it was growing nearer. And with it, the shadows that had once haunted him seemed to stir once more, just beneath the surface of his thoughts. Kalen moved forward again, his pace quickening as the path narrowed even further. The trees above him grew closer together, their branches intertwining like a canopy of ancient fingers. The moonlight that had once bathed the path now seemed dimmer, the shadows growing longer, reaching out to touch him. Then, without warning, the path opened into a clearing. The sight before him stole his breath. In the center of the clearing stood a massive stone pillar, ancient and weathered by time. Its surface was covered in strange runes, glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. At the base of the pillar, a pool of water shimmered, its surface smooth and reflective, like a mirror. The water was unlike any Kalen had seen before, deep, dark, and still, but with a strange energy pulsing beneath the surface. It felt as though it was not simply a pool of water, but a portal, a gateway to something far beyond the forest. Kalen approached the pillar, his every step careful, as if he were intruding on something sacred. The air around him hummed with an ancient power, and the runes on the pillar seemed to shift, their patterns changing as if they were alive, responding to his presence. He reached out, his fingers brushing against the cold stone. The moment his skin made contact, a shock ran through him, a jolt of energy that surged through his body. For a moment, Kalen was consumed by the sensation, his vision blurred, his thoughts scattered. He saw flashes of images, snippets of his past, of faces he had long forgotten, of places he had once visited but never thought about again, and then, the vision shifted. He was standing on the edge of a cliff, looking out over a vast landscape. The sky above was a swirling mass of colors, dark and vibrant, as if the very fabric of reality itself were shifting. Below him, the world seemed to fall away, stretching out into a never-ending abyss. It was a place of chaos, a place where time and space seemed to lose all meaning. And standing next to him, at the edge of the cliff, was the woman. Her eyes met his, and for a moment, Kalen felt as though she could see straight into his soul. Her voice, soft but filled with a weight of knowing, echoed in his mind, "You have come far, Kalen. But the path ahead will not be easy. The choices you make here will shape the world you return to. You must decide, what is the cost of the truth you seek?" The vision flickered, and Kalen was back in the clearing, standing before the stone pillar, his hand still pressed against its surface. His heart raced, and his breath came in short gasps. He pulled his hand away from the stone, the energy from the vision still coursing through him. The question lingered in his mind, what is the cost of the truth you seek? Kalen didn't know the answer, but he understood that this was the next trial. The forest, the river, the shadow, each had led him to this point. And now, in this sacred place, he would be forced to confront the truth of his journey. Whatever lay ahead, he would face it with the knowledge that the truth, once uncovered, could never be taken back. It would change him forever. Kalen stood still before the stone pillar, his heart pounding in his chest, the words of the woman echoing in his mind like a distant drumbeat. What is the cost of the truth you seek? The question seemed simple, yet it carried a weight that felt impossible to bear. Truth, after all, was not just knowledge, it was power. And with power came consequence. The air around him seemed to thicken, pressing in on his chest, making it harder to breathe. The strange energy emanating from the stone pillar seemed to pulse with a life of its own, wrapping itself around him like a living thing. Kalen could feel it in his bones, a cold, electric charge that seemed to tangle with his thoughts. The vision he had seen earlier, the swirling colors of the sky, the abyss below, the woman standing beside him, felt like a warning, a glimpse of something far beyond his comprehension. His eyes drifted back to the water, its surface now still and glassy, reflecting the moonlight in perfect silence. The pool seemed to draw him in, its depths infinite, its blackness a void that threatened to consume him. Yet, there was something irresistible about it, a call that he couldn't ignore. Was this the next step? Was the truth he sought hidden beneath the surface of this eerie water? Kalen stepped forward, his feet crunching against the ground as he moved closer to the pool. He felt a pull, a magnetic force that seemed to reach out and tug at him, urging him to kneel by the edge. With each step, the air grew colder, and the hum of ancient power grew louder, like the beating of a heart just beneath the earth. He knelt at the edge of the water, his hands trembling as he reached out, his fingers brushing the surface of the pool. The moment his skin made contact, the water rippled, the darkness beneath it swirling like a storm. Kalen's breath hitched, and for a moment, he feared that he had made a mistake. But the pull was stronger now, and he couldn't pull his hand away. The surface of the water began to change. Slowly, images began to form in the depths. At first, they were hazy, indistinct, like memories fading into the fog. But then, they sharpened, taking shape and clarity, until Kalen could see them with vivid detail. He saw himself, standing in a vast hall, bathed in golden light. The air was heavy with the scent of incense, and the floor beneath his feet was smooth and cold, made of stone. He was surrounded by people, their faces all hidden in shadow, their eyes watching him with a mixture of reverence and fear. The scene was unfamiliar, Yet Kalen knew it was a memory of his past, one he had long buried. The scene shifted, and Kalen found himself in a forest much like the one he had been walking through, but the trees were different, thicker, darker, their trunks gnarled and twisted. He was not alone this time. Beside him stood a figure, a woman cloaked in black, her face hidden beneath a hood. He knew her. Somehow, he knew her. This is where it began. The woman turned to him, her voice a whisper that seemed to cut through the air like a blade. "You are not the first to walk this path. Kalen," she said, her words heavy with meaning. "You are the inheritor of a legacy. A legacy that will shape the world, for better or for worse." Kalen's heart skipped a beat as the vision shifted again, and he saw himself standing at the edge of a cliff, looking out over a battlefield. The earth beneath him was cracked and scorched, the sky above filled with smoke and fire. He was holding a sword, his hands steady, but his eyes were filled with something else, regret, fear, and a knowledge of the devastation he had caused. The woman stood beside him, her hand on his shoulder, her eyes cold and unfeeling. "What have I done?" The vision wavered, and Kalen pulled his hand away from the water, gasping for breath. His heart was racing, his mind spinning with the images that had flashed before him. He stumbled backward, his legs shaky, his thoughts tumbling over one another. What had he just seen? Was it a memory, or a warning? He couldn't tell. But one thing was clear, he was not the man he thought he was. He was tied to something much greater, something far darker than he had ever imagined. The air around him seemed to grow heavier, pressing in on him from all sides. The shadows that had once seemed distant and remote now seemed to reach out, twisting and creeping along the ground like living things. Kalen's heart thudded in his chest, the fear rising in him like a wave, threatening to overwhelm him. He had crossed rivers, fought shadows, and faced countless trials, but this was different. He was beginning to understand the true cost of the truth he sought. "Do you see it now?" The voice was soft, almost soothing, yet it held a weight that sent a chill down his spine. Kalen turned, and there, standing in the shadows just beyond the clearing, was the woman. She was no longer cloaked in darkness, but her presence still held an air of mystery and power. Her eyes, though soft, seemed to pierce into Kalen's very soul. "Do you understand now what it means to seek the truth?" she asked, her voice calm but insistent. Kalen swallowed, his mouth dry. He could feel the weight of her gaze on him, a pressure that made it difficult to think. I don't know what I saw. Those images. They were mine, but they weren't. What does it all mean?" The woman took a step forward, her presence growing more intense with each movement. "It means that the path you walk is not just your own. It is the culmination of countless choices, some of which were made long before you were born. The legacy you carry is not one of light, Kalen. It is one of shadow, of power, and of destruction." Kalen's heart sank. The truth he had been seeking was darker than he had ever imagined. The visions, the memories, the weight of the forest, it was all connected. The truth was not something he could wield without consequence. Every step forward brought him closer to something he could not control. "You are the heir to something much older than you know," the woman continued, her voice low and steady. "And the choice you must make now will determine the fate of everything. Kalen's mind raced. What choice? What do you want from me? She smiled, a knowing, almost sad smile. I want nothing, Kalen. The choice is yours. But know this, there is always a price to be paid. And sometimes, the cost of truth is far greater than what you are willing to sacrifice. The forest around them seemed to shift, the trees swaying with a sudden breeze that Kalen could not feel. He knew that the moment had come. The woman had spoken of choice, of power, of legacy. But what did it all mean? What was he meant to do with this truth? And what was he willing to pay to unlock the rest of it? As the woman's form faded back into the shadows, Kalen stood at the edge of the water, staring into its depths, his thoughts spinning. The journey was far from over. But now, the real question was, could he afford to continue? The air was still now, unnervingly quiet. Kalen stood at the edge of the water, the dark pool before him shimmering with a light that felt distant, almost unreal. The woman's words still echoed in his mind, the cost of truth, the choice to be made. Her cryptic message had weighed heavily on his shoulders, a weight that grew heavier with each passing moment. He knew, deep down, that the path ahead was one he could not walk alone. And yet, the feeling of being utterly alone in this vast forest was overpowering. He glanced back at the stone pillar behind him, the ancient runes glowing faintly in the moonlight. He had hoped that the answer would become clear once he approached it, but all he had found was more uncertainty. The woman's presence had left an indelible mark on his soul, her words cutting deeper than any blade. Kalen took a deep breath, the cold air filling his lungs as he turned back toward the water. The ripples had settled. The surface once again a mirror to the night sky above. He felt the pull to it, an unexplainable compulsion, like it was calling to him, urging him to look deeper. Was it an invitation? A test? He didn't know, but he understood one thing now. This was the moment he would have to confront what lay within himself. Before he could second-guess himself, he knelt again at the water's edge. His reflection stared back at him, his features distorted slightly by the shifting surface. His eyes, the color of storm clouds, were haunted now, filled with the weight of his choices and the questions he had yet to answer. Was this journey really his to command, or was he being shaped by forces beyond his comprehension? The water seemed to darken, swirling with an unnatural force. Something in its depths began to change, the ripples distorting as though the very fabric of reality was bending. Kalen hesitated, his breath caught in his throat. He could feel something waiting in the darkness beneath the water, something ancient and powerful, calling to him in a way that was both familiar and terrifying. Then, from the depths, a voice emerged, a whisper that seemed to come from everywhere at once, resonating deep within his chest. The truth is not just what you seek, Kalen. It is what you are willing to sacrifice to understand it. Kalen's body stiffened, his pulse quickening. He could feel his heart beat loudly in his ears, the sound of it drowning out the gentle lapping of the water. His fingers hovered just above the surface of the pool, the urge to touch it overwhelming. He had no choice now. The water was pulling him in, its energy wrapping around him like a living thing. Sacrifice. The word lingered in his mind like a curse, one that threatened to unravel everything he thought he knew. What would he have to give up? What price would he have to pay for the knowledge that lay hidden beneath the surface? Would the truth be worth it? With a shaky breath, Kalen plunged his hand into the water. The moment his skin touched the cool liquid, a shock ran through him, one that was both excruciating and electrifying. His entire body jerked as the water surged up his arm, its energy flowing into him, filling him with a dizzying force. Images flooded his mind, so fast and so vivid that he couldn't separate them. He saw the past, his childhood, his home, faces he had long forgotten, all flashing before him in rapid succession. But then, the images began to warp, twisting into something darker, something more ominous. He saw a man, someone he didn't recognize, standing at the edge of a cliff, looking down at a vast, fiery landscape below. The man's face was hidden in shadow, but his posture was one of power, of dominance. His voice was low, a growl of a command that echoed in Kalen's chest. This is your legacy, Kalen. The power to shape the world. The power to destroy it. Kalen felt the words reverberate within him, as if they were a part of him, embedded deep within his soul. He wanted to pull away, to stop the vision, but it was too late. The images continued, relentless, a flood of memories and future possibilities that threatened to break him apart. The man in the vision turned toward Kalen, his face now visible, a face that Kalen knew all too well. It was his own. You will be the one to decide, the man's voice continued, his tone cold, devoid of any warmth. You will decide whether to walk the path of light or to embrace the darkness that calls to you. Kalen gasped, stumbling backward as the vision dissolved before him. The water around his hand swirled violently, and for a moment, the darkness of the pool seemed to reach out, threatening to pull him in entirely. He yanked his hand out of the water, shaking as though the very touch of it had burned him. The forest around him had gone deathly still once more, the air thick with an oppressive silence. He stood there, his mind racing, trying to piece together what he had just seen. The vision had been so clear, so real. But it had also been a warning. His legacy, his true inheritance, was not something he could escape. It was a part of him, something he could not outrun, no matter how hard he tried. The choice had been laid out before him, clearer than ever. The path he walked was not his alone to choose. He was tied to something greater, something far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. And the cost of the truth? It was not just his future, it was the future of everyone around him. But how could he walk this path when he could see the darkness that lay just beyond his reach? How could he embrace a legacy that was filled with such destruction and power? Was there even a choice to be made, or was he already trapped in a fate that had been decided long before he ever entered the forest? The woman's voice echoed in his mind once more. The choice you make now will shape the world you return to. But which choice? The path of light, or the path of darkness? Kalen didn't know if he had the strength to make a decision. He didn't know if he was ready to face the cost of the truth. And yet, he understood that whatever he chose, it would come with consequences, consequences he might not be able to control. With trembling hands, Kalen turned away from the pool, his mind still racing. The journey was far from over. And the shadows, those ancient, haunting shadows, were closing in. The forest was silent. In the eerie stillness that surrounded Kalen, he felt as if the very air itself held its breath, waiting for him to make a move, to choose a direction. His mind was a tangled mess of questions, doubts, and fears. The truth he had sought had not brought clarity, it had only deepened the mystery. He could still feel the ripples of the vision pulsing in his chest, each beat a reminder of the decision that loomed ahead. The moonlight filtered through the canopy above, casting long shadows across the ground. But even the moonlight seemed to dim, as though it too were reluctant to shed light on the path Kalen would take. He had always believed that he could shape his own destiny, that the choices he made would guide him through life. But now, everything had changed. His legacy was something he couldn't control, something that reached back through time, intertwining his fate with powers far beyond his understanding. He could feel the weight of the stone pillar behind him, its runes glowing faintly in the dark, as if calling him back. But he had no answers here, no easy solution to the questions that gnawed at him. The vision had shown him his own face, staring back at him with cold eyes, filled with a knowledge of what he was destined to become. That was the truth, wasn't it? He could not escape it. His destiny was tied to this ancient power, to the darkness that pulsed at the heart of the world. You are not the first to walk this path, Kalen. The woman's voice echoed again in his mind, haunting him like a specter. Those words had followed him ever since their first encounter. She had spoken of legacy, of inheritance, of a power that could shape the world. But what kind of legacy was this? A legacy of destruction? Of power that could burn the world to ashes? Kalen's thoughts flickered back to the vision of the man, his own shadowed face, a reflection of what he might become. The words "you will decide" echoed in his ears. The choice was his, but what was the right choice? Was there even a right choice? He walked slowly, his feet crunching against the forest floor, unsure of where to go. Every direction seemed to lead deeper into the unknown, further into the darkness. But one thing was certain, he couldn't stand still. To remain here, lost in indecision, would be the same as surrendering, and Kalen was not ready to surrender. He reached the edge of the clearing, the darkness closing in around him like an inescapable fog. The shadows were growing longer, more oppressive, as though they had a will of their own. But there, standing just ahead, was something else, a figure, barely visible in the half-light. Kalen stopped. His breath caught in his throat. The figure was cloaked in dark robes, their features hidden beneath a hood. It was a familiar presence, one he had felt in the depths of his soul, though he could not name it. The figure stepped forward, the movement fluid and graceful, and Kalen's heart skipped a beat. There was something about this figure that made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. "You have come far, Kalen," a soft, velvety voice said, smooth and cold, carrying an air of ancient knowledge. Kalen didn't speak. His mouth suddenly dry. He could feel the weight of the figure's gaze, though its face was hidden in shadow. The air around him seemed to grow colder still, as if the presence of the figure was sucking the warmth from the world itself. "Do you understand what you are now?" The voice asked again, this time with a hint of something darker, something that sent a shiver down Kalen's spine. "Do you understand what you must become?" Kalen clenched his fists at his sides, trying to steady his breath. His mind was a whirlwind, spinning with the visions, the woman's words, and now this figure's ominous question. "I don't understand any of this," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't understand what I'm supposed to do." The figure tilted its head, the hood shifting slightly, as if considering him carefully. For a moment, the forest seemed to still even more, the air thickening with anticipation. "You seek the truth," the figure said softly, its tone heavy with significance. "But the truth comes at a cost. Every truth you uncover brings you closer to something that cannot be undone. The path you are walking will lead you to the heart of this world's shadow. And there, you will have to choose, again." Kalen felt a chill crawl up his spine. "What are you saying? What do you want from me?" The figure stepped forward, its presence now tangible, filling the space between them with a dark, ancient energy. "I do not want anything from you," it replied. "But I will tell you this, there are forces at work that even you cannot understand. You are not the only one who has walked this path. You are not the first to face the choices you now face. Others have come before you, men and women who sought the truth, who sought to unlock the power hidden in the shadows." Kalen stood at the crossroads of destiny, the weight of the crystal heavy in his palm. The woman's gaze lingered on him, her silent presence a reminder of everything he had learned, and everything he still did not understand. The vision of the world in flames, the countless faces of those who had fallen before him, haunted him like ghosts, each one a whisper of a future he could choose to avoid, or one he could embrace. The air around him seemed to thrum with energy, the pulse of the forest, the heartbeat of something ancient and powerful that could no longer be ignored. Kalen's fingers twitched around the crystal, its warmth now a constant reminder of the temptation in his hand. Power. It was a gift, or a curse. But what kind of legacy did he want to leave behind? Could he truly control this force, or would it control him, as it had consumed those before him? The woman before him was silent, her expression unreadable, but Kalen could feel her eyes upon him, searching. She had led him here. She had given him the knowledge he sought, and now, she waited. "What will you do, Kalen?" Her voice was soft, almost like a breath, but there was an edge to it that made his heart race. "You've seen what this power can do. You know the cost. But what will you do with it? Will you be the one who succumbs to the darkness, or the one who stands against it?" Kalen's thoughts swirled. The gravity of the moment pressing down on him with the weight of 1,000 lifetimes. His entire life had led him to this point. Every choice, every step he had taken, had brought him to the heart of this shadowed path. But could he step away? Could he deny what lay before him? The crystal pulsed in his hand, its warmth growing hotter, sending a jolt of energy up his arm. He looked at the woman, his mind racing. "How do I know what's right? How can I know if I'm strong enough to make this choice?" The woman's lips parted slightly, but she didn't answer immediately. Instead, she seemed to study him, her eyes dark and deep, as if weighing his very soul. Then, she nodded, a sad, almost imperceptible gesture. "There is no certainty, Kalen. Only the will to choose. And even then, the consequences may not be what you expect." Her voice softened, almost as if she were speaking to herself more than to him. "What you are holding now, this power, is not something you can control with strength alone. It will test you. It will push you to the brink. But the choice is yours to make." Kalen looked down at the crystal again, its light now flickering as if in response to the turmoil within him. The air around him seemed to grow colder, the shadows lengthening, stretching like tendrils waiting to pull him in. He thought back to the visions, the faces of those who had come before him, their eyes hollowed by the same darkness. He thought of the figure he had seen, the man whose face had been twisted by time and power, who had once stood where Kalen stood now. Had they all been doomed from the start? Was there any escaping this fate? No. He wouldn't accept that. He couldn't. His jaw tightened as a new resolve began to grow within him. He couldn't let himself become another lost soul, another pawn in the game of forces far beyond his control. He wouldn't be the one to destroy the world, to bring it to its knees. With a deep breath, Kalen stepped forward, away from the altar, away from the crystal. He held the artifact tightly, but no longer with reverence or fear. It pulsed in his hand, alive with energy. But he wouldn't let it dominate him. "I refuse," he said, his voice steady and unwavering. "I refuse to let this power control me. I will not become what they all became." The woman didn't move, didn't speak. She merely watched him, her expression unreadable. For a moment, Kalen stood there, alone with the weight of his decision. The darkness that surrounded him seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something. The shadows lengthened, but now, Kalen could feel them retreating, as if his decision had begun to push them back. Then, as if on cue, the ground beneath his feet trembled, a low rumble echoing through the clearing. The trees seemed to shake, their leaves rustling in a sudden gust of wind. Kalen's heart raced, his senses heightened as a presence unlike anything he had felt before began to stir in the depths of the forest. The woman's eyes widened slightly, and she took a step back, her face pale. "You've made your choice, Kalen. But the path you've chosen will not be easy." Kalen turned to her, his grip still firm around the crystal. "I know. But I can't allow this power to consume me. If the world is to survive, it must be done on my terms, not on the terms of the darkness." For a moment, the forest held its breath, the air thick with tension. Then, with a sudden surge of energy, a crackling force rippled through the air, pulling at the crystal in Kalen's hand. It was as if the world itself had rejected his decision, as though the power within the crystal was fighting against him. The woman's eyes flashed with something that Kalen couldn't quite decipher, something both dangerous and knowing. "You do not understand, Kalen," she said softly, her voice carrying a note of finality. "This power does not belong to you. You cannot simply walk away from it. It will come for you. It will drag you back." Kalen's grip tightened. "I will fight it," he said, his voice low and defiant. "I will not let it break me." For the first time, the woman's expression seemed to falter. She didn't speak, but her eyes seemed to soften, a flicker of something close to regret crossing her face. "I hope you understand what you've done," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the howling wind that had picked up around them. "Once you've made this choice, there is no turning back. The shadow will never truly leave you." Kalen's pulse quickened, his mind racing. Was he truly prepared for the consequences of his decision? He had chosen to defy the darkness, to stand against the tide, but was he strong enough to do it alone? Before he could respond, the ground beneath his feet cracked, the forest groaning as if in agony. The clearing seemed to stretch and warp, the trees bending in impossible angles as if they were being consumed by an unseen force. Kalen felt the crystal in his hand vibrate violently, its light flashing brighter and brighter. Then, with a sudden explosion of energy, the world around him erupted into chaos. The ground beneath Kalen's feet buckled as if the very earth was rejecting his defiance. The crystal in his hand pulsed erratically, each beat like a heartbeat of the forest itself, thrumming with raw, untamed energy. He staggered backward as a wave of energy swept through the clearing, a whirlwind of invisible forces pulling at his mind and body. The air crackled with an electric charge, making the hairs on his arms stand on end. For a split second, he thought he might lose his grip on the crystal. The force threatening to tear it from his hands was unlike anything he had ever felt, a deep, insidious pull, like the earth was trying to drag him into its depths. But Kalen tightened his fingers around the smooth, cold surface of the artifact, his resolve hardening. He would not yield. Not now. Not ever. The wind howled through the trees, the branches bending and creaking as if the forest itself was alive and angry. The clearing seemed to warp around him, the shapes of the trees and rocks stretching and shifting in the flickering light. A deep rumble echoed through the ground, like the forest was groaning in agony, its very essence disturbed by the defiance he had shown. Kalen's heart raced, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. He had chosen the path of resistance. But the consequences were unfolding before him with terrifying speed. The crystal in his hand flared brightly, a blinding light that illuminated the clearing in an almost supernatural glow, and then, as if the world had been holding its breath, it exploded into chaos. The air around Kalen seemed to crack apart, the energy from the crystal surging outward in all directions. A blinding pulse of light tore through the forest, sending a shockwave rippling through the trees. The very earth trembled beneath his feet, and the ground cracked open, splitting like the skin of a living creature. Kalen stumbled, falling to his knees as the power of the crystal overwhelmed him. His vision blurred, and for a moment it felt as though the forest was swallowing him whole. The light around him grew unbearable, his skin tingling with the intensity of the energy surging through the air. He could feel the pull of something ancient and malevolent, something that had been waiting for this moment to come. You should have embraced it, Kalen. The voice echoed in his mind again, the same voice that had whispered to him in the forest. The figure, the one who had shown him his dark future, his twisted reflection. His words, so full of warning, now seemed like a prophecy he could not avoid. You cannot escape this. No one can. Kalen gritted his teeth and tried to push the voice from his mind. But it clung to him like a shadow, its weight suffocating. The power of the crystal was too much, the force of its energy threatening to break him. It was a tug-of-war within his soul, the darkness pulling at him, and his will to resist struggling against it with every ounce of his strength. But then, through the haze of his thoughts, he heard another voice, soft, gentle, yet firm, Kalen. He blinked, his vision still swirling with light and shadow. The voice was familiar, a voice that grounded him, that brought him back to himself. He looked up, and through the blinding radiance, he saw her, standing at the edge of the clearing, the woman. The one who had guided him this far. Her figure was outlined in the pale light, but she was not glowing, not like the crystal. She was solid, real, a presence that steadied him. She stepped forward, her movements graceful but determined, Let go of it, she said, her voice unwavering, but her eyes were filled with sorrow. Kaylin, you have to let go of the crystal. It will consume you if you hold on to it any longer. Kaylin's breath came in short, ragged bursts. He could feel the crystal pulsing in his hand, its energy threatening to tear him apart. The very fabric of reality seemed to be stretching, unraveling around him as the forces within the crystal fought against his will. But in that moment, her voice broke through the storm. Steadying him, "I can't," Kaylin whispered, the words barely audible. His body shook with the effort to maintain control. "I've come too far. I can't just let go. Look at what it's doing to you." Her voice softened, a note of sadness in it. "Look at what it's doing to everything around you. The power you seek, it is not yours to wield." Kaylin's heart pounded in his chest. He wanted to fight it. He wanted to believe that he could control the power, that he could make it bend to his will, but the truth was undeniable. The very forest was writhing in pain, the earth trembling beneath his feet. His own body felt as though it was being stretched, as if the crystal was trying to rip him apart. His thoughts flashed back to the vision of the future, to the man whose face had been twisted by the power he had embraced. The path ahead was clear now. He could see it. If he continued on this course, he would become that man, the one whose soul was hollowed by the darkness. He clenched his teeth, his muscles straining with the effort. "I will not become him." With all the strength he could muster, Kaylin closed his eyes, focusing on the truth buried deep within him, the part of himself that refused to be controlled, the part that still clung to hope. The crystal throbbed in his hand, urging him to keep holding on, to keep feeding it with his will, but Kaylin took a deep breath. And with a quiet, steady exhale, he did something he never thought he could do. He released it. The moment his fingers loosened, the crystal slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground with a soft thud. The instant it left his hand, the surge of energy that had been ripping through him ceased, and the forest seemed to exhale a collective breath. The air cleared, the oppressive weight lifting from Kaylin's chest. The light that had engulfed the clearing faded, leaving the forest in a sudden and profound stillness. Kaylin collapsed to his knees, his body trembling with exhaustion. He felt as though he had been pulled through fire and back, the rawness of the experience settling into every fiber of his being. But for the first time in what felt like an eternity, he felt at peace. The storm inside him had calmed, and he no longer felt the crushing weight of the crystal's power. The woman approached him, her expression a mixture of relief and something deeper, something that Kaylin couldn't quite place. She knelt beside him, her hand resting gently on his shoulder. "You did it," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "You let go." Kaylin nodded slowly, his breath coming easier now. "I didn't have a choice," he murmured. "It was too much. It wasn't my fight to win." She smiled, a sad, knowing smile. "No. It was never meant to be." Kaylin's gaze flickered to the crystal lying on the ground. Its once glowing surface now dull, its power no longer radiating. For a moment, it almost seemed harmless, but Kaylin knew better now. The power was still out there, waiting, watching. And though he had taken a step back from it, the shadow of the path he had chosen would follow him, lingering at the edges of his soul. As Kaylin finally releases the crystal's hold on him, the storm of energy within the forest dissipates. But the journey is far from over. With his decision made, the consequences of his actions begin to unfold. What will the future hold for Kalen? And will the shadows he has defied continue to haunt him, or will they follow him, dragging him deeper into the darkness? The stillness that followed Kalen's decision was almost eerie. The forest, once alive with energy and tension, now seemed suspended in time, as if it had been holding its breath, waiting for the storm to pass. The ground beneath him no longer quaked, and the air was free of the oppressive force that had once threatened to tear him apart. But despite the calm, a sense of unease lingered. Something was still out there, something just beyond the veil, watching, waiting for the right moment to strike. Kalen slowly stood, his legs weak but steady. He could still feel the residual power of the crystal, the echoes of its energy thrumming faintly in his bones. The weight of his choice pressed down on him. But there was a strange sense of peace, too, a quiet relief that came from the knowledge that he had resisted its pull. The woman stood beside him, her hand still resting on his shoulder. Her eyes, dark and knowing, studied him with a mixture of pride and sorrow. She had warned him of the consequences, of the forces he would face, but now, she seemed almost relieved. It was as if she had been waiting for him to make the right choice. "You've done it," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "You've chosen the path of resistance, not just for yourself, but for the world. The darkness that threatens us will not claim you, not yet." Kalen nodded slowly, though the weight of her words hung in the air. "Not yet." The words lingered like an echo, a reminder that the battle was far from over. He had chosen to fight, but there was still much to face, and the price of his defiance had yet to be fully revealed. He glanced down at the crystal lying on the ground, its once gleaming surface now dull and lifeless. It no longer pulsed with energy, its power seemingly extinguished by his choice. But something deep inside him told him that this was not the end, not the true end of the story. The forces he had defied would not simply disappear. They would come for him, one way or another. "It's not over," Kalen muttered, his voice thick with uncertainty. The woman's gaze flickered to the crystal. Then back to Kalen. "No, it's not. The path you've chosen is fraught with danger, Kalen. The darkness is not something you can simply ignore. It will find a way back to you. And when it does, you must be ready to face it, fully." He met her eyes, his jaw tight with resolve. "I'm not afraid of it. I've already faced it. I can do it again." She gave him a small, sad smile, though there was a hint of something almost wistful in her expression. "You think you can. But the darkness is not something that can be fought with strength alone. It is something that corrupts, that seeps into your very soul. You have seen the path it leads to. Can you truly fight that?" Kalen hesitated, the weight of her words sinking deep into him. He had seen the vision, the twisted man, the hollowed face, the one who had fallen into the abyss. But he couldn't allow himself to become that. Not now. Not after everything he had learned. He wouldn't allow it. He couldn't. "I won't become that," Kalen said, his voice steady, though there was a flicker of doubt in his chest. "I've chosen this path. I'll face whatever comes. I'll face it head on." The woman nodded, but there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. I hope you understand the weight of that decision, Kalen. You are not the first to think they could resist the darkness. Many have tried, and many have failed. Kalen clenched his fists. The memory of the twisted figure in his vision burning in his mind. I'm not like them. I won't fail. She did not respond, but her silence spoke volumes. She stepped back, giving him space, and for a moment, Kalen was alone in the clearing. The wind had died down, and the forest seemed to settle into a heavy stillness, as if it too were waiting for what would come next. Kalen looked out over the vast expanse of the forest, the trees stretching far into the distance. He had come this far, and there was no turning back. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with danger and darkness, but it was the only path he could walk, and as the woman faded into the shadows, her presence lingering like a memory, Kalen knew that the hardest part was still ahead of him. The darkness would come. He could feel it in the air, in the ground beneath his feet. It was waiting, watching, biding its time, but Kalen would be ready. He had to be, as Kalen steels himself for what lies ahead. The calm after the storm gives way to an unsettling quiet. The darkness he has defied has not disappeared, it waits for him, ready to strike. And Kalen must be ready to face it, armed not just with the strength of his resolve, but with a deeper understanding of the forces at play. What will the future hold? And how far is Kalen willing to go to protect the world from the shadows that threaten to consume it? The days following Kalen's decision passed in a blur of uncertainty and quiet determination. The world around him seemed to breathe in a tense, expectant rhythm, as if the very air was waiting for something to happen. The forest, once alive with the chaos of raw energy, had fallen into a deep silence. The trees stood still, their branches heavy with the weight of secrets they had witnessed over the ages. The whispers that had once filled the air were now gone, leaving only the sound of Kalen's own breath and the occasional rustle of leaves. He had expected something to happen, some sort of immediate consequence for his defiance. But as the days wore on, he began to wonder if the danger was truly as imminent as it had seemed. Had the darkness truly been banished with the release of the crystal? Or was it merely biding its time, waiting for the right moment to strike? Kalen didn't know, but he couldn't afford to wait and see. He spent his days wandering the forest, his thoughts consumed by the events that had unfolded. He had made his choice, and though the weight of it still pressed down on him, there was something else now, an awareness. A clarity that had not been there before. It was as if the very act of releasing the crystal had awakened something deep within him, something primal. Something that called him to action. He had trained for this moment, both physically and mentally, preparing himself for the battles he knew were coming. But now, he felt as though he was being pulled in another direction. The forest seemed to be guiding him, calling him forward with an unseen hand, urging him to take a path that would lead him to whatever awaited him next. One morning, after a long night of restlessness, Kalen awoke with a sense of urgency. The familiar quiet of the forest felt wrong, as though something had shifted in the air. The birds were silent, the wind still. It was as if the world itself was holding its breath. He could feel it deep within his bones, the approach of something dark, something ancient. He had to move. He couldn't stay here any longer, not when the shadows were closing in. Kalen packed his things quickly, gathering only what he needed. He couldn't afford to waste time. He had to find the answers, to uncover the truth behind the darkness that had threatened him. The forest had been a haven for him, a place where he had come to terms with his choices. But now, it felt like a cage. The answers he sought lay elsewhere. With one final glance at the clearing where he had made his stand, Kalen turned and walked away, his steps resolute, his eyes fixed on the horizon. For days, Kalen traveled. He moved swiftly, his mind focused on the path ahead, the weight of his decisions heavy on his shoulders. The world around him was silent, as if the landscape itself had been caught in the same waiting game he had been playing. The earth beneath his feet was firm, but the trees and rocks that surrounded him seemed to watch him, their ancient eyes full of secrets he could not yet understand. He had not seen the woman again. She had faded into the shadows, leaving him with nothing but the weight of her words. The darkness is not something you can simply ignore. He could still hear her voice in his mind, her cautionary tone ringing in his ears. But Kalen was determined. He could feel the pull of something beyond the horizon, a force that was drawing him forward. He had to find it. He had to confront it. It wasn't until he reached the foot of a mountain range, dark and jagged against the fading light of dusk, that Kalen felt the true weight of what he was about to do. The air here was thick with something he couldn't name, an oppressive pressure that made his chest tighten with every breath. The wind howled through the craggy peaks, carrying with it the scent of ancient earth and forgotten things. He could feel it now, the presence that had been watching him, waiting for this very moment. Kalen stood at the base of the mountain, his heart racing as the darkness seemed to draw closer, like a tide rising in the distance. The shadows of the mountain stretched long across the valley, swallowing the light. He knew this place. He had seen it before in his dreams, in the visions that had plagued him since the day he had taken the crystal. This was where it all began. The heart of the darkness that had been slowly creeping toward him. The place where the path he had chosen would either be forged or shattered. With a deep breath, Kalen stepped forward, his mind made up. He would not turn back. Not now. Not after everything he had done. The mountain loomed before him, its peak hidden by the clouds. It felt alive, breathing with an ancient, malevolent energy. Kalen could almost hear it whispering to him, its voice low and guttural, like the wind itself speaking in tongues. It was the voice of the darkness he had defied, calling him to come closer, to embrace his fate. He didn't know how long he had been walking, the distance between him and the mountain stretching further than he had anticipated. His legs were tired, his mind clouded with doubt, but the pull of the mountain was undeniable. It called to him, its presence like a shadow on the edge of his consciousness, beckoning him forward. As the night drew on, Kalen finally reached the entrance to a cave, a jagged opening in the mountainside, its mouth black and foreboding. The air around it felt thick, almost suffocating, and Kalen hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. He had known this moment would come, but now that it was here, he found himself wondering if he was truly ready. But there was no turning back. With his hand on the hilt of his sword, Kalen entered the cave, the darkness swallowing him whole. Inside, the cave was silent, the only sound the echo of Kalen's footsteps as they echoed off the stone walls. The deeper he went, the colder it became, and the air grew heavier with each step. The walls seemed to close in around him, the darkness pressing in like a tangible force, pushing him toward whatever lay at the heart of this forsaken place. He didn't know what he was looking for, whether it was the source of the darkness itself, or something that could help him fight it. But he had to find it. He had to know the truth. As Kalen ventured deeper into the cave, he began to sense something else, something moving in the shadows. Something watching him from the corners of his vision. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end, and the oppressive atmosphere seemed to grow heavier. Then, just as he was about to take another step, he stopped. A faint light flickered in the distance, just beyond the bend of the cave. Kalen's heart raced as he slowly moved toward it, the feeling of dread growing stronger with each step. When he rounded the corner, he found himself standing in a vast cavern, its walls covered in ancient symbols. In the center of the cavern, there was a pedestal, and upon it lay a stone, glowing faintly in the darkness. The light seemed to pulse with a rhythm, like a heartbeat, and Kalen felt an undeniable pull toward it. The stone. It was calling to him. It was as if everything he had done, everything he had experienced, had led him to this moment. He stepped closer, and as his hand reached out to touch the stone, a voice echoed in his mind, a voice he knew all too well. "You were always meant to find me, Kalen." The voice was familiar, and as Kalen's fingers brushed the surface of the stone, everything he had feared, everything he had fought to avoid, came crashing down upon him. The darkness, the forces he had defied, were not just outside of him, they were inside him. Kalen's hand trembled as it hovered just above the stone. The voice in his mind was unmistakable, its cold, whispering tone sending a chill down his spine. "You were always meant to find me, Kalen." The words were like a curse, echoing with a sense of inevitability that struck deep at the core of his being. He knew this voice. He recognized it from his dreams, from the moments of doubt that had haunted him since the very first time he had taken the crystal. This was the voice of the darkness, the very force he had sought to defy. His fingers hovered over the stone, the coldness radiating from it creeping into his bones, pulling him toward it with an almost magnetic force. Every fiber of his being screamed at him to turn away, to leave this place and never look back. Yet there was something undeniable about the pull of the stone, something that seemed to speak directly to the very essence of his soul. Kalen tried to steady his breath, to focus on the reasons he had come here. He had chosen this path. He had defied the darkness once, and he would not succumb to it now. But the voice was relentless, seeping into his thoughts, wrapping around his mind like a vine, squeezing tighter with every passing moment. "You cannot escape it," the voice whispered. "You never could. This is your fate, Kalen. You were always meant to be my vessel." The words rattled through his mind, a twisted reflection of his deepest fears. Was it true? Had he been destined for this from the very beginning? Was his fight against the darkness simply a futile struggle, a rebellion against a force that was already embedded within him? He recoiled from the stone, his hand jerking back as though burned. His heart raced in his chest, and his mind screamed for clarity, for understanding. He needed to remember who he was. He had fought too hard to get this far, to allow the darkness to consume him now. The cavern around him seemed to grow darker still, the air thickening with a sense of malevolent presence. The walls seemed to close in, and the ground beneath his feet shifted, as if the very stone was alive, reacting to his presence. But then, as if sensing his hesitation, the stone pulsed with a sudden surge of power. The glow brightened, almost blinding in its intensity, and Kalen staggered back, raising his hand to shield his eyes. The voice continued, its tone now more insistent, more commanding. "You are mine, Kalen. It is too late to resist." His breath caught in his throat as the ground beneath him cracked open with a deafening sound. A rift, like a gaping wound in the earth, split open before him, and from within it, a dark mist began to rise. The mist curled and writhed, swirling around him like an ancient, malevolent spirit, its tendrils reaching out toward him. Kalen's pulse quickened, the force of the darkness crashing against his mind like a tidal wave. He could feel the weight of its presence, its power, its hunger. It was alive, and it was hungry. Hungry for him. Hungry for everything he had fought to protect. He stumbled backward, his eyes wide with panic, but his feet seemed glued to the ground. The mist pressed in, and the voice became louder, more overwhelming, until it seemed to reverberate through every fiber of his being. "This is your true purpose. You were always meant to be a part of me. The darkness will consume you, Kalen. And when it does, you will finally understand." Kalen shook his head violently, the cold sweat beading on his forehead. He fought against the overwhelming weight of the voice, against the crushing pull of the mist that was seeping into his skin, into his very soul. "No." Kalen's voice cracked, desperate. "I won't let you take me. I won't become like them." The voice faltered for a moment, a brief flicker of doubt in its icy tone. "You think you can fight it? You think you can resist?" Kalen took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of strength within him. The air around him grew colder, the darkness pressing tighter, but he refused to give in. He would not become a vessel for the darkness. He would not let it consume him. With every ounce of his will, Kalen reached deep inside, pulling on the strength he had nurtured through his trials, the strength of his choices, the strength of his defiance. His resolve burned brighter than the darkness that sought to swallow him. He raised his hand again, and this time, it was not with fear. It was with purpose. "I will fight you," he whispered through gritted teeth. "I will fight you with everything I have." The stone before him began to crack, fissures spreading across its surface like a web of shattered glass. The glow dimmed as the energy within it seemed to falter, pushed back by the force of Kalen's will. "You cannot destroy me, Kalen. You cannot escape your fate." The mist continued to swirl, its form twisting and writhing, but Kalen stood firm, his resolve unwavering. He could feel the stone's energy, the remnants of its power, pressing against him like a vice. But he refused to yield. He would not let this be the end. He focused on the crystal in his chest, the one he had freed himself from. The one he had once thought would lead him to his downfall. The crystal's energy pulsed in his mind, a deep, resonant hum that seemed to call to him. He had cast it away, but its power still flowed through him, its potential still raw, untapped. He had made his choice. He had rejected the stone's call once, and he would do so again. With every ounce of strength he had left, Kalen willed the power within him to surge, to push back against the suffocating grip of the darkness. His breath quickened, and the world around him seemed to explode in a burst of light, a radiant pulse of energy that pushed the mist back, forcing it to retreat. For a moment, the cavern was still. The oppressive darkness faded. And the stone, now cracked and lifeless, lay dormant on the pedestal, but Kalen knew better than to believe it was over. The voice, though quieter now, still lingered in the back of his mind, like a whisper in the dark. This is not the end, Kalen. This is only the beginning. Kalen's body trembled with exhaustion, but he stood tall, his eyes locked on the remnants of the stone. The path he had chosen was not an easy one, and it was far from over. But for now, at least, the darkness had been pushed back. And for the first time in a long while, Kalen allowed himself to breathe, to rest. The fight was far from over. But Kalen was no longer alone. Kalen's hand trembled as it hovered just above the stone. The voice in his mind was unmistakable, its cold, whispering tone sending a chill down his spine. "You were always meant to find me, Kalen." The words were like a curse, echoing with a sense of inevitability that struck deep at the core of his being. He knew this voice. He recognized it from his dreams, from the moments of doubt that had haunted him since the very first time he had taken the crystal. This was the voice of the darkness, the very force he had sought to defy. His fingers hovered over the stone, the coldness radiating from it creeping into his bones, pulling him toward it with an almost magnetic force. Every fiber of his being screamed at him to turn away, to leave this place and never look back. Yet there was something undeniable about the pull of the stone, something that seemed to speak directly to the very essence of his soul. Kalen tried to steady his breath, to focus on the reasons he had come here. He had chosen this path. He had defied the darkness once, and he would not succumb to it now. But the voice was relentless, seeping into his thoughts, wrapping around his mind like a vine, squeezing tighter with every passing moment. "You cannot escape it," the voice whispered. "You never could. This is your fate, Kalen. You were always meant to be my vessel." The words rattled through his mind, a twisted reflection of his deepest fears. Was it true? Had he been destined for this from the very beginning? Was his fight against the darkness simply a futile struggle, a rebellion against a force that was already embedded within him? He recoiled from the stone, his hand jerking back as though burned. His heart raced in his chest, and his mind screamed for clarity, for understanding. He needed to remember who he was. He had fought too hard to get this far, to allow the darkness to consume him now. The cavern around him seemed to grow darker still, the air thickening with a sense of malevolent presence. The walls seemed to close in, and the ground beneath his feet shifted, as if the very stone was alive, reacting to his presence. But then, as if sensing his hesitation, the stone pulsed with a sudden surge of power. The glow brightened, almost blinding in its intensity, and Kalen staggered back, raising his hand to shield his eyes. The voice continued, its tone now more insistent, more commanding. "You are mine, Kalen. It is too late to resist." His breath caught in his throat as the ground beneath him cracked open with a deafening sound. A rift, like a gaping wound in the earth, split open before him, and from within it, a dark mist began to rise. The mist curled and writhed, swirling around him like an ancient, malevolent spirit, its tendrils reaching out toward him. Kalen's pulse quickened, the force of the darkness crashing against his mind like a tidal wave. He could feel the weight of its presence, its power, its hunger. It was alive, and it was hungry. Hungry for him. Hungry for everything he had fought to protect. He stumbled backward, his eyes wide with panic, but his feet seemed glued to the ground. The mist pressed in, and the voice became louder, more overwhelming, until it seemed to reverberate through every fiber of his being. "This is your true purpose. You were always meant to be a part of me. The darkness will consume you, Kalen. And when it does, you will finally understand. Kalen shook his head violently, the cold sweat beading on his forehead. He fought against the overwhelming weight of the voice, against the crushing pull of the mist that was seeping into his skin. Into his very soul. No. Kalen's voice cracked, desperate. I won't let you take me. I won't become like them. The voice faltered for a moment, a brief flicker of doubt in its icy tone. You think you can fight it? You think you can resist? Kalen took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of strength within him. The air around him grew colder, the darkness pressing tighter, but he refused to give in. He would not become a vessel for the darkness. He would not let it consume him. With every ounce of his will, Kalen reached deep inside, pulling on the strength he had nurtured through his trials, the strength of his choices, the strength of his defiance. His resolve burned brighter than the darkness that sought to swallow him. He raised his hand again, and this time, it was not with fear. It was with purpose. I will fight you, he whispered through gritted teeth. I will fight you with everything I have. The stone before him began to crack, fissures spreading across its surface like a web of shattered glass. The glow dimmed as the energy within it seemed to falter, pushed back by the force of Kalen's will. You cannot destroy me, Kalen. You cannot escape your fate. The mist continued to swirl, its form twisting and writhing, but Kalen stood firm, his resolve unwavering. He could feel the stone's energy, the remnants of its power, pressing against him like a vice. But he refused to yield. He would not let this be the end. He focused on the crystal in his chest, the one he had freed himself from, the one he had once thought would lead him to his downfall. The crystal's energy pulsed in his mind, a deep, resonant hum that seemed to call to him. He had cast it away, but its power still flowed through him, its potential still raw, untapped. He had made his choice. He had rejected the stone's call once, and he would do so again. With every ounce of strength he had left, Kalen willed the power within him to surge, to push back against the suffocating grip of the darkness. His breath quickened, and the world around him seemed to explode in a burst of light, a radiant pulse of energy that pushed the mist back. Forcing it to retreat, for a moment, the cavern was still. The oppressive darkness faded, and the stone, now cracked and lifeless, lay dormant on the pedestal, but Kalen knew better than to believe it was over. The voice, though quieter now, still lingered in the back of his mind, like a whisper in the dark. This is not the end, Kalen. This is only the beginning. Kalen's body trembled with exhaustion, but he stood tall, his eyes locked on the remnants of the stone. The path he had chosen was not an easy one, and it was far from over. But for now, at least, the darkness had been pushed back. And for the first time in a long while, Kalen allowed himself to breathe, to rest. The fight was far from over. But Kalen was no longer alone. Kalen stood in the moonlight, his eyes locked on the woman before him. She was unlike anyone he had met, her presence both unsettling and strangely reassuring. The calm in her gaze, the softness in her voice, seemed to ease the tension that had been building inside him. But the unease remained. There was something in the way she spoke, something in the air itself, that made him question her intentions. Her words had struck a chord deep within him. The darkness you fight is only one part of a much larger picture. What did she mean by that? And how did she know his name? Kalen had done everything in his power to stay out of the reach of those who would seek to control his fate. But somehow, she had found him, just as the darkness always seemed to do. He stepped back, still wary, his hand instinctively tightening around the hilt of his sword. His thoughts raced, each question chasing the other, but he kept his voice steady. How do you know who I am? The woman tilted her head slightly, her eyes flicking to his sword for a moment, before she smiled again, a faint glimmer of amusement in her expression. I know more than just your name, Kalen. I know what you've been through, the weight you carry, and the burden you bear. I know the choices you've made and the path you've walked. She paused, her gaze growing more serious. I know because it is the same path I have walked. Kalen's grip on his sword relaxed ever so slightly. You're not making sense, he said, confusion lacing his voice. How can you have walked the same path as me? Who are you, really? The woman's expression softened, and she stepped closer, her movements fluid and graceful. My name is Alira, she said quietly, and I have seen the darkness you fight. I have seen it grow, spreading its tendrils across this land. And I have seen what it has done to you, Kalen. Kalen's heart clenched at her words. Seen what it has done to you. The words echoed through his mind, and for the first time in a long while, he allowed himself to acknowledge the truth he had been running from. The darkness had changed him. It had altered his very being in ways he couldn't fully comprehend. It had marked him, and no matter how far he traveled or how hard he fought, he could feel its influence, its shadow, lurking just beneath the surface. I know that you think you're alone in this, Alira continued, her voice low and soothing, but you're not. The battle you're fighting, the fight against the darkness, is one that has been waged for centuries. It is not just your battle, Kalen. It's a fight that many before you have fought, and many others will continue to fight after you. You are part of something larger than yourself. Something ancient. Kalen shook his head. I don't need your pity. I don't need to be part of some ancient war. I just want to be free. I want to stop this darkness, end it once and for all. Alira's expression darkened slightly, her eyes intense and piercing. You think that simply wanting it is enough? She asked softly. The darkness will not end just because you wish it to. It is not so easily vanquished, Kalen. It is a force that has existed since the beginning of time, a force that feeds on fear and doubt. You cannot fight it alone. Kalen felt a surge of frustration. I've been fighting it alone for as long as I can remember, he said, his voice rising. I've made it this far, haven't I? Alira's gaze softened once more. Yes, you have, she agreed. But you've also seen the toll it takes. The darkness has already begun to take hold of you in ways you cannot see, and it will continue to do so until there is nothing left. You may not even recognize the person you become in the end. The words hit him like a physical blow, and for a moment, Kalen felt a deep, gnawing fear at the pit of his stomach. Was it true? Had the darkness already consumed him in ways he couldn't even fathom? Was he already too far gone to turn back? Then what am I supposed to do? Kalen asked, his voice quiet now, barely a whisper. If I can't fight this alone, then what choice do I have? Alira took another step closer, her presence both comforting and unnerving. "You must join us," she said softly. "The fight against the darkness cannot be won alone. You need others, Kaylin. You need the strength of those who have fought before you, who know the ways of the light and the darkness, who understand what it truly means to stand against the shadows." Kaylin's mind raced. Join who? Was there a group of people like him, people who had faced the darkness and survived? He had never heard of such a group, and part of him feared what it might mean to join forces with others. Would he lose himself in the process? Would he become a pawn in someone else's war? And who exactly are these people? He asked, his voice thick with suspicion. Alira met his gaze evenly, her eyes filled with a quiet determination. "We are the keepers," she said simply. "We have been tasked with protecting the world from the darkness for centuries. We are the guardians of the light, the ones who fight in the shadows, the ones who walk the path between the two." Kaylin's mind whirled. The Keepers. It was a name he had never heard before, yet somehow, it felt familiar, as though it had been waiting for him all along. "And you think I'm supposed to just trust you?" he asked, his skepticism apparent. "You expect me to join some secret group and fight a war I don't even understand?" Alira's expression was steady, unwavering. "You don't have to trust me, Kaylin," she said. "But you should trust yourself. You've already seen what the darkness can do. You've already felt it. And you know, deep down, that you can't do this alone." Kaylin's eyes flicked to the distant horizon, where the stars twinkled in the vastness of the night sky. He thought about everything he had been through, the pain, the struggle, the constant shadow that had followed him every step of the way. He thought about the people he had lost, the friends he had failed, the darkness that had slowly but surely consumed them all. Could he really fight this battle on his own? Could he continue to resist, knowing that the darkness was only growing stronger? His heart wavered. There was no simple answer. The darkness was real, and it had already touched his soul. But if he joined the Keepers, if he placed his trust in them, would it be the end of his journey, or the beginning of something even greater? Kaylin looked back at Alira, his gaze searching, weighing his options. He had been on his own for so long, but now, for the first time, he felt the weight of something more, a possibility that he had never allowed himself to consider. "How do I join?" he asked, his voice quiet but resolute. Alira's smile was soft, almost sad. "Follow me, Kaylin. I will take you to the others." As Kaylin followed Alira through the darkened woods, the path ahead seemed uncertain, shrouded in mystery. He didn't know what awaited him, but for the first time in a long while, he allowed himself to believe that there might be hope. The shadows had followed him for so long, but perhaps, just perhaps, there was a way to walk the path that lay ahead without being consumed by them, and so, with one step into the unknown, Kaylin made his choice. He would fight, not alone, but alongside those who had fought before him. The darkness was far from defeated, but he had found something worth fighting for. Kaylin walked beside Alira, his mind heavy with questions, each step taking him further from the world he had known. The forest around them was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, the trees towering high above them, their branches interwoven like a web that kept the world outside hidden. The air felt different here, charged with a quiet energy, as though the very ground beneath his feet was alive with secrets. The path ahead was narrow, winding through the woods like a forgotten trail. The only sounds were the soft rustle of the leaves, the occasional chirp of insects, and the rhythmic crunch of their footsteps on the forest floor. As they walked, Kalen's mind kept returning to the same question: who were the keepers? He had never heard of them before, yet Alira spoke of them as though they were an ancient order, one that had fought the darkness for centuries. Could such a group really exist? Had they been hidden all this time, watching as the world fell deeper into shadow? Alira walked ahead of him. Her pace steady, her figure barely discernible against the dimming light. She seemed so sure of herself, so calm, as though the uncertainty and danger Kalen felt was something she had long ago come to terms with. Her presence, once unsettling, now seemed to carry a sense of purpose, a determination that resonated with him, drawing him in. How long have the keepers been fighting the darkness? Kalen asked, his voice breaking the silence between them. Alira didn't look back at him, but her voice carried clearly through the stillness. Longer than you can imagine, she said softly. We have been fighting since before recorded history. Our order was founded in response to the first stirrings of the darkness. When it began to seep into the world and twist the hearts of men. Over the centuries, we have kept the balance, guarding the light from the shadows, protecting those who cannot protect themselves. Kalen absorbed her words, his mind racing. The first stirrings of the darkness. That was a thought that shook him to his core. Was this battle really as old as she said? Had the darkness always been there, lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to strike? He had always believed that the world had been shaped by the forces of good and evil, but the idea that the darkness was something ancient, something woven into the very fabric of existence, was a sobering thought. How could anyone hope to fight something that had existed for so long? As if sensing his doubt, Alira spoke again, her voice steady but filled with a quiet understanding. I know it seems impossible, Kalen. But the darkness is not invincible. It feeds on fear, on doubt. It grows stronger when we let it consume us, but it is not all-powerful. There are still those who fight against it, who stand in defiance of its grasp. They walked for hours, the light of the setting sun fading into twilight. The forest seemed to grow denser with each step, the shadows stretching longer, wrapping around them like a cloak. Kalen could feel it now, the presence of something ancient in the air. It wasn't just the darkness he fought, but the weight of an age-old battle, a conflict that had been waged in silence for centuries. He was part of it now, whether he liked it or not. And in some strange way, he felt as though he had always been part of it. As night descended fully, they came to a clearing, the moon hanging high above, casting pale light across the ground. At the center of the clearing stood a structure, its stone walls ancient and weathered, yet strangely undisturbed by the passage of time. The building was simple, its design unremarkable, yet there was a quiet power to it, something that resonated with Kalen, something that felt alive in a way the world around him did not. This is where we gather, Alira said, turning to him at last. This is the heart of the keepers. Kalen stared at the structure, his heart pounding in his chest. He hadn't known what to expect, but something about this place felt different, like the calm before a storm. He could feel the weight of its purpose, the gravity of the decisions made here, the lives that had been shaped by its walls. As they approached the door, Kalen noticed the strange markings etched into the stone, symbols he didn't recognize but that seemed to glow faintly under the moon's light. There was a sense of ancient power here, a power that Kaelin could almost taste on the air. Alira raised her hand, pressing it lightly against the door. The stone shifted, sliding open with a deep, rumbling sound, as though the very structure was waking up from a long slumber. She glanced back at Kaelin, her expression serious. "Inside, you will meet the others," she said. "They are the heart of the keepers, and you will learn from them what you cannot learn on your own." Kaelin nodded, though his nerves were on edge. What would he find inside? Who were these people, these guardians of the light? Were they like Alira, calm and steady, or would they be something else entirely? He followed her inside, the door closing silently behind him. The interior was dim, lit only by the soft glow of lanterns hanging from the stone walls. The air was thick with the scent of old books and incense, and the atmosphere was heavy with history, as though the walls themselves were saturated with the knowledge of countless generations. At the far end of the room, a group of figures stood in a loose circle, their faces obscured by the dim light. Kaelin couldn't make out their features, but he could sense the power in the room, the weight of experience and wisdom that came from those who had spent their lives battling the darkness. Alira led him forward, her footsteps sure and confident. As they drew closer, the figures turned to face them, and Kaelin felt a sharp pang of unease. There were 5 of them, each wearing simple robes, their expressions unreadable. The silence between them felt thick, charged with an energy that Kaelin could not place. "These are the keepers," Alira said quietly, gesturing to the group. "They are the ones who will guide you, teach you what you need to know to fight the darkness." One of the figures, a tall man with silver hair and sharp, piercing eyes, stepped forward. His gaze fixed on Kaelin, studying him with an intensity that made Kaelin feel exposed. "We have been waiting for you, Kaelin," the man said in a low, gravelly voice. "The time is coming. The darkness will not be stopped by one man, no matter how strong. But together, we may have a chance." Kaelin met the man's gaze, feeling the weight of his words. He had always known the darkness was powerful, but hearing it from someone who had fought it for so long made it feel even more daunting. Was he ready for this? Was he ready to become part of something larger, to stand alongside these warriors and fight an enemy that had claimed so many lives? "You've already taken the first step," the man continued, his voice softening. "Now, you must decide if you are ready to take the next." Kaelin felt a stirring deep within him. He had already made a choice. The darkness would not consume him, not without a fight. But this was something new. A new beginning. A chance to stand together with those who understood the fight. And for the first time in a long while, Kaelin felt a flicker of hope. The path ahead was uncertain, and the darkness still loomed large, but he was not alone. He would stand with the keepers. And together, they would face whatever came next. The chamber grew quieter as Kaelin stood in front of the keepers, their eyes fixed on him, each face an unreadable mask. The tall man who had spoken first, the one with silver hair and piercing eyes, continued to study him with a calculated gaze. The silence between them was thick, almost suffocating, as though the very air was waiting for Kaelin to make his next move. For a moment, he felt as though he was standing on the precipice of something far greater than himself. A decision that would alter the course of his life forever. The weight of the keeper's eyes upon him was almost too much to bear, yet it stirred something deep within him, a sense of purpose he had never truly felt before. The man with silver hair stepped closer, his movements slow and deliberate. He extended a hand toward Kalen, his fingers long and weathered, as if shaped by centuries of experience. "You've already walked a path that has shaped you, Kalen," he said in a voice that was both stern and patient. "But now, you must walk a different one. The path of the keepers is not an easy one. It is fraught with trials, both internal and external. The darkness we face is insidious. It will not show itself openly, not at first. It will come in the shadows, in whispers, in doubt, until it has you by the throat." Kalen's pulse quickened at the man's words. He had felt the shadows creeping ever closer, and the thought that they could be so much more cunning, was unsettling. But there was something in the way the man spoke, something that resonated with Kalen's deepest fears and his most desperate hopes. He had been fighting alone for so long. He didn't want to face the darkness by himself any longer. The keepers had a knowledge, a strength, he could not deny. "You said that you've been waiting for me," Kalen said, his voice steady despite the unease roiling in his stomach. "Why? What makes me different from anyone else?" The silver-haired man gave him a slow, almost imperceptible smile, his eyes softening slightly. "Because you have seen the darkness firsthand, Kalen. You have touched it, fought it, and come back from it. There are few who have faced it as you have, and fewer still who have survived to tell the tale. The darkness does not take kindly to those who resist it. But you," he paused, his voice lowering as if to drive the point home, "you are not the same as you once were. You have been marked by it, shaped by it. You have power in you that others do not. But it is still raw, untamed, and it must be tempered." Kalen felt a cold shiver run down his spine. The man's words were both a compliment and a warning. He had fought, yes. But had it changed him in ways he couldn't see? Had the darkness truly left a mark on him that would forever alter his path? The silence stretched, and the tall man seemed to sense the turmoil within Kalen. "There is no shame in what you are, Kalen," he said softly, as though reading the younger man's thoughts. "We are all shaped by the trials we endure. But it is how we use those trials that defines us. And that is what the keepers can help you with. We do not ask you to forget what you faced, or to erase the scars the darkness has left. We ask you to learn to use them." Elira, who had been standing quietly at the back of the room, stepped forward now, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "Kalen," she said, her tone warm but firm, "the darkness has been trying to claim you, but it hasn't won. It hasn't taken you completely. You're still here. You're still standing. And that's why you're here. Because we need you, just as much as you need us." Her words struck a chord within him, and for a moment, Kalen felt a flicker of doubt ease within him. They weren't asking him to forget. They weren't asking him to erase the past. They were asking him to embrace it, to use it, to become something stronger because of it. The man with silver hair took another step closer, his gaze intense. "The darkness is not just an enemy to be fought. It is a force that warps and twists everything it touches. It infects not only the world around us, but the very hearts of those who stand against it. We have all been touched by it in different ways. Some of us have fallen to it completely, while others still struggle to fight against it. But those who stand with the keepers understand the price of resisting the darkness, and the cost of failing to do so. Kalen swallowed hard, trying to suppress the fear that began to rise in him once more. The cost of failure. What did that truly mean? The idea of failure, of losing, was something he had never allowed himself to entertain. He couldn't afford to lose. Not again, but the gravity of the situation pressed down on him. And Kalen knew there were no easy answers. The world wasn't a simple place, and the darkness was not a straightforward enemy. It was everywhere, lurking in the corners of his life, waiting for an opening, a crack, a moment of weakness. You have to understand, the silver-haired man continued, the battle you are about to fight is not just a battle for survival. It is a battle for your soul. The darkness is insidious. It will make you doubt everything you know. It will make you question your every decision, your every motive. It will twist your mind until you cannot trust yourself. That is its power. Kalen's hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of his sword. He had felt it. That doubt, that creeping sensation of not knowing whether he could trust his own judgment anymore. The darkness didn't just come in the form of monsters or shadows, it came in the form of his own fears, his own insecurities, the voice in his head that told him he wasn't strong enough, wasn't good enough to win this war. You are not alone in this, Alira said again, her voice like a lifeline. We are here to help you, to guide you. But you must also help yourself. You must trust us, and more importantly, you must trust yourself. Kalen's chest tightened, his mind swirling with conflicting thoughts. He had been so sure of himself before, so confident that he could handle the darkness on his own. But now, standing here in this ancient hall, surrounded by people who had fought longer and harder than he ever had, Kalen realized that the path ahead was far more complicated than he had imagined. He had already taken the first step, coming here, seeking the help of the keepers. But now, the next choice lay before him. Would he commit fully to this cause? Would he allow the keepers to guide him, to teach him, to help him harness the power the darkness had left within him? Or would he continue to fight alone, against an enemy that had already proven itself to be far more than he could handle? Kalen's heart pounded in his chest as the weight of the decision pressed down on him. But deep within, a quiet voice whispered, a voice he hadn't heard in so long. You are not alone. You never were. He took a deep breath, his resolve hardening, and looked the silver-haired man in the eyes. I'm ready, he said, his voice low but steady. Teach me, the man nodded, a faint smile touching his lips. Then welcome, Kalen. Welcome to the keepers. As the others stepped forward, Kalen felt the beginnings of something new stir inside him. He wasn't alone anymore. He had found his place. And for the first time in a long while, he felt the fire of hope ignite deep within his soul. The battle was far from over. But now, Kalen knew, he had the strength to face it, with the keepers by his side. The days that followed were a whirlwind of training, teachings, and revelations. Kalen, once so uncertain and lost, found himself slowly transforming within the walls of the keeper's stronghold. The silver-haired man, known as Eldrin, had been true to his word. He guided Kalen with patient hands, showing him not only how to harness the raw power that the darkness had left in him but how to embrace it as part of his being. It was a delicate balance, one that required a sharp mind and a strong heart, qualities Kalen had doubted he possessed, but as the weeks passed, Kalen began to feel something shift within him. The anger, the pain, the fear that had driven him before were still there, lurking in the shadows of his mind. Yet they no longer controlled him. Instead, he used them, shaping them into something that would aid him in his battle. The keepers had taught him that the darkness was not an enemy to be vanquished entirely, rather, it was a force to be understood and controlled. Only then could it be used to defeat the true enemy, the ancient evil that had been waiting in the shadows for centuries. Elira, always by his side, had become more than a mentor. She had become a friend, someone Kalen could rely on in moments of doubt. Her quiet strength and unwavering belief in him had been a constant source of support. She had seen him at his lowest, had watched him struggle with his inner demons, and had never wavered in her faith that he could rise above them. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, Kalen stood atop the hill that overlooked the keeper's stronghold. The wind was cool against his skin, carrying with it the scents of the forest and the distant sea. He looked out over the vast expanse of land that stretched out before him, the land he had once known as his home, the land now shrouded in the creeping darkness. "Is this how it ends?" he muttered to himself, his voice barely audible above the wind. A world consumed by shadows. He didn't expect an answer, but he wasn't alone for long. Elira appeared beside him, her presence calm and steady. She stood quietly for a moment, gazing out at the horizon as well. The weight of the world seemed to hang in the air between them, but it wasn't a burden. "Not anymore, no," Elira said finally, her voice low but full of conviction. "This is how it begins. We are the ones who will turn the tide, Kalen. You, me, and the keepers. Together, we will fight. Together, we will reclaim what has been lost." Kalen turned to her, his heart swelling with an emotion he couldn't quite name. "But what if we fail?" he asked, the fear creeping back into his voice. "What if it's all for nothing? What if the darkness is just too strong?" Elira's eyes softened, and she placed a hand on his shoulder. A gentle but firm touch. "Then we will fight again. And again, if we must. Because we are not fighting for victory, Kalen. We are fighting for the future. We are fighting for those who have no voice in this war. And we are fighting for ourselves, to ensure that we never lose who we are in the face of this darkness." Her words resonated deep within him. He had always thought of the battle as one he had to win, an endgame where the darkness would either fall or claim him. But Elira was right. The fight wasn't about the end, it was about the journey, about standing up against the darkness every single day, even when the odds seemed impossible. Kalen stood straighter, a sense of resolve settling into his bones. He wasn't afraid anymore. He wasn't alone. He had the keepers, and he had himself. And for the first time in a long time, that was enough. As the moon rose high into the sky, casting its pale light over the landscape, Kalen felt the stirrings of something within him, a power he had never known before. It was the strength of the keepers, the legacy of those who had fought before him, and the promise of those who would fight after him. "We can do this," he said, More to himself than to Elira, she smiled, the warmth in her eyes reassuring him. "I know we can," and in that moment, Kalen realized that the true power wasn't in the blade he carried or the magic he had learned to wield, it was in the choices he made. The darkness would always be there, lurking in the corners of his world, but he had the strength to face it. He had the strength to choose light, to choose hope, and to stand firm against the shadow. Together with the keepers, he would walk the shadowed path to the very end, and when the darkness finally came for them, they would be ready, they would not falter. They would not fall, for they were the light that would never be extinguished. The endless horizon, the sky stretched endlessly above the calm ocean, painted in hues of gold and violet as the last light of day slowly faded beyond the horizon. The gentle rocking of the waves was steady, rhythmic, almost like a lullaby whispered by the sea. A warm breeze drifted through the air, carrying the scent of salt and distant shores. Elira stood at the bow of the small sailing vessel, her fingers lightly gripping the worn wooden railing. Her gaze followed the sun as it dipped below the waterline, casting long shadows across the deck. She had been sailing for days, though time had started to blur. The stars would soon emerge, guiding her toward a place she had never seen, yet felt drawn to with an unshakable certainty. The old mariner's words echoed in her mind, "Sail west, beyond the known waters, until the sky and sea become one. There, you will find what you seek." But what was she seeking? The answer had eluded her since the moment she set sail. She only knew that something called her forward, a whisper in the wind, a pull in her chest, like a thread tying her to a place beyond the horizon. As twilight deepened, the first stars blinked into existence, shimmering above the vast, open sea. She exhaled slowly, feeling the night settle around her like a comforting embrace. Below deck, the soft creak of wood and the occasional slosh of water against the hull were the only sounds accompanying her solitude. Elira traced the edge of an old map spread across a small table in the cabin. The ink had faded over time, but the markings were still visible, lines leading to nowhere, symbols of lands uncharted. The mariner had given it to her before she left, saying it was the last record of a forgotten voyage, one that had never returned. Her fingers hovered over a small dot drawn near the edge of the parchment. The endless horizon, a place whispered about in old sailors' tales, spoken of in hushed voices among those who had seen too much of the sea. Some claimed it was a land untouched by time, where the stars never faded, and the waters stretched into infinity. Others warned of dangers lurking beyond. Of ships lost in mist, their sails forever frozen in the wind. Elira let out a quiet sigh, rolling the map back into its leather casing. Whatever lay ahead, she would face it when the time came. For now, the night was calm, and the ocean carried her forward. She climbed back onto the deck, her eyes lifting toward the sky. The constellations above were familiar, yet something about them felt different tonight, sharper, clearer, as if they too were watching over her journey. A deep breath filled her lungs with the crisp night air. The world around her was silent, peaceful, and as the ship glided ever westward, she allowed herself to close her eyes for just a moment, listening to the soft lull of the sea. The horizon stretched endlessly before her, waiting. The night was vast, stretching in every direction like an endless sea of stars. The only sound was the soft lapping of waves against the wooden hull, a rhythmic melody that had become Elira's constant companion. She sat near the helm, her fingers idly tracing patterns on the worn wood as the ship drifted westward. Above her, the constellations burned brighter than she had ever seen before. They felt closer, as if guiding her towards something just beyond the reach of her understanding. She had always trusted the stars. They were the only constant in a world of uncertainty. A gentle wind stirred her hair, carrying the scent of salt and something unfamiliar. Something almost sweet. It was subtle, barely there, but enough to make her pause. She turned her gaze toward the horizon, where the darkness of the sea met the sky in an unbroken line. Then she saw it, a faint glow, barely perceptible, flickering just beyond the edge of sight. It was not the light of a star, nor the distant lantern of another ship. It pulsed, slow and steady, like a heartbeat in the night. Elara's breath caught in her throat. She reached for the old map tucked into her belt and unrolled it carefully, smoothing the fragile parchment beneath her fingertips. The mariner's cryptic markings, the scattered symbols, none of them made sense. But then her eyes landed on something small. A single word scrawled near the edge, beacon. Her pulse quickened. Had others seen this light before? Had they followed it, only to vanish into legend like so many before her? Or was it truly a guide, a sign that she was on the right path? The ship creaked softly as the wind shifted, pulling her toward the glow. Elara hesitated. For the first time since setting sail, doubt whispered at the edges of her mind. What if the stories were true? What if there were things beyond the horizon that should never be found? But another part of her, a deeper, quieter part, urged her forward. She had come too far to turn back now. Taking a steadying breath, she adjusted the sails, letting the wind carry her toward the unknown. The glow remained distant, hovering on the edge of sight, always just out of reach, and as the night deepened, the ocean stretched endlessly before her, silent, waiting. The glow on the horizon had not faded. It remained a distant flicker, neither growing nor receding, as if waiting for her to reach it. The wind was steady, carrying Elara westward, yet the light never seemed to draw closer. She leaned over the railing, watching the dark waves roll beneath the ship. The water was calm, too calm. For hours, not a single crest had broken the surface. It was as if the ocean itself held its breath, caught in some silent anticipation. Elara glanced up at the sky. The stars still burned bright, their light undisturbed, but something about them felt different tonight. She had always trusted them to guide her, yet now they seemed almost unfamiliar, like strangers watching from above. A deep breath steadied her. She had known the sea long enough to understand its mysteries, to accept that some things defied explanation. But this was something else. She pulled the old map from her belt once more, tracing the faded lines with her fingers. The beacon. That was what the mariner had called it. But he had never said what it was, only that those who sought it would find what they were looking for. A gust of wind brushed against her cheek, warmer than before. And then she smelled it again. That strange, sweet scent, carried on the breeze. Elara straightened. It was stronger now. She turned her gaze back toward the horizon. The glow had changed, no longer a faint shimmer, but a soft, golden radiance stretching just above the waterline. It looked almost like dawn breaking over the sea, yet it was still the dead of night. A shiver ran down her spine. Something brushed against the hull. A whisper of movement beneath the surface. She stilled, listening. another sound, faint, rhythmic. Not the waves. Not the wind, a heartbeat. It came from below. Elara's breath hitched. Slowly, carefully, she stepped away from the railing. The ship drifted onward, the glow pulsing in the distance. The night stretching endlessly around her, and beneath the waves, something stirred. The ship drifted through the silent night, the soft golden glow on the horizon still hovering at the edge of Elara's sight. Yet her thoughts were no longer on the light ahead, but on what lay beneath. That sound, steady, rhythmic, had not been a trick of the waves. She had felt it in her bones, a deep pulse that resonated through the wood of the ship. It had come from below. Elara gripped the railing, her knuckles pale in the dim starlight. The ocean stretched in every direction, dark and endless, offering no sign of what lurked beneath its surface. The water was still, unnaturally so. No waves lapped against the hull. No distant ripples disturbed the vast expanse. Her heart pounded. For the first time since setting sail, she felt something foreign creeping into her mind. Not fear, no, fear was something she had learned to master long ago. This was different. A strange, uneasy awareness, as if the sea itself had turned its gaze upon her. She exhaled slowly, forcing herself to think. She had been a sailor long enough to know the ocean was full of secrets. Shadows in the depths, whispers in the wind, currents that carried ships to places they were never meant to go. And yet, she had always trusted the water. It had never felt hostile, until now. A soft sound drifted through the air. Elara's head snapped up. It was faint, barely audible over the stillness, but unmistakable. Singing, her breath caught. The melody was slow, sorrowful, like a lullaby lost to time. It wove through the night air, wrapping around her in a way that sent a shiver down her spine. She stepped back from the railing. The stars above shimmered, their light flickering as if something unseen passed between them. The glow on the horizon pulsed gently, inviting. But the song. The song was coming from below. Elara's pulse quickened. Every instinct screamed for her to move, to turn away from the edge, to retreat into the safety of her cabin. But she couldn't. Her feet felt rooted in place, as if the ship itself had become part of the ocean. As if she were no longer just a traveler, but a part of something much larger. The singing grew louder, and then, just beneath the surface of the water, she saw them, eyes, dozens of them, watching, waiting. The ship rocked gently, as if something large had shifted beneath it. Elara forced herself to move, to step away from the railing. She reached for the helm, her hand steadied despite the pounding of her heart. She had come too far to turn back. Whatever lay ahead, whatever watched her from the depths, she would face it. The horizon still glowed, golden and endless, and the sea whispered its song. The song wrapped around Elara like a tide, soft yet unshakable, pulling at the edges of her mind. It was unlike anything she had ever heard, ancient, sorrowful, and unbearably beautiful. It wove through the night air like a whisper meant only for her, but beneath its haunting melody was something deeper. A warning. The eyes beneath the water had not vanished. They remained just below the surface, watching in silence, unmoving. Some were large, glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. Others were smaller, darker, barely distinguishable from the depths themselves. Elara gripped the wheel, her fingers tightening around the smooth, weathered wood. The ship drifted forward, carried by a current she could not feel. The glow on the horizon pulsed in slow, rhythmic beats, almost in sync with the song. She inhaled deeply, forcing her thoughts into order. Panic had no place here. The sea had always been a place of mystery, of wonder and danger entwined. But this was something different, something beyond mere legend. The singing shifted, growing softer, more intimate. Elara's breath hitched. She was not alone. A ripple broke the water just off the port side. Then another. The movement was slow, deliberate. A figure emerged. At first, it was little more than a silhouette, half submerged in the dark water. Then, as the starlight caught it, the details became clear. A woman, her skin shimmered with the same faint glow as the distant horizon, her hair floating in the water like strands of silver mist. Her eyes, luminescent, deep as the ocean itself, met Elara's, unblinking. The song did not stop. The woman's lips never moved, yet the melody flowed from her, seeping into the air like a tide washing over the shore. Elara's grip on the wheel faltered. A strange sensation unfurled in her chest, something between awe and an aching sense of familiarity, as if she had heard this song before, in another life. The woman raised a hand, her fingers just barely breaking the surface of the water. She beckoned. Elara's pulse thundered in her ears. The ship had slowed, caught in the stillness of the moment. The sea held its breath. The woman's gaze remained steady, unyielding. Then, in a voice softer than the wind, the song finally took shape into words. "You have come far, traveler. But will you go further?" Elara swallowed hard. The glow on the horizon pulsed once more. The ocean stretched before her, endless, waiting, and beneath the waves, the eyes never wavered. She had a choice to make. The woman's glowing eyes held Elara's gaze, unblinking, expectant. The song still drifted through the air, though its words had faded back into melody, carrying the weight of an unanswered question. "Will you go further?" Elara's hands tightened on the wheel. She had sailed too far, ventured too deep into the unknown, to turn back now. And yet, something in the woman's voice, the way it lingered in her mind, told her that this was not a decision to be made lightly. The ship rocked gently, the only movement in an ocean that had grown eerily still. The figures beneath the surface had not vanished. Dozens of glowing eyes still watched from below, patient, waiting. The woman raised her hand again, her fingertips just above the water's surface. Elara hesitated. The wind had died completely, the sails hanging loose and empty. The ship was adrift, held in place by something unseen. It felt as though time itself had paused, leaving her in this moment, alone with the silent watchers beneath the sea. Slowly, carefully, she loosened her grip on the wheel and stepped closer to the railing. The woman's presence was strange, both ethereal and utterly real. As if she existed in two worlds at once, Elara swallowed. "Who are you?" The woman tilted her head slightly, considering. Then, her lips parted, and her voice, soft as a whisper, yet resonant as the tide, spoke again. "A guide. A guardian. A warning." Elara exhaled sharply. "A warning of what?" The woman's gaze flickered toward the horizon, where the golden glow pulsed in slow, steady waves. "You seek the endless horizon," she said, her voice carrying the weight of something ancient. "But do you understand what lies beyond it?" Elara glanced toward the glow. It had been her beacon, her destination, ever since she had set sail. And yet, she had never truly questioned why she was drawn to it. Only that she was. She looked back at the woman. Tell me, the song shifted, deepened. Once, there was a world beyond the horizon, the woman said, her voice weaving into the melody. A place where the sea met the sky, where time did not flow as it does here. Sailors sought it, drawn by whispers in the wind, by dreams that called them forward. Some reached it. None returned. A chill ran through Alara. To cross the horizon is to leave behind what you know. To step beyond the boundaries of the world. The woman's glowing eyes darkened slightly. And not all who do remain themselves. The song faded into silence. The ocean was utterly still. Alara's pulse pounded in her ears. Then why do I feel like I have to go? The woman's gaze softened. Because it calls to you. A beat of silence stretched between them. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, the woman lowered her hand. The wind stirred. The ship trembled beneath Alara's feet, as if released from an unseen grip. The golden glow ahead pulsed once more, brighter this time, pulling at something deep within her. The woman began to sink back into the water, her luminous form dissolving into the dark waves. The choice is yours, traveler. And then she was gone. The sea exhaled. The wind returned. The ship drifted forward once more. Alara let out a shaky breath. She turned toward the horizon, where the glow awaited. Endless and unknown, and she made her choice. The woman's voice lingered in Alara's mind long after she had disappeared beneath the waves. The ocean had returned to its slow, steady rhythm, the wind filling the sails once more. Yet something had changed. She could feel it in the way the ship moved, no longer merely drifting, but being carried forward with quiet purpose. The golden glow on the horizon was clearer now, its pulse steady, unwavering. Alara stood at the helm, watching, waiting. The wind tugged at her hair, warm and unfamiliar. It smelled of distant shores, of something beyond the known world. The woman had given her a choice, but had she ever truly had one? The call of the horizon had been with her from the moment she set sail. Perhaps even before, she exhaled, gripping the wheel. Then let's see what lies beyond. The ship surged forward, the glow grew, stretching higher into the sky, casting long beams of golden light across the sea. It was no longer a distant shimmer, it was real, tangible, radiating something Alara could almost feel against her skin. She narrowed her eyes. The wind was changing. The waves, once calm, had begun to shift. The rhythm of the ocean was no longer steady, it was pulling. She adjusted the sails, bracing against the sudden shift in current. The ship groaned as it cut through the water, drawn toward the light, and then she saw it, a break in the horizon, a seam in the fabric of the world itself. The golden glow was not coming from a distant land, nor from the rising sun. It was emanating from the horizon itself, a fissure of light stretching across the sea. Alara's breath caught. The stories had spoken of a place beyond the known world, a realm where time and tide flowed differently. But none had ever described this. The ship was accelerating now, the current pulling harder, the glow growing blindingly bright. The edges of the sky itself seemed to ripple, as if the very air was bending. Alara's pulse thundered in her ears. This was it, the threshold, the endless horizon. She tightened her grip on the wheel, steadying herself. One more breath. One more moment, and then the ship crossed the threshold. The world shattered into light. Alara had expected a storm. A violent pull, a deafening roar, a force so great it would tear the ship apart. But when she crossed the threshold, there was none of that. There was only silence. Blinding golden light engulfed her, stretching in every direction, weightless and endless. It was not the warmth of the sun, nor the glow of fire. It was something else entirely, something beyond heat, beyond touch. For a moment, she thought she had ceased to exist. Then, a breath, the ship was still beneath her feet. The wheel solid in her hands. The faint scent of salt lingered in the air, but when she looked up, the sky was gone. The stars, the moon, the endless expanse of midnight, vanished. In their place was a vast, golden mist, swirling like a sea of light. The ocean below was different, too. No longer dark and endless, but shimmering, its surface shifting between water and something unrecognizable. She turned slowly, searching for the horizon, but there was none. The line where sea met sky had dissolved. She was inside the glow. A whisper of wind stirred the sails, though there was no wind to be felt. The ship drifted forward, carried by an unseen force. Elara exhaled, steadying herself. So this is what lies beyond. Her voice barely carried in the stillness. She had expected the unknown, but this was something else. It was as if she had stepped outside of the world, into a place where time did not move, where the ocean did not obey the rules of the sea. She turned back toward the helm, and froze. There was something in the mist, a shape, distant, barely visible through the golden haze. Elara's breath caught. It was moving, slowly, deliberately. Something was emerging from the shifting light, a structure, a tower, rising impossibly high, its form wavering like a reflection on the water. It had no clear edges, no solid lines, only the impression of something ancient, something vast. Elara's heart pounded. The ship was being drawn toward it. She glanced over the railing. The water below was no longer behaving like water. It pulsed and rippled, its surface reflecting images she could not recognize. Glimpses of places she had never been, faces she had never seen, visions appearing and vanishing in an instant. The air felt heavy, charged with something unspoken. She turned back to the tower, her pulse quickening. A guide. A guardian. A warning. The woman's voice echoed in her mind, but it was too late to turn back now. The ship drifted closer. The mist thinned, and then, a sound, not the whisper of the wind, nor the hush of the waves, a bell, deep, resonant, calling. Elara swallowed hard. Whatever lay ahead, whatever waited beyond the endless horizon, she was about to face it. The bell echoed through the golden mist, its deep resonance vibrating through Elara's chest. It was neither welcoming nor forbidding, but something ancient, a sound meant to stir forgotten memories, to awaken something long buried. It was a call, deep and powerful, and it reverberated through the very core of her being. The ship continued to drift, pulled by an unseen hand. The tower, distant and wavering, loomed closer with every passing moment, its form growing clearer. It was impossibly tall, stretching far beyond where the eye could comprehend, rising through the golden haze as though it were touching the very edge of the world. Elara's heart quickened with each pulse of the bell. She could hear nothing else, no waves, no wind, no distant cries of seagulls. Only the bell's echo and the faint creak of the ship beneath her. The golden mist shifted around her like an ocean of light, swirling as though it had a life of its own. The water below was now a mixture of flowing patterns, no longer the familiar sea, but something else, fluid, shifting, as if it too were part of the dream she had entered, the tower ahead grew clearer. It was unlike anything Alara had seen before. Its structure was made of a translucent material, smooth and unyielding, yet it shimmered with an inner light that made it seem as if it were constantly moving, flowing like liquid stone. The tower was adorned with intricate carvings, symbols that seemed to shift and rearrange before her eyes, unreadable yet strangely familiar. As the ship drew nearer, Alara saw the entrance, an archway, wide and imposing, just below the base of the tower. It was framed by what appeared to be statues, figures carved from the same glowing material, their forms both human and alien, staring down with eyes that seemed to follow her every movement. The bell rang again. The sound was deeper this time, like the tolling of a vast, cosmic bell. It resonated in her bones, urging her forward, and though every part of her screamed to question, to hesitate, she felt herself moving toward the tower. The ship finally came to a stop at the foot of the massive structure, the golden light pressing against her from all sides. There was no wind here, no movement save for the faint ripple of the mist. The world felt suspended in a quiet, timeless void. Alara's breath caught in her throat. She had reached it. The endless horizon had led her here, to this place between places, to the heart of the unknown, and yet, she was not alone. The figures in the mist had gathered, materializing out of the golden haze like shadows coalescing into form. At first, they were vague, shifting in and out of clarity, but as they drew closer, their features became clearer, creatures like the woman she had encountered on the ship, glowing with an ethereal light. Their faces were serene, yet ancient, their eyes full of knowledge that Alara couldn't begin to understand. One of them stepped forward, a being whose form shimmered with the same golden mist that surrounded them all. Its voice was soft, yet it carried the weight of ages. You have crossed the horizon, traveler. You have entered a realm where time and space no longer bind you. What is it you seek? Alara swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the question settle over her. Her eyes flicked between the towering structure and the beings that surrounded her, their glowing eyes focused on her, waiting. What did she seek? She had never truly known, not until now. Perhaps she had been seeking the horizon itself, the promise of something beyond. A place untouched by the rules of the world she knew. Or perhaps she had been running, searching for something that had always been just out of reach. But now, here, at the edge of the world, it seemed that all of her questions were leading to one truth. The journey itself had been the answer. The pull of the unknown, the call of the horizon, had drawn her here for a reason. I seek. Her voice faltered. The being before her waited in silence. The bell rang again, a single note that seemed to stretch through eternity. I seek to understand, Alara said finally, her voice steady despite the uncertainty that lingered in her chest. To understand what lies beyond the horizon, and what lies within me. The figure nodded slowly, as if it had expected this answer. Then come, it said, extending its hand toward her. You are ready. With a deep breath, Alara stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. The light grew brighter as she moved toward the figure, toward the unknown, toward the path that would take her beyond everything she had ever known, and as she crossed the threshold into the tower, the bell tolled one final time. Alara stepped forward, her feet barely making a sound on the glowing surface beneath her. The air around her hummed with an unspoken energy, charged with anticipation. As she passed through the towering archway, a new world unfurled before her. The interior of the tower was unlike anything she could have imagined. It seemed to stretch infinitely in every direction, the walls pulsing with the same golden light that had filled the mist outside. The floor was smooth, translucent, like the surface of a frozen lake, and through it, she could see ripples of movement, visions of distant lands, faces, and memories swirling beneath her feet. The beings that had gathered around her outside followed her inside, moving silently in the air, their glowing forms leaving trails of light that slowly faded into the walls. Their eyes, though filled with knowledge, were calm, unhurried. Elara's heart raced as she moved deeper into the tower, feeling as though each step brought her closer to something she could not yet comprehend. The bell, distant now but still present in the back of her mind, rang again, resonating throughout the vast space. The sound was not harsh, but steady, like the heartbeat of the world itself. She moved through the tower's halls, where endless corridors twisted in on themselves, defying logic. The walls shifted and warped, yet never seemed to end, as if the space was not meant for the human eye to fully grasp. It was a realm of shifting perception, a place where time bent in ways that Elara could not understand. Everywhere she looked, the light seemed to grow more intense, more profound. And yet, as much as it illuminated her path, it also seemed to hide just as much, as if every answer was wrapped in layers she had yet to uncover. The beings surrounded her now, guiding her forward without words. Each of them moved with the same serene grace, never rushing, never pushing. They were patient, knowing, and then, before her, appeared a vast chamber, its walls lined with shimmering patterns, like constellations across a starless sky. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, tall and smooth, bathed in the glow of an unseen source. Atop the pedestal rested a single object, a crystal. It was a deep, translucent blue, pulsing with an inner light, its surface undisturbed by the passage of time. The moment Elara's gaze met it, she felt a strange warmth spread through her chest, as if the crystal had reached out to her, calling to her in a language older than words. She took a step toward it, feeling the pull. One of the beings beside her moved, its hand outstretched, and placed it gently on her shoulder, stopping her. "Not yet," it whispered. Elara's breath caught in her throat. The being's voice was soft, but there was no mistaking the gravity behind it. She looked at it, confusion stirring within her. "There is more to understand before you touch it," the being continued. "The crystal will not answer until you are ready." Elara swallowed, nodding slowly, her mind racing. Ready? What did that even mean? She had come so far, crossed so many lines, and yet it felt like she was still on the edge of something that lay just beyond her understanding. The being stepped back, and the other figures, silently watching, began to move in a slow circle around her. Their eyes, though glowing with that ancient light, were unreadable. "What do I need to understand?" Elara's voice was steady, though her heart was beating faster with each passing second. The figure nearest her spoke. "The horizon you seek is not just a place. It is a choice. It is a path, but one that leads to many truths. To step beyond the boundary of the known is to change, to become something other than what you were. The horizon does not reveal its secrets until you are ready to face them, and even then, the journey is not always clear." Elara's mind reeled. She had known, deep down, that this journey was not merely a physical one, that the horizon was never just a place on the map, but something deeper. A symbol of the unknown, of the transformation that awaited those who dared to seek it. But the weight of the being's words was different now, sharper. "Do you understand what lies beyond?" the being continued. "Are you ready to become what the horizon demands of you?" The crystal pulsed again, as though it had heard the question, as though it was waiting for her answer. Elara stood frozen, the weight of the world settling on her shoulders. She had traveled so far, crossed so many boundaries, but now, standing before the crystal, she realized that the journey was never truly about the destination. It had always been about the choice she would make when faced with the unknown. She turned to the figure beside her, her voice quiet but filled with resolve. "I am ready." The figure nodded, and with a gesture, they stepped aside. The golden light in the chamber intensified, and the crystal's glow seemed to reach out, calling her forward. With a deep breath, Elara reached out, her fingers brushing the surface of the crystal. The moment her skin made contact, the world around her shattered once more. The moment Elara's fingers touched the crystal, the world exploded into light. For an instant, there was no sound, no sensation, just a blinding, suffocating brilliance that enveloped her entirely. She felt herself dissolving, unmade by the intensity of it, and yet, paradoxically, more than she had ever been. The light shifted, weaving itself into patterns, into shapes she could not comprehend. It flowed like liquid, but in a way that was not bound by the rules of nature. Its texture was not of this world, nor were the colors. She was no longer in the tower. She was not even in the realm she had known. Time itself seemed to collapse around her. The golden haze, the bell, the beings, they all fell away, vanishing as if they had never existed. And then, silence, a profound, aching silence. Elara found herself standing on the edge of a vast expanse, one that stretched endlessly in every direction. There was no horizon here, no sky. Only the vastness of an infinite plain, beneath her feet and beyond her reach. The ground felt solid, yet strangely unreal, like the surface of a dream. The air was thick with an energy that hummed with life. It was the very essence of creation itself, a force that she could feel inside her, like a pulse in her own chest. The air was alive, vibrating with something ancient and vast. She could taste it in the back of her throat, sweet and bitter at once. And it filled her with awe and fear in equal measure. She looked around, but there was nothing, nothing, save for the feeling of being somewhere, somewhere that was beyond time, beyond space. It was as though she had stepped into the heart of everything, yet still remained at the edge of understanding. Elara took a step forward, her footfall making no sound against the ground. There were no stars above her, no sun, no moon. Nothing to mark the passage of time. It was as if she had entered the very soul of the world itself, a place where the laws of reality did not apply. She took another step, then another. Each step felt as though she were walking on the edge of eternity. What was this place? The thought was fleeting, yet it seemed to echo throughout the endless expanse. The answer was not spoken, but felt. It is the space between all things. Elara's heart skipped a beat. She had not spoken aloud, and yet, she heard the words, as if they had come from within her own mind. But there was something different about them, something alive about them. As if the very space around her had responded, she paused. The space between all things, the phrase lingered in her mind. The golden light, the tower, the beings, they were all distant memories now, as if they had never been part of her journey. Here, in this strange, formless realm, there was only the vastness of possibility. "You have come," a voice said, clear and resonant, though it did not come from any direction. It filled the air itself, vibrating through Alara's very being. She froze. "Who?" she began, but the voice interrupted her, not a question. A statement. The voice was neither male nor female, old nor young. It was the sound of eternity itself, a voice that seemed to belong to the space between words. "You are here because you chose to come." Alara's breath caught in her throat. "I chose," she repeated, though she had not consciously made a choice. Hadn't she been pulled here by the horizon, by the unknown? Yes, the voice answered, as though it had anticipated her thoughts. The horizon is not merely a destination, nor is it a place to arrive at. It is a journey of the self, of the soul. Those who seek it must come prepared to transform. Alara swallowed hard. Transform. The word reverberated in her mind, carrying with it an undeniable weight. "What does it mean?" she asked, her voice trembling despite herself. The voice answered softly, the air around her vibrating with the power of it. "It means that when you step beyond the known, you are no longer what you were. You must shed your old skin, your old thoughts, your old identity. You must become something more, something that transcends the limitations of your past." The weight of the words pressed down on Alara like a physical force. She stumbled back, her mind reeling. Shedding her old skin, becoming something more, the thought filled her with both terror and exhilaration. She had already crossed so many boundaries, faced so many unknowns, but had she ever truly understood what it would mean to leave behind everything she had known? "Do not fear," the voice continued, its tone softening, as if it sensed her hesitation. "This is the final step in the journey. You have already begun the transformation, whether you realized it or not. You are no longer the person who set sail on the waters of the known. You are becoming something new. Something beyond." Alara took a deep breath. The air was thick with the energy of it. The power of the transformation. It was overwhelming, but in her heart, she knew that she could not turn back. There was no turning back. She had crossed the horizon. Now, she had to embrace what came next. With a steadying breath, Alara took another step forward, ready to face whatever this journey would reveal. Alara's next step felt different. As her foot met the ground, the air around her rippled with a strange energy, as if the very fabric of reality were responding to her movement. The endless expanse before her seemed to shift ever so slightly, and for the first time, she felt the presence of something else, something watching, something vast and unknowable. She froze for a moment, her senses sharpening. The stillness of the place was broken by a soft whisper, not from the air, but from within her own mind. "You are not alone." The voice was gentle, like a breeze brushing through tall grass, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 years. Alara's heart fluttered in her chest. She had come so far. But now, in this strange, infinite space, it felt as though the very act of being was an invitation to something deeper, something more profound. As she stood there, trying to steady her breathing, the expanse before her seemed to grow darker. It was not fear that overtook her, but curiosity. The energy in the air began to hum, vibrating with intensity, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to pulse, as though it were alive. The sensation was overwhelming, almost hypnotic, but she could not tear her gaze away from the darkening horizon. Then, from the darkness, shapes began to emerge, faint at first, barely discernible, but as they grew closer, they became clearer. Shadows twisted and coiled, forming vague outlines of figures, creatures made of light and darkness in equal measure. They moved slowly, deliberately, like ripples across the surface of the water. Elara's breath caught in her throat as one of the figures drew closer to her. It was not like the beings she had encountered before, nor was it like anything she had ever seen. Its form was fluid, shifting between light and shadow, its shape impossible to pin down. It seemed to grow and shrink with each passing moment, as if it were not entirely solid, not entirely real. It was both a part of the space she stood in and yet separate from it. It seemed to have no fixed form, but it exuded a sense of ancient wisdom. A presence that Elara could feel deep within her soul. "You have come far, Elara," the figure's voice echoed in her mind, the words resonating with a strange familiarity. "You have crossed the horizon and have entered a realm where the boundaries between self and everything else fade away. But to move forward, you must first understand what it means to be one with this place." Elara felt the weight of those words. She had crossed so many lines, but now, as she stood before this being, she realized that there was more to this journey than she had ever imagined. "What do you mean?" Elara asked, her voice shaky despite her best efforts. The being was so close now that she could almost feel its presence in the air around her. Like a warm, invisible hand resting on her shoulder, "This place," the figure responded, its voice as fluid as its form, "is a reflection of the self. It is both outside and within you. The horizon you crossed was not a mere point in the distance, but a point within you, a place where the journey of your soul reaches its climax. To move forward, you must let go of the self you knew and embrace the self you are becoming." The figure's words struck her deeply, and for a moment, she was lost in thought. The horizon, she had thought of it as a distant destination, a place to be reached. But now, she understood. It was a point of transformation, a threshold that existed not just outside of her, but within her. "But how do I embrace what I am becoming?" Elara asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The figure was silent for a long moment, and in that silence, Elara could feel the weight of the question hanging in the air. The vastness of the realm seemed to close in around her, as if the very space was holding its breath, and then, the figure spoke again, its voice softer, yet full of depth. "You are already becoming, Elara. You have always been becoming. But to fully embrace it, you must surrender the illusion of separation. You must accept that you are not separate from the world around you. The horizon is not just a place, it is a state of being." Elara's heart raced as she processed the words. She had always felt separate from the world around her, a traveler in search of something beyond her reach. But now, in the stillness of this place, she began to understand that the separation had always been an illusion, a construct of her mind. "How do I surrender?" she asked, the question escaping before she could fully grasp it. "By accepting that you are part of everything," the figure answered. "By realizing that you are not just a traveler, but the journey itself." The words reverberated in her soul, and in that moment, something clicked within her. The boundaries between herself and the world, between the self and the universe, began to dissolve. She felt the stirring of something deep within. An ancient connection to everything around her, to the stars, the ground, the air, the very pulse of existence itself. It was overwhelming, and yet, it felt right, as the figure faded into the darkness, its voice lingering in the air. Alara took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She felt the pulse of the universe surrounding her, flowing through her veins, a rhythm as old as time itself, and in that moment, she understood. The horizon was not a place to be reached, but a state of being, a place where the self merged with the infinite, where all boundaries dissolved, and the journey became the destination. She was no longer separate. She was one with the horizon, when Alara opened her eyes again. The vast, empty expanse was still before her. But now, there was a subtle difference. The air was not just alive, it was breathing. She could feel it moving around her, flowing through her, as if the very fabric of existence had recognized her newfound understanding. Every molecule, every breath, seemed to be attuned to her in a way that was both intimate and vast. For the first time, Alara no longer felt alone. She looked around, and the horizon, the infinite stretch of nothingness that had once seemed so oppressive, now felt like a vast, open canvas. The dark shadows that had once coiled around her began to shift and change, taking on forms she could understand, the outline of mountains in the distance. A river winding its way through an unseen valley, the faint glow of distant stars. They were not tangible, not in the traditional sense, but they existed in a way that Alara could feel with every part of her being. This is the place between, she whispered to herself, recalling the words of the being who had spoken to her earlier. The space between all things. Her voice felt like it belonged to the air itself, resonating through the vastness, echoing back to her in 1,000 different ways. There was no sound here, nothing to disrupt the purity of the moment, but as she continued to stand, absorbing the sensations of this infinite realm, she began to feel a shift. The horizon was no longer still. It was in motion, like the slow, deliberate turning of a wheel. At first, it was a subtle shift, a flicker in the distance, a change in the light, but soon, it became undeniable. The space around her was beginning to rearrange itself, bending and folding in on itself like the pages of a forgotten book. What was happening? The air thickened again, the energy around her growing heavier, more concentrated. The world began to take shape in a way that was both alien and familiar, as if the very essence of the universe was beginning to weave itself into something tangible. Then, the ground beneath her feet trembled. It was not a violent shake, but a gentle rumble, like the pulse of a giant heart. She felt the tremor in her chest, in her very bones, as if she were part of the force that was stirring the world around her. Was this another transformation? Before she could question it further, the space in front of her exploded in a burst of color and light. A swirl of golden hues and deep blues spiraled out from the center, forming a new shape, a gate. It was an archway, shimmering with an ethereal light, its edges rippling like the surface of water disturbed by a gentle breeze. The gate stretched high into the sky, and as it materialized, it became clear that it was not just a doorway, it was an invitation. Alara hesitated for a moment, the weight of the moment pressing down on her. She had crossed so many thresholds, ventured so far from what she had once known, but this felt different. The gate was a choice, a point of no return. Step forward, a voice whispered, soft and insistent. The voice was familiar now, carrying the same depth and resonance as the one that had spoken to her before. It was not the being she had encountered earlier, but something else, a presence she had come to recognize as her own inner guide. Step forward, Alara. Embrace what you are becoming. She took a deep breath. Her body was alive with the energy of the place, her heart beating in time with the pulse of the world around her. Every part of her was vibrating with the awareness that this was the moment she had been preparing for. There was no fear anymore, only the quiet certainty that this was the next step in her journey. She had crossed the horizon, shed the skin of the person she had once been, and now, she was ready for whatever lay ahead. Elara took a step toward the gate. As her footfall touched the ground, the world around her seemed to shift again. The air hummed with a new energy, and she felt the pull of the gate, drawing her forward. The archway seemed to open wider in response, beckoning her, and then, without looking back, Elara passed through the gate. On the other side, everything changed. The world was no longer a vast, empty expanse, nor was it a realm of pure potential. Instead, she found herself standing in the center of a lush, vibrant forest. The air was thick with the scent of earth and growing things, and the sounds of distant birds and rustling leaves filled her ears. She could feel the pulse of life all around her, the energy of nature itself coursing through her veins. She looked around in awe. The sky above was clear and bright, and the sun shone warmly on her skin. The ground beneath her feet was soft, covered with rich moss and vibrant green plants. It was a place of life, real, tangible life, yet Elara knew instinctively that this was not the same world she had left behind. This was a world beyond. The transformation had begun. She had crossed the threshold into something new, something beyond her understanding. The horizon was no longer a destination, it was the beginning of something far greater. Elara smiled softly, feeling the weight of her journey settle into her bones. She had crossed the horizon, embraced the self she was becoming, and now, she was ready to explore what lay ahead, and with that, she took her first step into the forest, knowing that whatever came next would shape her, just as the horizon had. Elara's first step into the lush forest felt like stepping into another world entirely. The air, warm and fragrant with the scent of moss, wildflowers, and the deep earth beneath her, seemed to wrap around her in a gentle embrace. It was a welcome change from the stillness of the void she had left behind. Here, there was life, real and tangible, a stark contrast to the endless expanse she had crossed only moments before. She took another step, and the forest responded. The ground beneath her feet was soft, like a blanket of moss that absorbed the sound of her footfalls. The leaves of the trees above swayed gently in the breeze, their branches reaching out as if to touch the sky. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor, and the sounds of distant birds and rustling leaves filled the air. It was peaceful, serene. For a moment, Elara simply stood there, breathing it all in. The rhythm of the forest, the pulse of life that surrounded her, felt familiar, yet entirely new. She was no longer the person who had stepped across the horizon. She could feel it in her bones. The forest had accepted her, and in doing so, she felt herself begin to settle into a deeper understanding of what had just happened. The horizon was not a place or a destination, it was a transformation, a shedding of what had been. And now, as she stood in this new world, Elara knew that she was not just part of the journey anymore. She was part of everything that existed here. The trees, the wind, the earth beneath her feet, embraced the change. She heard the familiar voice whisper in her mind. It was the same voice that had guided her through the darkness, through the gate, through the horizon, you have crossed the threshold, Elara. You are no longer a traveler, you are a part of this world. You have always been, and now you will see it for what it truly is. Elara closed her eyes and listened. The pulse of the forest seemed to align with her own heartbeat, steady and rhythmic. She felt a connection to the land, a deep, primal bond that had always existed, even when she had not been aware of it. She opened her eyes, and in the distance, she saw something, a faint, shimmering light, like a beacon. It was not far, just beyond a thicket of trees, but it called to her, drawing her forward. Without hesitation, Elara began walking toward the light. Her steps were slow at first, tentative, as she adjusted to the weight of this new world. But with each step, she felt herself becoming more attuned to it. The ground beneath her feet seemed to hum with energy, guiding her along the path. The trees parted slightly as she approached, allowing her to move forward. The light grew brighter as she drew closer. It was not the harsh, blinding brilliance of the crystal she had touched earlier, but a soft, welcoming glow that seemed to emanate from the heart of the forest itself. The air around it shimmered, and Elara could feel the pull of it deep in her chest, urging her forward. As she reached the source of the light, she found herself standing before a clearing, a small, peaceful glade surrounded by ancient trees. In the center of the glade was a stone altar, its surface covered in intricate carvings that seemed to pulse with a rhythm of their own. The light emanated from the altar, flowing like liquid gold and filling the space around her. Elara felt drawn to the altar, as if it were calling to her, beckoning her to understand its significance. She approached slowly, her footsteps deliberate, and when she reached the edge of the stone, she placed her hand upon it. The moment her fingers touched the stone, the light surged. It filled her senses, flooding her mind with visions of the past, of ancient times when the earth was young and the stars were still being born. She saw civilizations rise and fall, saw the endless cycles of life and death. She saw herself, no longer just a traveler, but a part of that cycle. The vision shifted, and Elara was no longer standing in the glade. She was standing on a great, open plain, watching as the sun set over the horizon. The sky was painted with colors she had never seen before, hues of violet and gold that seemed to shimmer and dance in the air. The wind swept through the grass, bending it in graceful waves. She could hear the distant call of birds, the whisper of the earth, the heartbeat of the world itself, and then, there was a figure, a woman, standing at the edge of the plain. Her silhouette was faint, as if she were made of the same light that filled the sky, and yet, Elara could feel her presence, strong and steady, like a mountain. The woman turned toward her, and in her eyes, Elara saw the reflection of the world, of all the life that had ever existed. "You are a part of this world," the woman said, her voice like the rustling of leaves, soft and resonant. "You have always been, and now you are ready to see it with new eyes." Elara reached out, but the vision began to fade. The woman's form dissolved into the sky, and the plain disappeared, leaving her standing once again in the glade. The light around the altar dimmed, and Elara felt the weight of what she had seen settle deep into her soul. She was part of this world. She had always been a part of it, and now she could see it, truly see it, with eyes unclouded by fear or doubt. Her journey had only just begun. With a steady breath, Elara stepped away from the altar and turned toward the forest. The path ahead was still unknown, but she felt a sense of peace settle over her, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be, and with that, she began walking again, deeper into the heart of the world, where the horizon would no longer be a destination, but a part of her, always guiding her forward. Elara walked deeper into the forest, her steps steady and sure now. The world around her seemed to be alive in a way she had never known, each leaf, each branch, each breath of wind felt like a whisper from the very soul of the earth. She could feel the pulse of life, the rhythm of the seasons, and the unspoken language that connected everything. She was no longer an outsider, no longer a traveler looking for something beyond her reach. She was a part of this world, intertwined with it in a way that transcended her previous understanding. The path she followed seemed to wind and twist, leading her deeper into the heart of the forest. The trees here were ancient, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches reaching high into the sky, their leaves shimmering with an ethereal glow. As she walked, the air seemed to shift, the light around her becoming softer. As though the forest itself was aware of her presence, guiding her onward. At first, there was nothing to break the stillness except for the rustling of the leaves and the occasional call of a bird in the distance. But as Elara moved further, she began to sense a subtle shift. The air felt heavier, as though something was drawing near. The trees parted ahead of her, revealing a clearing bathed in a soft, golden light. Elara stepped into the clearing, her heart quickening as she saw what lay before her. In the center of the clearing stood a pool of water, still and mirror-like, its surface reflecting the sky above and the trees around it. The pool seemed to glow with an inner light, a soft, pulsing rhythm that matched the beat of Elara's heart. There was something ancient about this place, something sacred. It was as if the pool held the memories of the world itself, the echoes of all that had come before. She approached the edge of the pool, her reflection rippling on the surface as she knelt beside it. For a moment, she simply stared into the water, mesmerized by its stillness. It was as though the pool was waiting for her to do something, to understand something. Without thinking, Elara reached out, her fingers grazing the surface of the water. The moment her skin touched the liquid, a surge of energy coursed through her, filling her with a warmth that spread through every fiber of her being. The water shimmered, and the surface of the pool rippled like a wave, distorting her reflection, and then, the water stilled. From the depths of the pool, something began to rise. At first, it was barely visible, a faint light, a shifting shape. But as it rose higher, it became clearer, a figure, draped in flowing robes of shimmering light. The figure was translucent, its form shifting and changing as though it were made of the very fabric of the air around her. Elara's breath caught in her throat as the figure emerged fully from the water. It was neither male nor female, neither human nor entirely of this world. It was a being of light and shadow, its features ethereal, as though it were not entirely solid. And yet, it exuded a sense of wisdom and presence that was undeniable. The figure looked at Elara, its eyes filled with an ancient, knowing gaze. And for the first time, Elara felt as though she was no longer just an observer, she was part of the very flow of time itself, part of something much larger than herself. Elara, the figure spoke, its voice echoing in her mind. It was both a question and a statement, as though it knew her before she had even known herself. You have come far, far beyond what you once knew. But this is not the end of your journey. It is only the beginning. Elara swallowed, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the weight of the figure's gaze, its presence reaching into her soul, pulling her towards something she could not yet comprehend. "What am I meant to do?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. The figure's form shifted, and its eyes softened. "You are a part of this world, Elara. You always have been. But to truly understand your place within it, you must learn to see beyond the surface. You must learn to embrace the interconnectedness of all things, the way in which every breath, every heartbeat, every action ripples through the fabric of existence." Elara felt the figure's words resonate within her, deep within her core. She had always sought something beyond herself, but now, in the stillness of this sacred place, she realized that the answer had always been within her. The horizon, the journey, the transformation, these were not separate from her. They were part of her, just as she was part of them. The figure continued, its voice both soothing and powerful. "You are the keeper of your own path, Elara. But you must learn to walk with open eyes, to embrace the flow of the world around you. The horizon you crossed was not just a point in time, but a portal, one that connects you to all that has come before and all that will come after. You are a link in the chain, a moment in the endless cycle of life." Elara closed her eyes, feeling the weight of the figure's words settle deep into her soul. She had crossed the horizon, embraced the unknown, and now, she was here, not just in this forest, but within herself. She was part of the cycle, a moment in the endless flow of time. "But how can I move forward?" she asked softly. The figure's form shimmered with light as it replied. "You already are moving forward, Elara. The journey is not something that happens in the future, it is happening right now, with every step you take, with every breath you draw. The horizon is not a destination, it is the path itself. And you are walking it." Elara nodded, understanding at last. The horizon was not a place to be reached, but a way of being, an endless journey of transformation, of connection, of growth. She stood, feeling the energy of the pool still vibrating within her, and looked at the figure one last time. Its gaze was filled with approval, with knowing, and with something else, something that Elara could not quite put into words. And then, as if the very fabric of the world had shifted, the figure slowly faded back into the pool, its form dissolving into the shimmering water until it was gone, leaving Elara alone once again in the clearing. But she was not the same. She had crossed the horizon, and now, she was no longer just a traveler. She was part of the flow of the world, part of the cycle that connected everything. And as she stood there, in the heart of the forest, she understood, the journey was not something to be completed, it was something to be lived. With a deep breath, Elara turned back toward the path that lay ahead. The horizon was still out there, but it was no longer a distant point. It was with her, inside her, in every step she took, and so, she continued onward, deeper into the heart of the world, knowing that every moment of her journey would shape her, just as the world shaped itself. The path ahead seemed to stretch forever, yet it no longer felt like an endless expanse. With each step Elara took, the forest around her seemed to become more alive, more attuned to her presence. It wasn't just the trees, the plants, or the animals that existed here, it was the very air, the ground beneath her feet, the water that flowed through the streams. Everything was connected, everything was part of a larger rhythm. As she continued her journey through the heart of the forest, she found that her senses had sharpened in ways she had never imagined. The smallest details, the flutter of a bird's wings, the subtle shift of the wind, the faintest scent of earth and flowers, no longer passed unnoticed. Each sound, each movement, felt like a piece of a larger puzzle, a puzzle she was slowly beginning to understand. The forest had become a part of her, and she a part of it. She could feel its pulse beneath her skin, like a heartbeat resonating through the earth, through her very soul. Every step she took felt deliberate, as though the ground itself was guiding her. The deeper she walked, the more she realized that the forest was not a mere physical space. It was a living, breathing entity, and it had its own rhythm, its own story to tell. She had not stumbled upon this world by accident. She was here because she had been chosen, called by something beyond her understanding. But what was she meant to do here? What purpose did this place hold for her? The questions lingered in her mind, though they no longer weighed her down. She had crossed the horizon, and though she had left the world she once knew, she was no longer searching for answers. She had learned to accept the mystery, to embrace the unknown, as if in response to her unspoken thoughts. The path ahead began to narrow, the trees growing closer together, their branches intertwining in an almost deliberate way. The air grew heavier, and a faint light shimmered ahead. It was soft, like the glow of a distant star, yet it seemed to pull at her, calling her forward. Without hesitation, Elara moved toward the light, her steps light and sure. The path grew steeper, the forest more dense, and yet the pull of the light only intensified. There was something here, something waiting for her, and she could feel it with every fiber of her being. Soon, the trees parted to reveal a hidden grove. At the center of the grove stood an enormous tree, its trunk wide and ancient, its roots sprawling deep into the earth. The tree was unlike any Elara had ever seen. Its bark was smooth and silver, glowing faintly in the twilight. The leaves were a deep shade of blue, almost translucent, and they seemed to shimmer as if they were catching the light of 1,000 stars. The air around the tree was thick with a sense of reverence, as though this was a place of great significance. Elara felt small standing before it, yet she could not tear her eyes away. There was something deeply comforting about the tree, something that made her feel both humbled and awestruck. She approached the tree slowly, her heart racing. As she stepped closer, she could hear a faint humming sound, as though the tree itself was alive, its very being vibrating with energy. It was not a sound made by any living creature she had encountered before. It was a hum that came from the earth, from the very core of the world. Elara reached out and placed her hand gently against the trunk of the tree. The moment her fingers made contact, a surge of warmth flowed through her, filling her with a sense of peace she had not known before. It was as though the tree had welcomed her, its ancient wisdom flowing into her, unlocking something deep within her soul. The hum intensified, and Elara's vision blurred. She blinked, and suddenly, she was no longer standing in the grove. She found herself in a vast, open space, a landscape unlike any she had ever seen. The sky above was a swirl of colors, shifting and changing with each passing moment. The land beneath her feet was a mixture of soft earth and flowing streams, but there were no trees, no plants, only an infinite expanse stretching in all directions. The horizon here was not a line. It was a wave, a ripple that seemed to curve and shift with the pulse of the world. Elara felt it deep in her chest, the heartbeat of the land, the rhythm of the universe itself, and there, in the distance, she saw something. A figure, tall and imposing, standing at the edge of the horizon. The figure was cloaked in darkness, its features obscured by a shroud of mist. Yet, there was a presence to it, something powerful, something ancient. It was as if this figure had been waiting for her, watching her every move, Elara's breath caught in her throat. There was no fear, only a deep sense of recognition. She knew this figure, though she had never seen it before. It was a part of her, as much a part of her as the very world she had crossed. The figure raised its hand, and the world around her shifted. The landscape blurred, and suddenly, she was back in the grove, standing before the ancient tree once more. The warmth that had filled her when she touched the tree's bark was still there, still pulsing within her, but the vision lingered, its presence still felt, like a shadow at the edge of her mind. She withdrew her hand from the tree, taking a step back, her mind spinning with questions. What had she just seen? Who was the figure, and what did it mean for her journey? The tree, as if sensing her uncertainty, released a soft, resonant hum. It was comforting, soothing, as if telling her not to fear, not to doubt. In the stillness of the grove, Elara took a deep breath and closed her eyes, allowing herself to feel the weight of what she had just experienced. The figure, the horizon, it was all connected. She was part of something larger than herself, something that transcended time and space, and though she still did not know the full extent of her purpose, she knew that she would continue forward. The tree had given her a glimpse, a piece of the puzzle. But it was only through walking the path, through embracing the journey, that she would find the answers she sought. With a renewed sense of purpose, Elara turned and began to walk away from the grove. The forest around her was still, yet the energy felt different now, alive, vibrant, filled with a deeper understanding. She was no longer just walking through this world. She was a part of it, and it was a part of her, and so, she continued. Knowing that the horizon was not just a distant place to be reached, it was the journey itself. A journey that would lead her to answers, to transformation, and to the discovery of who she was meant to be. Elara moved through the forest with purpose, her steps now more confident than ever before. The encounter with the ancient tree and the mysterious figure had awakened something within her, something deep and primal. The visions that had come to her were like fragments of a dream, pieces of a puzzle that she was still trying to understand. But one thing was clear, the journey was far from over. As she continued through the dense woods, the path ahead seemed to stretch further and further. Each step taking her deeper into the heart of this enchanted land. Yet, there was no fear. No unease. Only a calm resolve, as if she were meant to walk this path, guided by forces greater than herself. The deeper she ventured, the more the world around her began to change. The air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and moss. The trees around her became older, their trunks wider, their roots gnarled and twisted, as though they had been standing for centuries, watching over the land. And the light, soft, golden, almost otherworldly, seemed to dance through the leaves, casting long shadows on the ground. Every so often, she would catch glimpses of movement in the corner of her eye, small creatures darting between the trees. Their eyes bright with curiosity. Birds sang from the treetops, their songs echoing like a symphony that had been composed just for this moment. And all around her, the forest seemed to be alive, as if it too were aware of her presence. She had crossed the horizon, and now she was part of the world she had once only dreamed of. The mystery, the magic, was no longer something distant and unattainable. It was woven into the very fabric of the land, and she was learning how to listen, how to understand its language, but there was still something pulling at her, a question, a doubt that lingered in the back of her mind. The figure she had seen, the one that stood at the edge of the horizon, had left a mark on her soul. Who was it? And why had it shown itself to her? She shook her head, trying to push the thoughts aside. The answers would come when they were meant to. For now, she had to trust the path, trust the forest, and trust herself. As she walked, the trees around her began to thin, and the forest opened up to reveal a vast, rolling meadow. The grass here was tall, swaying gently in the breeze, and the sky above seemed to stretch endlessly, its blue hue fading into soft purples and oranges as the sun began to set. It was a tranquil sight, peaceful and serene, and Alara felt a deep sense of awe as she stood at the edge of the meadow. In the distance, at the far end of the meadow, she saw something. A faint light, glowing softly against the horizon. It was the same light she had seen before, the one that had pulled her forward when she had first entered the forest. The same light that had guided her toward the ancient tree. Without hesitation, she began to move toward it, the soft grass brushing against her legs as she walked. The light grew brighter as she drew closer, until it filled the meadow with a soft, ethereal glow, and there, at the center of the light, stood another figure. This one was different, yet there was something familiar about it. The figure was cloaked in shimmering robes, its face obscured by a veil of mist. Unlike the dark, imposing figure she had seen before, this one radiated a sense of peace and calm, as though it were made of the very light itself. Alara paused for a moment, her heart racing. She had been expecting this. She had known, deep down, that she would find another figure on her journey. But who was this one? What was its purpose? As she approached, the figure turned, its presence filling the meadow with an overwhelming sense of tranquility. The figure's eyes, glowing faintly beneath the veil, met hers, and Alara felt a wave of warmth wash over her. It was a feeling of recognition, as if she had known this being for a lifetime, even though she had never seen it before. Alara, the figure spoke, its voice soft yet powerful. It was neither male nor female, neither human nor completely otherworldly. It was simply a presence. A being of light, of peace, of knowledge. You have come far, farther than most could ever dream. Alara swallowed, unsure of what to say. Her mind was filled with questions, too many questions. But she knew that now was not the time to ask. She had to listen. She had to trust the journey. I have crossed the horizon, she said quietly, her voice almost lost in the vastness of the meadow. But what am I meant to do? What is my purpose? The figure nodded, as if it had been waiting for this question. Your purpose, Alara, is not something that can be given to you. It is something that you must discover for yourself. The figure's voice was gentle, yet firm, as though it were speaking the truth of the universe itself. You have already taken the first step. You have learned to listen, to trust, to walk with open eyes. Alara felt the weight of the figure's words sink into her. She had already taken the first step. She had already begun the journey, and now there was no turning back. But how will I know when I have found it? Elara asked. The figure smiled, a peaceful, knowing smile that filled Elara's heart with warmth. You will know, Elara, when the time is right. The journey is not about the destination. It is about the path, about the steps you take and the lessons you learn along the way. Elara nodded, a sense of peace settling over her. The figure was right. The answers were not something to be found in a single moment. They were found in the journey itself, in the way she embraced each step, each twist of the path. But what comes next? She asked. The figure's form began to shimmer, its edges softening as if the light itself was fading. Next, Elara, you must continue. The horizon is always before you, always guiding you forward. There will be more challenges, more moments of doubt. But remember, you are never truly alone. The path is always with you, as long as you trust in it. As the figure spoke, the light began to fade, slowly disappearing into the air, leaving Elara standing alone in the vast meadow. Yet, even as the figure vanished, Elara felt a sense of reassurance. She was not alone. The path was not always clear, but it was there. Always there. With a deep breath, Elara turned away from the spot where the figure had stood. She had her answer. The journey was not about finding the end, it was about living each moment, embracing the unknown, and trusting that the answers would come when the time was right. She took a step forward, the meadow stretching out before her, the horizon still distant, yet always within reach. The journey was far from over, but Elara was ready. The sky above was now a deep violet, dotted with the first twinkling stars of the evening. Elara's footsteps seemed lighter with each passing moment, the weight of her thoughts slowly being replaced by an overwhelming sense of peace. The meadow, vast and undisturbed, stretched out before her like a canvas awaiting the brushstrokes of a painter. The horizon remained distant, but for the first time, it no longer felt like a far-off destination, it felt like a companion, walking beside her with each step. The figure of light had faded, but its presence lingered, like a whisper of a forgotten dream. Elara knew that the words it had shared were not just for that moment, but for all moments. They were seeds, planted deep within her, waiting to bloom in their own time. She had found peace in those words, a peace that wrapped around her like a blanket in the cool evening air. As she walked, the gentle rustling of the tall grass was like a lullaby, its rhythm soothing her mind. She marveled at how the world around her had shifted since the first day she had crossed the horizon. What had once felt unfamiliar and strange now felt like home. The trees, the meadows, the distant mountains, they were all part of her, and she of them. The path before her was still uncertain, but she had learned to stop searching for answers and instead, embrace the questions. It was the journey that mattered, not the destination. The lessons were in the moments, the fleeting glimpses of truth that would reveal themselves when she was ready. As the last rays of the sun dipped below the horizon, a new light appeared in the sky, a soft, silver glow, hanging like a moon in the sky, but different. This light did not belong to the moon. It was brighter, more luminous, as though it had been born from the very stars themselves. It was the same light that had guided her through the forest, the same light she had seen when she stood before the ancient tree. There was no mistaking it now. The light was a beacon, calling her towards something greater. Elara's heart quickened. She knew, deep within her. That she had to follow it. The meadow led her to a river that wound through the landscape like a serpent of silver. Its waters were clear and still, reflecting the glow of the strange light above. The riverbank was lined with smooth stones, and Alara stepped carefully over them, her feet making no sound as they touched the cool, damp surface. The air grew thick with a sense of anticipation, and as she followed the river, the landscape began to change again. The grass gave way to rocky cliffs that rose sharply from the ground. The river now flowed beneath them, and Alara could hear the faint roar of distant waterfalls, their power subdued by the distance. The cliffs were jagged, and the path was narrow. But Alara moved forward with a sense of determination. After what felt like hours, the cliffs opened up to reveal a vast cavern. Its entrance was wide, framed by the stones of the cliffs, and within it, the air shimmered with an otherworldly glow. The strange light from the sky poured into the cavern, casting long, twisting shadows on the walls. It was a place of deep mystery, filled with an energy that felt ancient and alive. At the far end of the cavern, Alara saw something. A figure, standing tall and motionless, its form shrouded in the same glowing mist that had surrounded the figures she had encountered before. The figure was bathed in the light, its face hidden, but there was no mistaking the sense of power that emanated from it. This was no ordinary being, it was something greater, something that held the key to the next step of her journey. Alara approached the figure slowly, her steps cautious but steady. The air in the cavern grew thicker, heavier with each step she took, until she stood just a few paces away from the figure. She could feel the energy radiating from it, as if it were both a part of her and separate from her, something vast and unfathomable. The figure turned slowly, its form shifting as though it were made of the very light that filled the cavern. It raised its hand, and Alara instinctively reached out. Her fingers brushed against its ethereal skin, and a surge of warmth, much like the warmth from the ancient tree, flowed through her. It was a warmth that filled her with a sense of knowing, a knowledge that was both comforting and overwhelming. Alara, the figure spoke, its voice deep and resonant, echoing through the cavern. You have come far. You have crossed the horizon, and now you stand before the next step of your journey. Alara's breath caught in her throat. The figure's voice was not one she had heard before, but it felt familiar, like the voice of a long-lost friend, calling her home. I have come far, Alara replied, her voice steady but filled with awe. But what is this next step? What am I meant to do? The figure's form seemed to shimmer, its edges softening like the light from a distant star. The path you walk is not one that can be explained in simple words, Alara. It is a path of growth, of understanding, and of transformation. It paused for a moment, as if contemplating its next words. You are a part of this world, and this world is a part of you. But you must remember, Alara, that the journey is not about finding the answers, it is about becoming the answers. Alara felt a wave of understanding wash over her. The words were simple, yet profound. She was not here to seek out some grand truth, she was here to experience the journey, to become the person she was meant to be. She was not searching for something outside of herself, but rather, learning to embrace everything she already was. I understand, Alara whispered, her heart swelling with the realization. The figure nodded, its form beginning to fade, the light dimming slightly. You have already begun to understand, Alara. But the journey is not over. There are more steps ahead, more lessons to learn. You must trust in yourself, in the world around you, and in the path that lies before you. Remember that the horizon is never truly reached, it is always before you, guiding you onward. With those final words, the figure disappeared, leaving Alara standing alone in the cavern. But she did not feel alone. The light, the energy, the very essence of the cavern had become a part of her, just as she had become a part of it. Alara stood there for a long time, taking in the quiet of the cavern, the soft hum of the world around her. The journey had led her here, and though the path was still uncertain, she knew one thing for sure: she was ready to continue. The horizon was always ahead, always guiding her forward. With renewed resolve, Alara turned and began to walk deeper into the cavern. The light from above flickered, casting a soft glow across the path. The world was vast, full of mysteries and wonders, and she was only just beginning to understand its depth. She walked on, knowing that the journey ahead would be long, but it would be hers. And that was all she needed. The air in the cavern was thick with a quiet energy, as though the very stones themselves held secrets older than time. Alara moved through the shadowed corridors, her footsteps barely a whisper against the rough stone floor. The light from the cavern's entrance had dimmed, but the glow from within kept her path illuminated, shimmering like 1,000 tiny stars scattered across the darkness. There was a sense of expectancy in the air, a weightless pressure that seemed to push her forward with each step. The figure, whatever it was, had spoken of transformation. Becoming the answers, not just seeking them. The words lingered in her mind like a song she couldn't quite recall, but the meaning of them had taken root deep within her heart. She was more than just a traveler on a path, she was a part of the journey itself. And the journey, it seemed, had its own will. The cavern walls began to close in, narrowing the space until Alara was forced to move carefully, her body pressing against the cool stone. She didn't feel trapped, though. The walls felt comforting, as though they were guiding her. They were the threshold to something new, a space between worlds, a space of both past and future. It was then that she noticed the sound. The soft drip of water echoed in the distance, each drop seeming to carry with it an ancient rhythm, a pulse of life that hummed beneath the ground. The path twisted sharply ahead, opening into a wider expanse. Her senses heightened as she approached the sound. There was something more here. Something alive. As she rounded the bend, the cavern opened up into a great underground lake. Its waters were still and clear, a deep blue that shimmered faintly in the low light. A soft mist hung over the surface, swirling gently as if moved by an unseen hand. The lake was surrounded by smooth, worn stones, and at its center, there was something that stood out, an island, small but distinct, its shape unusual, almost as though it were carved by hands long forgotten. Without thinking, Alara approached the water's edge, the coolness of the lake's surface reflecting the quiet glow of the cavern above. A sense of awe washed over her. The island in the center of the lake beckoned, its silhouette glowing faintly, its edges tinged with gold. The mist on the surface parted as if acknowledging her presence, revealing a narrow, winding path that led from the shore to the island itself. She stepped forward, the water cool against her skin as she waded in. The lake's depths were silent, the stillness creating an illusion of calm. Yet, deep beneath the water, Alara could feel a vibration, an energy that seemed to pulse in rhythm with her heartbeat. The path ahead was clear, the way guiding her forward with purpose. The lake, once seemingly vast and impossible to cross, now felt manageable. Every step seemed more certain than the last. Each footfall on the stone path beneath the water's surface brought her closer to the island, closer to whatever waited there. As she reached the island's shore, she took a deep breath, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and ancient wood. The island was small, barely more than a cluster of jagged stones surrounded by moss and twisted roots. At its center stood a large, weathered tree, its trunk thick and gnarled, its branches reaching upward as if yearning for the light above. The tree seemed out of place here, its presence both comforting and mysterious. It was then that Alara saw it, a symbol etched into the bark of the tree. It was intricate, made up of swirling lines and shapes that seemed to move as she looked at them. The symbol resonated deep within her, a feeling of recognition washing over her. She had seen it before. In her dreams. On the edges of her mind. It was the symbol of the horizon, the one she had been following since the beginning of her journey. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the bark. The moment her skin touched the tree, a surge of warmth radiated through her, a flood of images and emotions rushing into her mind. The visions came fast and overwhelming, like waves crashing against the shore. She saw the horizon stretching out endlessly before her, a vast landscape of unknown lands and untold stories. She saw people, places, and moments she could not name, all tied together by the same symbol. The same light. The same journey, but then, the images slowed. The rushing tide of visions began to calm, settling into something more coherent, more grounded. She saw herself. Standing before the horizon, yes, but not as a traveler. As part of the horizon itself. She was the path. She was the journey. And the journey was eternal, infinite, unfolding with every step she took. The sensation of the world shifting under her feet was profound. Alara understood now, in the deepest part of her being, that the horizon was not just a distant line, it was a concept, a truth, a way of being. She had crossed it. Yes, but she had also become it. The horizon wasn't just ahead of her, it was within her. When the visions finally faded, Alara stood before the tree, her hand still resting on its bark. The symbol remained etched into her mind, its meaning clear. She had become part of the eternal cycle of the horizon, the ever-shifting path that connected all things. There was no end. Only the continuous unfolding of the journey. The tree, as if acknowledging her understanding, began to glow softly. The light spread from its trunk, filling the space around her with a warm, golden hue. The mist around the island thickened, wrapping her in a comforting embrace, the weight of the moment sinking in. But before she could fully absorb everything, a voice broke through the silence, its tone familiar and warm, yet distant. Alara, the voice whispered, like the wind carrying a message from far away. You have learned. You have crossed the horizon, and now, you must continue. You must carry this knowledge with you, for you are the horizon. She looked around, but there was no one. The voice was not a person, but something more, a presence, a guiding force, a part of the very essence of the world she had entered. The realization settled deeper within her. She was both part of the journey and the journey itself. The horizon would always be before her, but it would also always be within her. As the glow of the tree faded and the mist cleared, Elara took a deep breath. The island before her was quiet, still, but it had given her something priceless, a sense of belonging. The path ahead was still unknown, but now, she no longer felt lost. The horizon was always with her, always guiding her forward, and she was ready to walk it once more. With a final glance at the tree, Elara turned, her steps once again sure and steady as she made her way back to the lake. The journey was far from over. But for the first time, she knew exactly who she was, and the horizon, she understood now, was not just a destination, it was a way of being. The lake was still, the water reflecting the faint light from the glowing island as Elara waded back to the shore. Her feet barely made a ripple in the water, each step feeling more like a quiet promise than a motion through space. The air around her seemed to hum with the energy of everything she had just learned, a connection between her and the world that transcended the physical. As she reached the bank, the path that had led her across the water began to fade, the stones sinking back beneath the surface, their outlines blurring until they were nothing but whispers beneath the waves. The island, too, began to dissolve into the mist, its shape now becoming an indistinct silhouette against the soft glow of the cavern. Elara didn't watch it fade. She didn't need to. She carried it with her now. Just as she carried the wisdom she had gained. It was all within her, the cavern had grown quieter. The steady drip of water from the walls echoed more sharply now, and the faint hum that had filled the space earlier had grown softer, more distant. The pulse of the lake, the heartbeat of the world around her, had slowed to a calm rhythm, mirroring her own. For a moment, Elara simply stood there, breathing in the air, feeling the silence settle deep into her bones. The horizon, she knew now, was not just a place. It was a concept, a state of being, a call to move forward, always forward. She had crossed it, yes. But more importantly, she had become it. It was a constant unfolding. An ever-present reminder that there was always more to explore, always more to learn. There was no destination, only the journey, and so, the path before her remained open. She could feel it now, not as something uncertain or unknown, but as something she was intimately connected to. It was not a road she was walking, it was the road that had walked her. It had shaped her and been shaped by her every step. She was the journey, and the journey was her. The cavern seemed to acknowledge this, its walls slowly drawing back, widening as though to give her room to breathe, room to grow. The air felt different now, lighter, freer, as though the very space around her was expanding to accommodate the new understanding she carried within her. She began to walk again, this time with an ease she hadn't felt before. The way was no longer uncertain. The path no longer felt distant. Every step was a part of the whole, every moment intertwined with the next. The journey had no beginning and no end. It simply was. Ahead, the cavern began to open into another passage, this one narrower and more winding than the last. The walls were smoother here, and the glow of the light ahead became brighter, more distinct. The way forward felt certain now, as though it had been waiting for her all along. As she stepped into the new passage, Elara felt the air shift, as if the world itself had taken a deep, collective breath. It was a breath of anticipation. A breath that spoke of something waiting just beyond the horizon. The passage ahead twisted and turned, its walls alive with a light that seemed to pulse in time with her heart. The air was cooler now, carrying with it the scent of earth and rain, of ancient things waiting to be uncovered. The way forward was clear. The destination was not the end of the road, but the unfolding of a new chapter in the journey. She had learned many things in the time since she had crossed the first horizon. She had learned to let go of the need for certainty, to embrace the unknown. She had learned to trust the rhythm of the journey, to accept the ebb and flow of change. And now, she understood that she was not just walking the path, she was the path itself. The horizon was never something to be reached. It was something to be lived. The passage opened into another cavern, this one larger and more expansive than any she had seen before. It was a vast, open space, filled with towering stone pillars and delicate, crystal formations that reflected the soft glow from the sky above. The light here was different, more concentrated, almost otherworldly in its intensity. It filled the cavern with a quiet, radiant beauty that took Alara's breath away. At the center of the cavern, a figure stood. It was a silhouette against the light, its form indistinct, but the energy it radiated was undeniable. Alara knew immediately that this was no ordinary being. It was something beyond her understanding, something ancient and timeless. The figure stood tall, its presence commanding yet peaceful, like a guardian of this sacred place. Without hesitation, Alara stepped forward. As she did, the figure seemed to become more defined, its outline sharpening in the light. The air around it shimmered, a soft, gentle warmth filling the space as she approached. When Alara was close enough, the figure spoke, its voice resonating deep within her chest. "Alara," the voice said, rich and deep, yet soft like the wind rustling through leaves. "You have come far, farther than most who have walked this path. You have learned the truth of the horizon, that it is not a place, but a journey. And now, you stand before the final step. The final step is not one of distance, but of understanding." Alara nodded, her heart full with the knowledge that had been imparted to her. She felt as though she had come home, as though the very ground beneath her feet had always been meant for her. "What is the final step?" she asked, her voice steady but filled with curiosity. The figure's form shifted, its edges blurring in the way that light does when it is both here and elsewhere. "The final step, Alara, is to share what you have learned. To become the horizon for others, to walk with them as they discover their own path. You are not just the traveler. You are the guide." The words filled her with a profound sense of purpose. It was not enough to walk the path herself. She was meant to help others find their way, to walk alongside them, offering the wisdom and the peace that she had found. "How do I share this?" Alara asked, her voice quieter now, as the weight of the responsibility settled on her shoulders. The figure's form brightened, its energy expanding, enveloping Alara in a soft, glowing light. "You will know, Alara. The journey has already begun. You have already shared your light with the world. And as you walk, the horizon will always be before you, and in you. You will guide others, not with words, but with the truth you carry in your heart." As the figure spoke, Alara understood. The journey was not about arriving at a destination. It was about living the truth of the journey itself. It was about becoming a beacon for others, sharing the wisdom that the horizon was not something to be chased, but something to be embraced. The figure's presence began to fade, but not before it left Elara with one final thought: "You are the horizon, Elara. And so, you will always be." With those words echoing in her mind, Elara turned, her heart light and full. The path ahead was still long, still unfolding, but she was ready. She was no longer just a traveler. She was the journey itself. And as the light of the cavern filled her, she knew that the horizon would always be before her, guiding her every step of the way. The light from the cavern was soft, like the warm glow of the early morning sun filtering through a dense forest. Elara felt its pull, gentle but firm, coaxing her forward as she moved from the heart of the cavern into a space that felt wider, more open. The air was different here, cooler yet carrying the promise of something vast, something more than just the next step in her journey. She had learned so much in the days that had passed, and yet, the knowledge that she had gained seemed to grow with every new step she took. The horizon was not just a place. It was not a point on the map to reach or a goal to strive toward. It was a feeling, a truth. It was the rhythm of life itself, ever present and ever changing. It was the journey, the constant unfolding of the path, and she was becoming part of it. Her thoughts were still with the figure from the cavern, its words echoing in her mind. "You are the horizon." Those words had stayed with her, settling into her heart like a deep, resonant chord. They had awakened something inside of her, something she hadn't fully understood before. She was no longer just walking a path. She was the path. She was part of the never-ending horizon that stretched out before her, and she was meant to share that journey with others. The idea was both humbling and exhilarating. But it was also a heavy responsibility. To become the horizon meant to offer guidance without offering answers. It meant walking beside others, offering the wisdom she had gained without forcing it upon them. It meant allowing others to discover their own path while remaining present in the ever-changing flow of the journey. Elara stopped for a moment, standing still in the middle of the path. The air was thick with the energy of the world, the weight of centuries of knowledge and wisdom swirling around her. The ground beneath her feet felt solid, ancient, as though it had been here long before her arrival and would remain long after she was gone. She was a part of this world, and in some way, the world was a part of her. She took a deep breath, letting the quiet energy of the place fill her. Her heart slowed, matching the rhythm of the earth around her. The path stretched ahead, and with each step, she felt more connected to it. To everything. As she walked, the surroundings began to shift. The walls of the cavern faded behind her, and she found herself standing in the midst of a vast forest. The trees towered above her, their branches reaching high into the sky, their leaves rustling softly in the wind. The air here was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft hum of life filled the space. It was a different kind of stillness than she had felt in the cavern. This stillness was alive. Vibrating with the pulse of the natural world, she continued walking, the path beneath her feet now a soft, moss-covered trail that led deeper into the forest. The trees parted slightly ahead, revealing a clearing bathed in golden light. At the center of the clearing was a small, tranquil pool of water, its surface reflecting the sunlight in shimmering patterns. Elara felt drawn to it, as though the pool itself was calling her. She approached it slowly, her footsteps muffled by the soft earth, and stood at its edge, looking down into the still water. The surface was smooth, like a mirror, but as she gazed into it, she saw more than just her reflection. The water shimmered with the images of distant lands, vast, untamed deserts, sparkling cities on the edge of the sea, mountains that rose higher than the sky. And in the midst of these images, there were faces, people she didn't know, but whose expressions seemed familiar. They were travelers, just like her, each one following their own path, each one seeking their own horizon. The realization hit her all at once: the horizon was not just hers to walk. It was everyone's. It was a shared journey, a collective unfolding of the self. And as she stood there, gazing into the pool, she understood that her role was not to lead the others. It was to walk with them, to bear witness to their journeys as they, too, unfolded. Her heart swelled with a quiet joy. And she realized that this was what she had been seeking all along. Not answers, not destinations, but connection. To be part of the journey, to be part of the never-ending horizon that bound all travelers together. As the images in the pool faded and the surface grew still once more, Alara felt a sense of peace settle within her. She no longer felt the pressure of needing to find something, to reach a goal or a destination. She was already there. She was already part of the horizon. The sound of footsteps reached her ears, and she turned to find a figure standing at the edge of the clearing. It was a man, tall and sturdy, his face lined with the marks of time and experience. He wore a cloak of dark cloth, its edges frayed from the wear of countless travels. He smiled as he approached, his eyes bright with a knowing light. "I see you found it," he said, his voice deep and warm, like the earth itself. Alara nodded, stepping away from the pool to meet him. "Found what?" she asked, though she already knew the answer. "The horizon," he said simply. "It's not a place, is it?" Alara smiled, feeling the truth of his words resonate deep within her. "No. It's not a place. It's the journey." The man nodded, as if he had expected nothing less. "We're all on it, you know," he said softly. "Each of us, walking our own path, but all of us bound together by the horizon. It's the one thing that connects us all." Alara felt the weight of those words settle into her. "Yes," she said, her voice quiet but filled with certainty. "The horizon connects us all. It's the path we all walk, whether we realize it or not." The man's eyes twinkled, as if he had known this all along. "Then let's walk it together," he said. "The horizon doesn't end with one step. It continues with every step we take. And we take those steps together." Alara looked at him, and in that moment, she understood. The journey had no end. It was a continuous unfolding, a shared experience of discovery. And as long as there were travelers walking their paths, the horizon would always be there, before them, within them, and all around them. Together, they stepped forward, walking into the light that bathed the clearing. The horizon stretched out before them, endless and wide, a journey that was both theirs and everyone else's. And with each step they took, they became part of something greater, something eternal. The horizon was not just a destination. It was the journey itself, and they were walking it, side by side, forever onward. The world seemed to breathe with them as they walked, the forest around them humming with the soft music of nature. The trees whispered in the wind, and the distant sound of water flowing could be heard through the rustling leaves. The sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled patterns on the ground beneath their feet. It was a world full of life and wonder, every step a reminder of the endless possibilities that lay ahead. Elara walked beside the man, whose name she had yet to learn, but whose presence was comforting and familiar. She felt no urgency in their journey, no need to rush ahead or worry about where they were going. The horizon, she had come to understand, was not something to reach, it was something to experience. The path before them unfolded naturally, like the gentle curve of a river moving toward the sea. "Where do you come from?" Elara asked, her voice breaking the peaceful silence between them. She had been curious about the man ever since she first saw him, standing at the edge of the clearing. There was something about him, an unspoken wisdom, a knowing that seemed to resonate with her own journey. He looked at her with a kind smile, his eyes sparkling with the same light she had seen in the pool of water. "I come from a place not so different from this," he said softly. "A place where the horizon stretches far and wide, just like here. It's a place that doesn't exist in the world as you know it. But it's real, just the same." Elara frowned slightly, unsure if she fully understood. "A place that doesn't exist?" she asked. He nodded. "Yes. There are many worlds, Elara. Worlds that exist in the spaces between what you can see and what you can't. They are all part of the same journey. And yet, each one is unique. Some are far away, others are close, but they are all connected by the horizon. By the path." Elara thought about this for a moment, trying to grasp the full meaning of his words. "So, we are all part of these worlds?" "These paths? Yes," the man replied. "You are part of the world you see, but you are also part of the worlds you don't see. The horizon connects them all. Every step you take, every choice you make, ripples across those worlds. It's not just your journey you walk, it's the journey of everyone, everywhere." Elara felt a shiver run through her, as though something profound had just clicked into place. She had known, in her heart, that the horizon was a shared experience. But to hear it spoken aloud brought a sense of awe that filled her chest. The journey was not just her own. It was universal. And every step, no matter how small, had meaning, had impact, in ways she couldn't even begin to fathom. The man looked at her, as though sensing her thoughts. "You are more than just a traveler," he said. "You are a bridge between worlds, a connection between all that is and all that could be. You carry the knowledge of the horizon with you. And as you walk, you share that knowledge with those around you, whether they know it or not." Elara felt a deep sense of responsibility wash over her. It was not a weight, but a calling, something she had always known, but had only now fully understood. She was meant to walk beside others, to guide them without leading them, to be a witness to their journey and to the unfolding of their own horizons. She glanced up at the sky, the light above shifting ever so slightly as the sun began to dip lower in the sky. The colors of the forest deepened, the shadows lengthening as the day moved toward evening. It was a quiet, peaceful transition, the world around them shifting gently from one state to another. "What happens now?" Elara asked, the question more for herself than for the man beside her. She had been walking for so long, following the path, learning with each step. But now, she felt the weight of the journey shift. What came next? The man's smile widened, as though he had been expecting the question. What happens next, Elara, he said, is that you continue walking. You continue learning. You continue sharing the horizon with those you meet along the way. But what about the end? She asked, her voice soft with the curiosity that still lingered in her heart. Does the horizon ever end? The man stopped walking, and for a moment, the forest around them seemed to hold its breath. The world seemed to pause, waiting for the answer. He turned to face her, his eyes steady and kind. The horizon, he said slowly, never ends. It always stretches further, always beckons you forward. But the end is not something to fear. Elara. The horizon isn't about reaching a point. It's about the journey, the steps you take, the connections you make, the lives you touch. The horizon is infinite, not because it stretches on forever, but because it is always new. Every step you take, every moment you live, is a new horizon in itself. Elara nodded, absorbing his words. She had known this truth in her heart all along, but hearing it spoken aloud filled her with a peace she hadn't known she needed. The journey was not about reaching a final destination. It was about the unfolding of each moment, each step along the way. Thank you, she said quietly, her voice filled with gratitude. The man smiled again, a warm, understanding smile that seemed to light the entire world around them. There's nothing to thank me for, he replied gently. You've always known the truth. You just needed to remember. With that, they continued on, the horizon stretching out before them. The world seemed to breathe with them as they walked, the forest around them humming with the soft music of nature. The trees whispered in the wind, and the distant sound of water flowing could be heard through the rustling leaves. The sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled patterns on the ground beneath their feet. It was a world full of life and wonder, every step a reminder of the endless possibilities that lay ahead. Elara walked beside the man, whose name she had yet to learn, but whose presence was comforting and familiar. She felt no urgency in their journey, no need to rush ahead or worry about where they were going. The horizon, she had come to understand, was not something to reach, it was something to experience. The path before them unfolded naturally, like the gentle curve of a river moving toward the sea. Where do you come from? Elara asked, her voice breaking the peaceful silence between them. She had been curious about the man ever since she first saw him, standing at the edge of the clearing. There was something about him, an unspoken wisdom, a knowing that seemed to resonate with her own journey. He looked at her with a kind smile, his eyes sparkling with the same light she had seen in the pool of water. I come from a place not so different from this, he said softly. A place where the horizon stretches far and wide. Just like here. It's a place that doesn't exist in the world as you know it. But it's real, just the same. Elara frowned slightly, unsure if she fully understood. A place that doesn't exist, she asked. He nodded. Yes. There are many worlds, Elara. Worlds that exist in the spaces between what you can see and what you can't. They are all part of the same journey, and yet, each one is unique. Some are far away, others are close, but they are all connected by the horizon. By the path, Elara thought about this for a moment, trying to grasp the full meaning of his words. So, we are all part of these worlds. These paths? Yes, the man replied. You are part of the world you see. But you are also part of the worlds you don't see. The horizon connects them all. Every step you take, every choice you make, ripples across those worlds. It's not just your journey you walk, it's the journey of everyone, everywhere. Elara felt a shiver run through her, as though something profound had just clicked into place. She had known, in her heart, that the horizon was a shared experience, but to hear it spoken aloud brought a sense of awe that filled her chest. The journey was not just her own. It was universal. And every step, no matter how small, had meaning, had impact, in ways she couldn't even begin to fathom. The man looked at her, as though sensing her thoughts. You are more than just a traveler, he said. You are a bridge between worlds, a connection between all that is and all that could be. You carry the knowledge of the horizon with you. And as you walk, you share that knowledge with those around you, whether they know it or not. Elara felt a deep sense of responsibility wash over her. It was not a weight, but a calling, something she had always known, but had only now fully understood. She was meant to walk beside others, to guide them without leading them, to be a witness to their journey and to the unfolding of their own horizons. She glanced up at the sky, the light above shifting ever so slightly as the sun began to dip lower in the sky. The colors of the forest deepened, the shadows lengthening as the day moved toward evening. It was a quiet, peaceful transition, the world around them shifting gently from one state to another. What happens now? Elara asked, the question more for herself than for the man beside her. She had been walking for so long, following the path, learning with each step. But now, she felt the weight of the journey shift. What came next? The man's smile widened, as though he had been expecting the question. What happens next, Elara, he said, is that you continue walking. You continue learning. You continue sharing the horizon with those you meet along the way. But what about the end? She asked. Her voice soft with the curiosity that still lingered in her heart. Does the horizon ever end? The man stopped walking, and for a moment, the forest around them seemed to hold its breath. The world seemed to pause, waiting for the answer. He turned to face her, his eyes steady and kind. The horizon, he said slowly, never ends. It always stretches further, always beckons you forward. But the end is not something to fear, Elara. The horizon isn't about reaching a point. It's about the journey, the steps you take, the connections you make, the lives you touch. The horizon is infinite, not because it stretches on forever, but because it is always new. Every step you take, every moment you live, is a new horizon in itself. Elara nodded, absorbing his words. She had known this truth in her heart all along, but hearing it spoken aloud filled her with a peace she hadn't known she needed. The journey was not about reaching a final destination. It was about the unfolding of each moment, each step along the way. Thank you, she said quietly, her voice filled with gratitude. The man smiled again, a warm, understanding smile that seemed to light the entire world around them. There's nothing to thank me for, he replied gently. You've always known the truth. You just needed to remember. With that, they continued on, the horizon stretching out before them, endless and wide. The forest whispered around them, the soft rustling of leaves and the distant call of birds filling the air. The path ahead remained unclear, but Alara no longer needed to know exactly where it would lead. She had found peace in the journey itself, and as she walked beside the man, she felt more connected than ever to the world around her, and as the evening sky deepened into twilight, Alara knew that the horizon would always be there, guiding her, as it guided everyone. It was not something to chase. It was something to become. And as long as she walked, she would never be alone. The sky stretched above them, now a soft canvas of twilight hues, gentle purples, deep blues, and the last blush of the sun's orange light slipping behind the distant mountains. As the world quieted in the early hours of evening, Alara and the man walked side by side, the silence between them filled with the unsaid. There was something serene about the moment, a quiet understanding that had settled into Alara's heart like the calm before a storm. The man had not spoken much since their conversation about the endless nature of the horizon. Instead, he had simply walked beside her, his presence a steady reassurance. She knew he was guiding her, not with words, but with the space he allowed her to find her own answers. They walked for what felt like hours, the path before them meandering in a soft curve that echoed the journey they had already undertaken. The earth beneath their feet seemed to pulse with life. And Alara could feel it, the rhythm of the world, the pulse of the horizon. It was like being in tune with something much larger than herself. The man finally broke the silence, his voice low and thoughtful. "You've learned much on your journey, Alara. You've come far." Alara turned her head to look at him, her eyes searching his face, as though seeking the truth in his words. "I have. But I feel as though there's more to learn, more I still don't understand." The man nodded, his eyes thoughtful. "There is always more to learn. The horizon isn't just about understanding. It's about experiencing. It's about being open to what comes next, no matter how unexpected or strange it may seem." Alara's thoughts shifted inward as she absorbed his words. She had always been one to seek knowledge, to search for answers. But what if the answers weren't as important as the questions themselves? What if the unknown was just as valuable as the known? As if reading her mind, the man spoke again. "You have been searching for the horizon, Alara. But what if the horizon is searching for you?" The question caught her off guard. She stopped walking and turned to face him, a slight frown knitting her brow. "What do you mean?" she asked. He smiled, a soft and knowing smile that seemed to hold 1,000 untold stories. "The horizon isn't a destination, Alara. It's not something that can be chased or found. It's something that chooses you. It's the call of the unknown, the pull of what lies beyond. And you are answering it, not by seeking it out, but by simply being open to what it offers." Alara felt a shiver run through her. The idea was both freeing and unsettling. For so long, she had believed that the horizon was something she needed to reach, something she had to pursue with all her might. But what if it wasn't about the pursuit at all? What if it was about allowing herself to be found, to be drawn forward by the pull of something greater than herself? As they resumed walking, Alara felt a strange sense of release. The weight she had carried, the pressure to understand, to know, seemed to lift. She no longer needed to chase the horizon. She only needed to be willing to walk where it led. The path they followed wound gently through the forest, the trees now casting long, slanting shadows on the ground. The air was growing cooler, and the first stars were beginning to peek through the darkening sky. Elara felt a sense of timelessness in the world around her. It was as though the moments stretched out endlessly, each one containing all the others. They came to a clearing, and in the center stood a large, ancient tree. Its bark was rough and gnarled, twisted in shapes that seemed to tell stories of lifetimes past. The tree was unlike any Elara had ever seen. Its branches stretching high into the sky, its roots digging deep into the earth below. It was a tree that had seen centuries, perhaps even millennia, and yet it stood there, strong and unyielding, as if it had never known time at all. The man stopped beside her, his hand gently resting on the rough bark. "This is the tree of paths," he said quietly. "It is said to be the heart of the horizon, the place where all paths converge." Elara's heart quickened. There was something sacred about the tree, something powerful in its presence. She felt drawn to it, compelled to step closer, to touch the tree, to understand its significance. "Why here?" Elara asked, her voice soft, almost reverent. "Why this tree?" The man's gaze softened as he looked at the tree. "This tree is a symbol of the horizon. It grows from the earth and reaches for the sky, its branches touching the heavens while its roots sink deep into the soil. It stands between two worlds, just as you do, Elara. Between the known and the unknown, between the past and the future, between what is and what could be. And just like the horizon, it is never still. It moves with the world, and yet it remains constant." Elara stepped forward, her fingers brushing against the rough bark. It was warm to the touch, alive with energy. As she stood there, her hand resting gently on the tree, she felt the connection. It was as though the tree was communicating with her. Its presence a reminder of everything she had learned and everything still waiting to be discovered. The horizon was not just something to be followed. It was something that lived within her, within every living being, and in every part of the world around her. "The horizon is within us," she whispered softly, more to herself than to the man beside her. He nodded, a faint smile touching his lips. "Yes. And as long as you are open to it, the horizon will always be with you. It is in every step you take, in every path you follow. And no matter how far you travel, you will always be part of it." Elara stood in silence for a long moment, feeling the weight of his words settle deep inside her. She was part of the horizon, just as everyone else was. She was not separate from the world, but an integral part of it, a traveler on a journey that would never truly end. With a final glance at the tree of paths, Elara turned back toward the path that lay ahead. The horizon still stretched out before her, its mysteries still calling to her, but she no longer felt the need to rush toward it. She would walk with it, alongside it, and in doing so, she would find herself, time and time again, on every step of the journey. The man fell into step beside her once more, and together they walked onward, into the deepening night, where the stars shone bright above them, guiding them forward. Just as the horizon always had, the night deepened around them as they walked, the world now cloaked in a serene silence, punctuated only by the soft rustling of leaves and the occasional call of a distant owl. The stars above were like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, their light gentle and steady, guiding them forward. Elara felt as though they were walking through a dream, a world that existed between moments, suspended in time. Beside her, the man moved with an effortless grace, his steps in perfect harmony with the rhythm of the earth. She had grown accustomed to his presence, to the quiet wisdom he offered without ever demanding it. In the stillness of the night, he had become her companion. Not a guide in the traditional sense, but more of a silent witness to her journey, walking beside her, sharing the experience without speaking a word. After some time, they came to a small clearing. The moon, now high in the sky, bathed the world in its soft, silvery glow, casting long shadows across the ground. In the center of the clearing stood a stone circle, worn by time, but still strong and steadfast. The stones were ancient, their surfaces covered in moss and ivy, and Elara could feel the weight of their history, as though they had witnessed countless journeys before hers. The man stopped at the edge of the circle and looked at her, his eyes filled with a quiet understanding. "This is the circle of reflections," he said softly. "It is said that those who stand within the circle are able to see not only the world around them but the world within them." Elara looked at the circle, sensing that this place held significance, though she could not quite understand why. There was something about it that felt both familiar and mysterious, as though she had been here before, in another life or another time. She stepped forward, her feet sinking slightly into the soft earth as she crossed the threshold of the circle. As soon as she did, a gentle warmth seemed to spread through her, and she felt an odd sense of calm, as though the air itself had shifted to embrace her. She looked up at the sky, the stars now brighter than ever, and for a moment, it felt as though the universe itself was watching her, waiting. "Close your eyes," the man's voice came to her, soft and calm. "Let go of everything you think you know." Elara hesitated for a moment, unsure of what would happen if she did. But then, something inside her stirred, a quiet voice urging her to trust, to surrender to the experience. She closed her eyes, allowing herself to fall into the stillness. At first, there was nothing but darkness, a vast, all-encompassing blackness that seemed to stretch on forever. But then, slowly, images began to form. Faint at first, like mist, but gradually becoming clearer. Elara saw herself, walking along the path, the horizon stretching endlessly before her. She saw the faces of the people she had met along the way, their expressions full of wonder, joy, and sometimes sorrow. She saw the places she had been, the forests, the mountains, the rivers, each one a chapter in her journey. But then, something changed. The images shifted, and she found herself standing in a place she did not recognize. It was a vast, empty desert, the sand stretching endlessly in every direction. The sun blazed overhead, and the air was thick with heat. She felt a deep sense of isolation, as though she were the only soul in the world. In the distance, she saw a figure, a silhouette against the blazing sky. The figure was moving toward her, slowly, deliberately, and as it drew closer, Elara's heart began to race. There was something familiar about the figure, something that stirred a deep sense of recognition within her, but she couldn't place it. The figure stopped before her, and she saw its face, a face she knew, but not in the way she expected. It was her own face, but older, wearied by time. The eyes that stared back at her were filled with a quiet sadness, a sorrow that seemed to echo through the desert, stretching as far as the horizon itself. Elara opened her mouth to speak, but no words came. The older version of herself only smiled, a sad, knowing smile, as though she understood something Elara could not yet grasp. And then, just as quickly as the vision had come, it faded, leaving only the vast desert behind. Elara's breath came in shallow gasps as she opened her eyes. The clearing was still before her, the stone circle as solid and real as ever. But she felt changed, as though something deep inside her had shifted. The world around her felt different, more vivid, more alive. She looked up at the man, who was watching her with a quiet intensity. "What was that?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "Why did I see that version of myself?" The man regarded her for a moment, his expression unreadable. "What you saw, Elara, was a reflection, a glimpse of a possible future, a potential version of yourself. The horizon is not just about what lies ahead, but about the choices you make, the paths you choose. Every step you take alters the course of your journey, and every journey holds countless possibilities." Elara's mind raced. She had always thought of the horizon as a fixed point in the distance, a place to reach, to strive for. But now, it seemed more like a living, breathing thing, a constant flow of possibilities, each one branching out from the last, creating an infinite number of paths. The future, she realized, was not set in stone. It was fluid, ever-changing, shaped by the decisions she made along the way. "But why the desert?" she asked, her voice small, as though the answer would be difficult to hear. The man's gaze softened. "The desert is a place of solitude, of reflection. It is where we face ourselves, our fears, our regrets, our hopes. It is where we learn what we are truly made of, beyond the world we see. What you saw was a part of you, a version of yourself shaped by the choices you have yet to make." Elara felt a wave of emotion rise within her. She had always been afraid of the future, afraid of the unknown. But now, she understood that it was not something to fear. It was something to embrace, to walk into with an open heart, knowing that the horizon would always be there to guide her. "I understand," she said quietly, her voice steady now. "The horizon is not just something I reach for. It is something I shape with every step I take." The man nodded, his eyes filled with quiet approval. "Yes. And every path you choose, every choice you make, adds to the endless horizon. It is yours to create, just as it is mine, and just as it is for everyone who walks its path." With those words, Elara felt a deep sense of peace wash over her. The horizon was not just a place, it was a journey that would never truly end. She was part of it, and it was part of her. And as long as she kept walking, she would always find her way. With a final glance at the stone circle, Elara turned and stepped back onto the path. The night was still and quiet, the stars above her a constant reminder that the horizon would always be there. Just beyond the reach of her steps, waiting to be discovered, over and over again, the morning sun began to rise over the horizon, casting a warm, golden light across the land. The world seemed to wake slowly, as though it had been in a deep, peaceful sleep, and now, with the dawn, it stirred back to life. The air was fresh, carrying with it the scent of earth and new beginnings, and the soft rustling of leaves in the morning breeze was like a song, one that whispered of promises and possibilities. Elara stood at the edge of the clearing, the stone circle now behind her, and looked out at the vast expanse before her. The horizon stretched infinitely, as it always had, but now, it felt different. The world felt different. She felt different. The man had disappeared, as quietly as he had come, leaving only his presence behind, like a shadow that lingered even after it had faded. She knew he was still with her, in the quiet corners of her heart, in the wisdom he had shared with her, in the journey they had walked together. But now, it was her turn to walk alone. She took a deep breath, letting the cool morning air fill her lungs, and began to walk. There was no specific direction to go, no path that called her more than another. The journey, she realized, was not about reaching a destination. It was about the journey itself, about walking with open eyes, an open heart, and a willingness to embrace whatever came next. The earth beneath her feet was solid and steady, each step carrying her forward into the unknown. But there was no fear in her heart, no anxiety about what lay ahead. She was ready. Ready to embrace whatever the horizon had in store for her. Ready to shape her future with every choice she made. As she walked, she felt the pull of the horizon, not as something distant and unattainable, but as something close, something that was already a part of her. The horizon was not out there, beyond the world, but within her, within every step she took, every breath she drew, and as she walked, she realized something profound: she would never reach the horizon. Not because it was unattainable, but because it was a part of the journey itself, an eternal companion that would always be just beyond her grasp, urging her forward, guiding her along the way. She walked on, her heart light, her spirit free, knowing that the journey would never truly end. There would always be more to discover, more to experience, more to learn. The horizon would always be there, stretching out before her, as endless as the sky. The sun climbed higher, the warmth of its light enveloping her, and for the first time in a long while, Alara felt truly at peace. The world was vast, and the horizon was endless, but she no longer saw it as something to chase. It was a part of her, as much a part of her as the very air she breathed, the very ground she walked upon, and so, she walked, step by step, into the infinite unknown, with nothing but her heart and the endless horizon to guide her.